Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to mention that we had an executive session before the meeting. All commissioners were present. We discussed personnel matters, and one of the things we discussed in the executive sessions was about one of our police officers. And I would like to move that pursuant to the first-class Township Code, we vote to terminate the employment of Sergeant Jamie Campbell for neglect or violation of his official duties and conduct unbecoming an officer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the Board of Commissioners? Any public discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes. Mr. Campbell's employment as a Township police officer is terminated, effective immediately. The Township will inform Mr. Campbell of the Board's decision and also provide notice to the Township Civil Service Commission. Because Mr. Campbell has the right of appeal from the Board's decision, and the Township will make no further comments regarding this matter at this time. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes? Oh, I'm sorry. Public participation? Any public participation?
Good evening. I'm Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. To quote from the recent stormwater study performed by Chagrin Falls, and I quote, "The township should educate residents and include a credit program in any stormwater utility developed so to incentivize innovative and effective stormwater management initiatives." Therefore, addressing that public education mandate, we are pleased to announce that the Garrett Hill Coalition, with Paul Overbeck, Nancy Linewine, and myself as coordinators, have been awarded a WREN grant. That's Water Resource Education Network through the League of Women Voters, which comes through DEP and their non-point source education via the EPA. To give a program for a year starting July 1st called Managing Stormwater in Our Backyards. Our additional partners include the Township, Aqua, Chanticleer Gardens, the Delaware Riverkeeper, Radnor's own EAC, the Garrett Hill Community Enhancement Trust, the Radnor Memorial Library, Villanova's Urban Stormwater Institute, and Bryn Mawr Troop 19. We will offer educational sessions and workshops for Radnor residents, and will invite Lower Merion residents to also attend. Our agenda is to educate Radnor residents of how they can be part of the solution for many of Radnor's water issues, and in doing so feel less helpless and frustrated. Why? Well, we all know, because our water issues are a mess. It's very hard to wrap our minds around it as well as pay for. So how will we do this? By introducing the concept of using rain barrels and rain gardens, all technique to help keep rainfall on our properties, or at least slow down the movement of water. The first program will be in late September. We invite all Radnor residents to become involved. Our success in this grant will be based on the number of residents who attend our meetings and later utilize these methods. Success may lead to the awarding of grants in subsequent years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
My name is Austin Hepburn. I live at 253 Upper Gulf Road in Radnor, and I'd like to address the deer cull resolution that's going to be considered later tonight. I've been a bow hunter since I was 17. I understand deer. I was amazed how many deer ran through my backyard when I first moved into Radnor Township 17 years ago. I believe it would be in the public's best interest, the taxpayers' best interest, and Radnor Township managers' best interest, and the commissioners, if we were to actively consider having a managed bow hunting program using organized bow hunting groups and permitting them to hunt on public land. I've I've discussed this. I pointed to the Tredyffrin model. Tredyffrin Township has had bow hunting groups culling their deer for the last 8 years. It has cost the township nothing. Last year, they removed 80 deer humanely without any cost to the township, without any safety issues, without any complaints. I believe it's in the best interest of the taxpayers to consider this option. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lepkus. I'm here from the Radnor Conservancy. I just wanted to give a recap of our second annual Race for Open Space, which we held on Sunday, June 3rd. We had a wonderful morning of a 5K trail race through the Willows and Skunk Hollow parks, as well as a walking option and fun runs and games for children ages 4 to 10. And I have quite a few people to thank. I would specifically like to thank Sergeant Flanagan in Traffic Safety and Tammy Cohen in the Recreation and Community Programming departments. We also had a great deal of help from the Fire Department and Public Works, and we could not have had such a successful event without the help of these people. We also had over 25 volunteers. Over 100 people signed up to run the 5K, and as I said, many families came out all together. One spouse would run, the other parent would be with their children at the children's activities. It was really a wonderful morning all around, and we're looking forward already to 2013 and our third annual event, and I just wanted to share the good news with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Greg Pritchard from Woodland Avenue in Wayne, and I'm here just wanted to briefly tell you about a new program that we're trying to start called Friends of Hartford. This is a group dedicated to the preservation of buildings at Hartford Park, which is known to most as the Dog Park, home of the Kreutzberg Center for Adult Education, used by Mainline School Night. And so the purpose of this group will be to preserve the outbuildings on the site, the caretaker's house recently vacated, as well as the garage, and as well as to ensure that any changes made to the mansion are done in a historically appropriate way, and also to get the property listed on the National Register of Historic Places. It's a very significant place architecturally and historically, and it really deserves to be on that list. In recognition of this effort, the Radnor Historical Society has agreed to donate a plaque. It'll look like this, but it will be made out of bronze like this. And it tells us some historical information about the mansion, the year it was built, the architects, Furness and Evans, and who the original owner was. And we're donating this on behalf of Carol Kreutzberg, who recently passed away. Her father, Harry Kreutzberg, started Mainline School Night, and the house is known as the Kreutzberg Center today because of him. So just want to let you know about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Are you planning any kind of fundraising to support the maintenance of those buildings?
Possibly, yeah. We're looking at those options, but we're just starting up right now, so we'll be looking at all that, hopefully.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President,
I
good
didn't know
evening.
you dated older women.
My name's Don DiCarlo on Yorkshire Road, and I am joined here by Martha Washington,
Yes.
otherwise known as King's Englehart. And we're here on behalf of the Garrett Hill Rosemont 4th of July Parade Committee, and probably one of your easier agenda items today. We're here to say thank you. Not only to the board in consideration of Resolution 2012-75, which I hope will be passed. We thank you at least for the consideration, but also thanks to the Township, especially the police and the Public Works and the highways. Very grateful for all the support the Township provides, both the leadership here at the board and the administration. Frankly, it can't happen without it, so we wanted here to express our thank you for that. Also, I don't know if it's ever been offered before, but I wanted to give the board a sense of that we're good stewards with the grant. And just to give you just a few minutes of a quick background, I won't take more than that. There was a time when the parade committee, the 4th of July parade, received state grants and other grants along with the township grant. The last state grant we received was in 2006 for $10,000. I assumed duties in 2007, so that was a lot of fun. Our expenses, which may not be known to a lot of individuals, in the year 2006 ran at $27,000 to put on the parade. That includes paying for the activity, the family activities in the park. We continued the tradition of free hot dogs and sodas. There was a time where we cooked them ourselves, but that became untenable after a while. Realizing that the state grants and the other grants had dried up, we did a series of cost cutting, trying to keep the parade that it is, and all that it brings to the community. We've lowered the costs since 2006 from $27,000 to about $22,000. And last year we ran even in collecting and including the township grant, a generous gift by Commissioner Fisher. We ran even budget. We collected just about exactly what we put forth. So that's how important the township grant is. It is a community-sponsored event. We do get some occasional large checks, but predominantly this is a block party funded by residents with a whole bunch of $35 checks. And it's really a terrific event. And again, we're here to say thank you, especially to the chief. We're expecting a bathing suit appearance again this year. Thank you. We've actually raised the price for your ball. You were so popular in the dunk tank that we feel that we could raise. Commissioner Fisher also was a big hit. And given the likes of it, there was a suggestion that maybe we can include some Villanova officials on the dunk tank and maybe a few deer to collect some money for our parade. So we're always looking for ideas. But basically, I won't take any more time. Thank you very much to the Township Administration and to you, the board. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks, Garrett Hill, for running the parade. It's really a great community activity. I was in it for 20 years. The last 2 years, I've been vacation on July 4th, and this year I will also be vacation on July 4th, so I'm sorry I'll miss it.
You don't want to go in the dunk tank. I've heard
That's right.
That. Yeah,
I don't want to go to the dunk tank.
Yeah.
But we really appreciate the job you do.
No, it's our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both for all your efforts.
Anyone else? All right, motion for the approval of the minutes?
I move to approve the meeting minutes for May 14, 2012.
Second.
All those, any commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Ayes have it.
I move to approve the May 21st regular meeting minutes.
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
A recusal here.
What's that?
I think I was absent for that.
Were you absent? It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The minutes reflect that. Can I have a motion to accept the departmental reports?
Not
We have
yet.
the May 24th meeting,
Oh, I'm
special
sorry, one
meeting.
more.
I'll move to approve the minutes for that meeting.
Second.
Minor change. The meeting was held at the Public Works Building, not at the municipal building, just for the record.
All right, so noted. Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to accept departmental reports?
Motion that we accept the departmental reports.
Second?
Second.
I just have a quick question for Bill White. Bill, are we running $2 million favorable to our forecast for the year? Is that accurate?
As of the end of May, based on the business privilege tax collections that were so strong in May, yes, that's what their forecast numbers are at.
Thank you.
Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Now we'll have the Radnor High School Scholarship Fund fireworks ticket presentation.
Hi, I'm Lou DeMicantonio, Vice President of Radnor High School Scholarship Fund, and one of our board members, Kathy Levnick, here. And at this time, we would like to invite everyone to come out to our 28th annual fireworks extravaganza at the high school. Rain date will be Saturday the 7th. There will be food, music, and games. And it's one of our biggest fundraisers. To date, we have raised over $2.5 million to provide scholarships to some of the more needy graduates of Radnor. I think Kathy would want to say something about the advanced ticket sales.
There are discounted tickets available at several locations throughout Radnor, and it's listed on our website, which is radnorscholarshipfund.com. That's it. Yes.
Yes, at this time, I was going to sell the first ticket
Wait, where
to
should I-
William Spengler here.
We encourage everyone to support the fireworks. It is a tremendous fundraiser for the Radnor Scholarship Fund. They
Okay.
do a great job.
Stay there.
Thank you very much. Oh, I have.
Yeah. I don't have any change.
It is tax deductible, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Not applying for a change.
Good. No, you can have the whole thing. I'm splurging this year,
Okay.
okay?
You got
All right.
it.
Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for
Say, Bill, noting that you won't be here that day, could I have the ticket by any chance? I'll buy another, but thank you. I appreciate that.
I'd just like to say thank you to the group that raises this money year after year. This has been decades, a history of such an important and direct and tangible benefit that goes directly to our deserving students, our public school students. And they do a lot of work all year long raising money for this, and then the whole process of making the grants. And it's a really important aspect for a lot of our college students, our students going off to college. So thank you for all that work.
And now we have a recognition for years of service to Detective Joseph Palantonio.
I think you didn't do the fee waiver.
What's that?
You didn't do the fee
Well,
waiver.
we'll skip that. We're going to do this now.
Bill, come back to it, right, Bill? Otherwise, you just wasted your money. Okay.
Well, it's hard to believe. In the late 60s, Joe was wrestling. I lived across the street from him. And he was wrestling with my son, and my son wound up with a cast on his wrist, you know? I mean, it's hard to believe that many years have gone by. I can't actually believe that you're retiring. But I will say that I've really always had a sense of pride as a commissioner and as a resident when I saw Joe Palantonio working in his service as a police officer and a detective. I mean, it's just so great when you know someone that grows up across the street from you and dedicates 30 years of service to Radnor Township. And I can't believe you're retiring, but the board would like to present to Joseph Palantonio recognition of 30 years of dedicated service to the Radnor Police Department, November 30th, 1981 to June 30th, 2012. Joe, you did an outstanding job. We appreciate it, and we're going to miss you greatly.
Thank you very much.
And if you think he's outstanding, his father, Joe, and his mother, Lena, are really outstanding, and his sister's here. And we appreciate all the support you've given your son over the years and help him serve the community. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Well, it's true when they say time goes by in the blink of an eye. I can't believe 30 years has gone by already. And I've had a great time here. I've met a lot of people, and I've worked under 5 police chiefs since I've been here. I have to tell you that every one of these men and women on this police department are very dedicated, and this township should be very appreciative of everything they do because they bend over backwards for everybody. Since my time when I first started, there's been many changes in law enforcement, from cell phones to smartphones, from laptops to iPods, from fingerprints to DNA. And the police and law enforcement have evolved to get involved in these investigations and come to a conclusion each time, and it's getting more complex each year. Very, very fortunate today, after spending 30 years at the same place, Radnor Township, to be here with my parents. And my sister Celia, my brother Dave, his wife, my wife Sue, and my son Dan. Unfortunately, my daughter is right in the middle of a midterm exam in grad school, so she can't be here. But as I look over my career and I look at all the sacrifices of the calls at 2:30 in the morning, missing family events because I'm on call, and dinner's burning at the house because I have to work late. There's one person who sacrificed a lot, and that's my wife, Sue. So thank you very much for the opportunity to work here for 30 years. It's been a pleasure, and I hope I did well for you.
And best wishes to you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you never had a impressed me. That's good. This is a great community. It really is. All right, what did I skip?
Item 4.
Okay. Do I have a resolution? Motion for the resolution?
I motion approval of Resolution 2012-81, Radnor High School Scholarship Fund, July 4th fireworks fee waiver.
Second.
Commissioner discussion, public discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Appointments to, application for waiver for the Radnor Wayne Little League Friends Meeting Room. Do I have a motion for that?
I motion we approve the waiver.
Second?
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Appointments to boards, commissions, and agencies. The Educational Service Agency. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion we appoint Robert Ziankowski, William White, and William Colarulo.
Do I have a second? Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And now we have consideration of promotions within the Radnor Township Police Department. Chief?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would ask your permission to have everyone please rise. We were going to have the presentation of the colors and the 3 potential candidates for promotion. Mr. Chairman, I respectfully recommend to the promotion for lieutenant would be Andrew Block and Christopher Flanagan, and promotion to sergeant would be Sean Dietrich. If everyone could be seated, please.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion that we approve the promotion of Andrew Black, Sean Dietrich, and Christopher Flanagan.
I'll second it.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Promotions are approved. We can proceed with the swearing in. Judge Osborne, thank you for coming. We appreciate it. You're taking your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight it is my pleasure, my honor, to preside over oaths of office for the 3 fine gentlemen who are going to be assisting in protecting Radnor Township. I'm a resident of the township. Radnor Township has always had a marvelous police force and marvelous policing services. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here tonight. So, to begin with Andrew J. Block, who will hold the Bible for you this evening.
Do we need
Please.
2 mics, Chief?
Thank you. Please place your right hand on the Bible, raise your left hand, and repeat after me. I, Andrew J. Block,
Andrew J. Block,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will uphold the constitutions and laws of the United States
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
that I will faithfully perform all the duties of a police lieutenant
that I will faithfully perform all the duties of a police lieutenant
of Radnor Township
of Radnor Township,
and obey all orders from my superior officers to the best of my ability.
and obey all orders from my superior officers to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again.
Congratulations. Best wishes to you and lots of luck.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the oath of Christopher B. Flanagan. By whom is the Bible held this evening?
My mother and my father.
All right. And who has accompanied you?
My wife and my 2 children, and my sister and brother-in-law.
Marvelous. Welcome to all. All right, please repeat after me. I, Christopher B. Flanagan,
I, Christopher B. Flanagan,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I am a citizen of the United States of America.
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
I will uphold the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
that I will faithfully perform all the duties
That I will faithfully perform all of the duties
of a police lieutenant of Radnor Township
of a police lieutenant of Radnor Township,
and obey all orders from my superior officers to the best of my ability.
and obey all orders of my superior officers to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
What happened to those Velcro badges? You stick right over here. You can shake my hand first. Congratulations and lots of luck to you. Okay? Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, the next oath will be that of Sean Dietrich, and who comes with you this evening?
My father, Robert, and my mother.
Welcome. All right, please place your right hand on the Bible, raise your left hand, and repeat after me. I, Sean Dietrich,
I, Sean Dietrich,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
of the United States and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
of the United States and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
that I will faithfully perform all the duties
that I will faithfully perform all the duties
of a police sergeant of Radnor Township
of a police sergeant of Radnor Township
and obey all orders from my superior officers
and obey all orders from my superior officers
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that each of the officers who has received an oath this evening would like to say a few words to all assembled. So start with Lieutenant Bluck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. I just wanted to thank our Board of Commissioners for the undying support that they have for our police department, which in my opinion is a first-class police department serving a first-class township. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your support of the police department. I'd also like to thank our township manager, Mr. Zinkowski, for all his support with the police department and the promotions, as well as our superintendent of police, Chief Colarulo. Most importantly, I want to thank my mother and my sister, and my brother-in-law and my late father, because obviously the way I've been raised and the skills that I have has brought me to this point, and it's a highlight of my life and my career. And I'd like to acknowledge every one of the police officers that I work with, the fine men and women of the police department, as well as the fire department that's here tonight. It's truly about emergency services and that we serve the community. It doesn't matter who it is or when they need the call, we're there for them. So I want to thank everybody this evening for this opportunity and let you know that we will continue to serve the community 100%, 24 hours a day. Thank you.
Just on behalf of myself to the commissioners, their support, Mr. Zinkowski, Chief Colarulo, for both of your leadership, to continue to help drive this department forward. My first pledge is to the men and women standing behind me in the fire service, most importantly the Radnor Police Department tonight. I pledge myself to do the best I can to make sure everybody gets home safe and to continue on with the fine traditions of this police department. All my friends who are here, thank you very much. And without the foundation of my family, my wonderful wife Judy, my two boys, the best things in the world, my parents, my sister, the foundation of my family, I'm just forever grateful. And I was excited to be up here, and I got to make honorable mention to Detective Palantonio. When you see what I call a hero like that stand up here and you want to be like him, that's for all the younger people, my boys and everything. That's what this job's about. It's a great police department. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'd like to thank the commissioners, Mr. Zinkowski, Chief Colarillo, Mr. Deming for all the work he did with the Civil Service Commission, my parents, my sister, and especially all my coworkers for all their support during this long process. Thank you very much.
I got it. Well, again, I'd like to thank Judge Osborne for being here and taking the time. We really appreciate it. It adds a lot of stature to our appointments tonight. With Joe retiring and getting a chief recently and 2 new lieutenants and a sergeant, this is a passing of the guard. And the Radnor Police Department has done an excellent, tremendous job for the 60 years that I've been in Radnor. And I know these gentlemen will follow on that tradition and continue to provide the great services that they provide to the residents of Radnor Township. Thank you very much, guys, and best of luck to you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would ask everyone to remain standing as we retire the colors. Thank you.
And anyone who wants to follow the colors right on out, you're welcome to time at this time. You can just follow them right on out. Thank you. All right. Yeah. What's that? Yeah. We have a motion to adopt the proposed Radnor Township Police Department organizational chart. Can I have a motion?
Move that we adopt the chart, the new organizational chart.
Second.
Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment?
I assume we're going to get a presentation on this.
If you would like, Commissioner, sure.
No, we're just going to vote. We got to figure.
I think Bill would at least give us a 5-minute explanation.
I think the
Okay.
public should see what's going on.
Public's leaving. All right, go ahead, Chief.
I'll make it very brief. Corporal Galler's going to put it up on the overhead for everyone to see.
I'm sorry, Corporal. I didn't mean to shortchange. I just moved things along. I didn't know we had a presentation. Nobody clued me in.
For the sake of the commissioners and the residents in attendance, this is the old organizational chart as it existed. Briefly, I'll just say that under the old terms, we had approximately 14 supervisors, which would be a deputy superintendent and either 2 lieutenants or no deputy superintendent and 3 lieutenants, 6 sergeants and 4 corporals, and including myself would be a total of 14 supervisors. If we had 50 officers, which we don't, and you subtract the 14 supervisors from that 50, that would be 36 officers left over, which means that the average supervisor would only supervise maybe 2.5 people. Our projected strength is only 45, not 50. So if you left this kind of organizational chart up with that kind of supervision, you're looking at 1 supervisor for every 2.2 officers, which, quite frankly, is ridiculous. So what I proposed, the township manager has been having a series of meetings with us to not only give the township better service, but to be more cost-effective and more fiscally responsible. And he tasked us with that responsibility of not just coming and asking for more people and not just doing it the old way to think outside of the box. So what I did was I came up with a new organizational chart that segues into the promotions we made tonight. And we flattened out the organization for a significant savings to the residents. And we went from a total of 14 supervisors down to 9 supervisors. But it is not going to affect the coverage on the street or the responsibility that the supervisors have. As you see, it's superintendent of police, and under me would be the 2 lieutenants that just got promoted tonight. You would have the commander of operations and the commander of special operations. The commander of operations would have an administrative supervisor. In the past, we had 4 corporals. We're down to 2 corporals. I will not promote corporals again. It is a rank that has not been properly utilized by the police department in the past. The 2 corporals we have will serve in that administrative capacity to the lieutenants. Through attrition or promotion, eventually those corporals will be replaced by sergeants. We went from 6 sergeants down to 4 sergeants, 1 sergeant per each platoon. The traffic safety unit and the detective unit will not have a sergeant anymore. They will have an administrative supervisor, and they will answer to the lieutenant. This will have a significant cost effect to the township by anywhere between $130,000 to $180,000 in savings. And it would enable us to put more officers on the street. In addition to that, the lieutenants are not going to work Monday to Friday with weekends off. They're going to work a 12-hour shift, and there will be a lieutenant working 7 days a week. The 2 administrative supervisors would work Monday through Friday, either 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. There's more accountability, and there's more bang for your buck, and that's basically it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other commissioner comment? Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Committee reports, finance and audit.
First up, we have the scheduled bills payable disbursement list 2012-6A. I move to approve this list. The payments in $2,962,246.17. The proposed payments have been reviewed by the respective department heads, approved through the township's purchase order system, and verified and processed by the finance department. So I'll go ahead and move for the approval of list 2012-6A.
Second.
Commissioner comment?
I just had a question for Bill. Could you remind me, all these, the first, I don't know, 5, what are these? 10 pages are all BPT, LST refunds?
Well,
causes
the
that?
LST refunds represent most of those, and those are, without getting into too much detail, basically, if a taxpayer doesn't meet certain income thresholds, the local services tax is not to be withheld. Usually that happens before the tax is withheld, but in events like this, there are some companies in town that withhold it no matter what, and then ask the taxpayers then to reach out to the township to get refunds. So that's what happened here, and it seems to come in batches. So as we process those, typically a large number show up at one time because we're doing them in batches as they come in.
Bill, also, is the LST prepaid based on the prior year, or is that BPT, or neither? In some towns, I know you prepay based on your prior year's revenues.
The business privilege is, you pay for the current year and then you make an estimate on what your current or future year activity might be, and then as each year rolls by, you're reconciling the difference there and then making a payment on the future year estimate.
I see.
LST is meant to be current year activity.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you, what happens if the company withholds the LST, asks the employee to request repayment, and they fail to do that? Where does that money end up? The employer continue to hold it?
No, it's sent to us. We keep it.
It's refunded to us?
Well, the money is remitted to the township. If no refund is requested, then the township keeps the money. I mean,
Okay.
Until such time as the refund's requested.
Okay.
So if those refunds aren't requested, then we don't necessarily even know that that person is owed a refund because the money's
Right.
coming directly from the company.
Okay.
So,
Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
I also have disbursements for approval, billing list 2012-6B. This is a supplement to the first 2012-6A. This is in the amount of $7,304.15. And again, these payments have been approved by the respective department heads and approved through the Township's purchase order process system. Bill, any comment you want to make on this?
no, just that this is something we don't like to do. We like to have it all ready to go when the original packets come out. However, with there being one meeting per month during the summer and with late charges and shut-off notices, we felt it was important to get these in. And so I appreciate your consideration in considering this supplement to the disbursement list.
All right, I'll move to approve bill list 2012-6B.
Second.
Commissioner comment?
Bill, do you need some kind of flexibility in the future to deal with that situation?
What we're talking about administratively, if it's okay, we'll make a presentation to the board on some ideas on adding some flexibility there.
Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Next up, we have the 2011 audited financial statement executive summary presentation by Director of Finance Bill White.
Thank you. What I'll do, considering the length of the agenda, is keep this to about 10 minutes. What I wanted to do is, if you'll recall at the last Board of Commissioner meeting, representative from Clifton Larson Allen was here and gave the board and the public a brief presentation on the results of the audit itself, the unqualified opinion letter, the improvements made toward the management comments. So what I wanted to do is just take a few minutes and actually touch on some of the numbers. The process on how we got to where we're at today is the 2011 audit began back in December. Clifton Larson Allen was here, did some preliminary field work back in December. Then from January through April, the township worked on developing the information in the journal entries to convert the 2011 activity from a cash basis to a GAAP basis. In April, the independent auditor, which is Clifton Larson Allen, completed their field work. We've been working with them since on compiling the information to finalize the report. The auditors met with regard to the audit piece of this project, not the numbers, but the audit piece. They met with the CARFAC. They discussed the management items there. They met with the Board of Commissioners, discussed the management items there, and then gave a presentation at the May 21st meeting to the public, to the board and the public. So we're in the process now of finalizing the report itself, the basic financial statements, which includes the management discussion and analysis, the actual statements themselves, and then the footnotes to those statements are all but complete. We have those draft reports now. We're adding to it the items that make it a comprehensive annual financial report, which are some statistical analysis, as well as a subjective letter that talks a little bit more about the non-number side of Radnor Township. The total package will be a CAFR, and we'll have that completed by the end of the month. So the draft numbers as they exist now, I'll touch on two of the major statements. There's the statement of net assets, which in the private sector would be your balance sheet. These numbers include the entire township, all governmental funds. So really it includes everything that is Radnor Township with the exception of the non-governmental funds, which in our case are the two pension funds, and escrows, any kind of escrow money that the township's holding for development projects and those types of things. So going back from 2008 through 2011, the township has had a net asset deficiency. You could see from 08 to 10 that number grew pretty quickly as a result of the reporting of the OPEB liabilities, as well as the other major contributor to that is the fact that our capital assets net of depreciation is the values of those are short of what we owe on our general obligation bonds. From 2010 to 11, that number improved, and I'll touch on why here in a moment. But again, what's driving the fact that those are negative are those liabilities. And just to be clear, the one item that's not included in here again is the pension, because those aren't governmental assets. Those are held in trust outside of the governmental activity. The OPEB number is in here because as of today, it is a governmental activity and is paid for out of the township's general fund. So until those types of things are rectified, until there's assets set aside for those types of liabilities, the township will continue to have a net asset deficiency. The statement of activities, which is the government-wide, if you were comparing it to the private sector, again, this would be the profit and loss statement. This is the statement of activities, your revenues and expenditures. Expenses are aggregated together into expenses, whereas on the revenue side, we break the revenues up into program revenues, and then there are general revenues. The program revenues, which are shown on this page, are those revenues that are collected as a direct result of offering those types of services. For example, they'd be charges for services under Parks and Recreation. It'd be the recreational programming revenues. For the protection of persons and property, they would be the activity or the revenues that are generated through the enforcement by the police department. So those kind of things that could be matched directly to a department's activity, as well as grants and governmental contributions. For example, the township receives recycling grant money every year from the work that the Public Works Department does in collecting the garbage. That would show up as a program revenue that would offset the expense of health and sanitation. So the two things that I took away from these numbers quickly, first of all, is that total expenses of the township remain relatively flat, actually showed a decrease of about 1.9% from 10 to 11. And on the program revenue side, we saw a pretty steep incline, about 18.2%. There are some pretty big one-time grant dollars in there. The tub grinder is in there, and that was about $400,000. So there are some one-time fluctuations that are in that number, but at the same time, it does show some shift away from general revenues to program-type revenues being generated through fees. When you take a look at the general revenue piece, these are the different types of, these are our real estate taxes, and then the taxes that are collected under the Act 511 enabling, which is the real estate transfer, mercantile, business privilege, local services, and amusement. The other item there, the investment income or loss, that's the year-by-year accounting activity, for the most part, associated with the township swaption. And as you can see there, the biggest piece of that is the real estate taxes. Real estate and business privilege are the two biggest pieces, as shown by the graph, the pie chart on the far, I guess, right.
You were going to provide us somewhere along the line, sort of a scenario analysis of that swaption, and if there were certain circumstances that made sense for us to exit that. Where does that stand?
That is something we are still working on. To that point, actually, these numbers changed just last week as a result of the quality review at the audit level. So it's a bit of a moving target, and I think between the township, the professionals that we hired to put the information together, and the auditors, the three of us are still working on just understanding all the different pieces of it. So we don't want to put information out yet that we don't fully understand ourselves. So, real quickly, graphically, when you look at those same numbers, again, revenues showed an increase both at the program level and the general revenue level, and then the expenses year over year are about flat, and that actually with a slight decrease. So when you tie the statement of activities to the statement of net assets, you can see that in 2010 we actually had our expenditures were larger or higher than our total revenues, so that contributed to the further decrease in our net assets from $8.7 million to $10.5 or $6 million. And with the activity that in keeping expenses in line and the increases on the revenue side for 2011, we were actually able to decrease some of that deficiency with the activity. And the pie charts at the bottom are just for general information. When you take a look at how the program revenues compare to general revenues for 11, and then when you take a look at the 2011, the various different expenditure types from general government to protection of persons and property, and then health and sanitation. And as you can see, more than 50% of our expenses are in providing protection and providing health and sanitation to the township, with the other large piece being the highways. The last piece of the discussion for tonight is with fund balance. I know there's been typically a lot of conversation takes place around fund balance. We had some conversations during last year's budget presentation in which the Board of Commissioners adopted Resolution 2011-156. So when the 2011 statements are released, you'll see in each of the fund balance sheets there are different categories of fund balance. Real briefly, when you look at the total, there's 13.7 million in total fund balance. And again, these are only the governmental funds, so this is not including our pension funds. The non-spendable piece of that represents the loans receivable. That's the debt that the township took on and is being repaid from the Wayne Arts Center and the Radnor Fire Company. That's what makes up most of that number. The restricted fund balance, the 4.3 million, is made up of any kind of residual fund balances that exist within the special revenue funds, most of that being in our sanitary sewer fund. There is some in the capital fund from leftover bond proceeds from prior issuances, and then smaller amounts in the liquid fuels fund, the debt service fund, and the other special revenue funds. Then under the assigned category, there's 5 different categories. The encumbrances, I know we've talked about in some of the public meetings, those represent purchase orders from prior years that are still open, in which the authority to move forward with that purchase was made against a prior year's budget, but as of the balance sheet date, which is December 31/11, that transaction hadn't yet happened. So those funds are encumbered against whatever that project or purchase was for. Then as a result of Resolution 2011-156, the fund balance is segregated into 4 different funding priorities: the compensated absence, capital funding, and then OPEB and pension. And as the fund balance ended up for the general fund last year, those are the amounts that would be allocated toward those different priorities. So once the statements are finalized and published, we'll come back to the Board of Commissioners with some recommendations on how to treat those dollars specifically. As of now, they're sitting in the general fund and are just assigned for those various purposes. Then the last description is unassigned, which basically is the Board of Commissioners' discretion. At the end of last year, if you'll recall, the Board of Commissioners adopted a new fund balance policy, which designated a 15% of expenditures target level, which is what the $3.48 million represents. And then the $61,000 under other, that's the fund balance that currently resides in the special assessment fund, which is basically being used to pay down debt service at this time. So that's where the township's December 31, 2011 fund balances are at. And again, with those items identified as 2011-156, we'll come back with some recommendations on perhaps how to account for those a little bit more transparently, as opposed to just an assigned number on a balance sheet.
Can I ask a question about that last slide?
Yeah, absolutely.
The compensated absence liability chunk, the 50% that we had voted to set aside. So that is 1.5 million from 2011 that goes into that section, that's set aside. This year we on our expense sheet we're seeing payouts. So we had $43,000 in sanitation. We had an officer retire. We had another officer retire. So those are paying out of our operational budget this year. So my question is that money going to continue to come out of our operational budget, and we're going to just leave that 1.5 in to build up a fund, or are we going to be taking those payouts out of that section or that set aside?
Well, first of all, that's an excellent question. and let me back up real quick before I answer, because you bring up another good point. The percentages, the 50% under comp abs, the 30%, and then the 10 and the 10% that you see next to OPEB and pension, those are the percentages of excess fund balance above the target. So that's where we came up with those numbers at. And that's what Resolution 156 dictated. Now, to answer the question directly, that's part of what our recommendation is going to be moving forward, is put those kind of options in front of the board. For 2012 to date, those dollars are sitting in the general fund, and those expenditures that we've incurred to date have come out of the general fund. So right now, the activity is flowing through the general fund. As we'll talk about in the future, there may be a better way to handle that, and it may be segregating that out into a special fund, and then paying those type of payments out of that special fund, and at the same time lumping the compensated absences and the other post-employment benefit together in one separate fund. But those will be the things that we'll put together some options and present to the board at a future date. This is just a pie chart showing that same information graphically as in terms of what the fund balances were at the end of the year, 2011. So that's the executive summary on where those statements are at. We're, like I mentioned earlier, we're in the final stages of completing the audit process. Once the administration and the independent auditors finalize the management disclosure and sign off on that, at that point the statements themselves will become public, and then we will publish those to the Board of Commissioners, to the website, and to the public. It will not be later than the end of this month. It could be much sooner once we wrap these items up. So, and at that point, any kind of questions that come up once you see all of the statements that are in there, we'll be more than happy to answer those. So, thank you for the 12 minutes. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill.
Any commissioner questions? Public questions? All right, John.
I have resolution. I'll move to adopt Resolution 2012-67. This amends the fee schedule to include dorm inspection fees for colleges and universities. The purpose of this fee is to cover the costs incurred by the Township's Community Development Department to ensure life safety inspections at the various college dormitory facilities as required by code. It's anticipated that the Township will use a combination of third-party inspection and in-house inspectors to perform the inspections, with additional Township administration overhead needed for paperwork and processing. So we're setting the fee level at $24 per unit.
Second.
Any comment? Thank you. Any comment from staff on this?
Well, comment from the board first.
Well, just background information from staff.
Comment from the board first. I thought the discussions we had that with Villanova and the other institutions, that they were doing their inspections and they were going to give us their reports and we were going to review those. And if we had a problem with what they gave to us, then we might consider doing some inspections. But how do we get to $24 and we're going to inspect all these dorms?
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Well, we will do that through a third party in which we will do the inspections. If there's some agreement that is reached between the colleges and universities and the township, we could readdress that at that time.
So you've been working on trying to get an agreement and you haven't gotten an agreement, and that's why you're moving forward with this $24 fee?
Correct.
Is the $24, I'm assuming there's been a calculation done that it directly relates to how much that will cost us to do each unit investigation?
That's correct. That's why originally, I think it was about a year ago, we discussed somewhere in the range of $100. I know working with the township solicitor, that number has come down to cover exact costs.
Well, my position is that they're doing the inspections, and if they're doing proper inspections, why do we have to charge a fee to duplicate it unless they give us those reports and we don't like what those reports have to say? So I'm not going to vote for this evening. So.
Well, Bill, we have thousands of dormitory rooms in the township, and we haven't done any inspections.
We have thousands of houses in Radnor that we're supposed to do inspections. We're not doing inspections on. The fact of the matter is the universities do a proper inspection. We're duplicating it and charging a fee.
Well, you're making a big assumption.
No, I'm not making an assumption.
You don't know what the universities...
No, I'm telling you what I think. It's not an assumption. That's what I think, and it's going to take a long time to change my mind.
Okay. Well, but I think that it's incumbent on our board to do our part to protect the health and safety of the students that come to this township and to get an education and reside in dormitories, and that I don't think we want a situation where a college, a university is not doing an inspection, and there's a tragedy, and there is a question as to what was the governmental body doing to allow this unhealthy or unsafe or dangerous situation to exist.
Yeah.
This fee schedule is just a start. It's still up to our staff to actually implement the inspection program.
Well, Jim, the fact of the matter is I've been here for 60 years, and I don't know any problems with the dorms in Radnor Township for 60 years. Now, you could always have a problem. But if the universities are inspecting the dorms properly numerous times during the year, sprinkler inspections and fire inspections and GFI inspections and all that, you know, I thought we came to an agreement, okay, we would get copies of those inspections and review them. And if we felt, you know, we had to do something on top of that, fine. But we're putting a layer on top that we don't need, Jim.
I would challenge your statement that the universities are doing these inspections. We don't know
On what
that.
basis? On what basis are you challenging?
Well,
you don't know. You don't know. That's
you
fine.
have the burden of proof. You've made the statement that the universities are doing all these inspections and everything is safe.
The university
Everything is safe.
They've told us they've done the inspections and they're giving us copies for us to review. So we will
Bob,
have copies of
are we
all their
actually getting
inspections.
copies of these reports? Bob, are we getting copies of these reports?
You know, I think from where we were having conversations about trying to come up and work with a way in which reporting, and it seems like we kind of got stopped, but I believe there was some suggestion on behalf of the colleges and universities to work on another option, which we have not heard of that option, so we're ready to move forward with this. But going back to that one question that was made about inspections, in the time I've been here for the few years, it's interesting of how we've done 0 inspections in a lot of areas of this township in regards of fire safety and all of that. And I think we're trying to change that, and this is a start in which we can start doing that. So we can go from not having problems of doing 0 to start doing something and take responsibilities for the safety of the public as well as here as the students. So we're more than happy and more than willing to continue to work with the colleges and the universities to come up with something. But at this point, we're ready to move forward.
Well, the problem we had was that a former acting manager recommended we get rid of 4 inspectors, which was a big mistake. We shouldn't have done that because we're supposed to be inspecting the rental housing, and we don't do that. So before we take...
Bill, hang on. You just made a material misstatement.
Okay.
We
tell me.
do that. We need to do it better. But to state that we don't do it is just patently false.
John, the fact of the matter is, how many units do we have, and how many have we inspected in the last 3 years? Hardly any.
No, that's not true. That's offensive to the staff, I think. I'd like to put
We
my
don't have the
comments-
staff, and we didn't have the money. All I'm saying is we should concentrate on getting those inspections done.
Well,
instead of
I just
going
want
in
to
this
put my
area.
opinion out there.
Sure.
I think we have an obligation as a township to ensure the health and safety and welfare of all residents, not just permanent residents, and that includes the residents of dorms on campuses. We have an obligation. We also have a right to impose a fee. But, you know, in that continuum, we have the ability to work with the institutions when we can to make sure that those inspections are being done. And if and when those reports are provided to the township, then maybe there's a conversation where the fees are waived because those reports are being done. But I have an obligation to the residents to make sure that we have a fee to cover the cost of inspections. Otherwise, I wouldn't be meeting my financial responsibility. So I support having the fee. I also support working this out with the institutions if, in fact, the institutions are performing qualified inspections that meet and exceed our requirements and state requirements.
As a logistical question, the student housing that's not with a university, for instance, in my ward, there's a Presbyterian Children's Village where there's dormitories, but they're not a college. Would that fall under this inspection program as well?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Bob, I need to clarify one item if I could. In Bill's explanatory memorandum, he says that, therefore, the proposed legislation will amend Administrative Code Chapter 162, implementing an inspection fee of $24 per unit per year. A unit is defined as a dormitory room.
That's correct.
But what if our inspector, we're looking down the road now, has to visit a dormitory room for a follow-up inspection, and then another follow-up inspection, and then a complaint comes in from the students to somebody, and we respond? We could visit that room 5 times, let's say. This says it's per year, so we're only going to be able to charge $24 for the 5 inspections.
That's correct. And I think as part of this, as we move through this process, I think both sides will be able to see this. It's something we'll come back to the board within a year after we've completed the inspections to maybe fine-tune that a little bit more if we're going back out more than would be required.
So for starters, you're
That's
okay
correct.
with $24 per room per year?
That's correct.
Any other board comment?
I have mine. I don't see myself supporting it. In order to support it, we need to suspect that there's a problem. At this point, I haven't seen information indicating that there's a problem in the dormitories. I also would want to know that we would do it better. I'm not sure that we would do it better than the universities. And then thirdly, can we explore, we can require them to inspect. We can tell them what we want to inspect, and we can specify the timing and the reporting. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I see that as a potential alternative to this current form.
But maybe back to your point about a year ago when we discussed this, when it was a 2-phase implementation. We talked about some of the concerns we had, and at this point, I'm not going to rehash again the issues that we had previously that we spoke about a year ago in regards to alarms and that.
Any other board comment? Public comment?
Hi, my name is Catherine Gillespie, counsel for Cabrini College, and I just wanted to clarify that about a year ago, there were, when this was more of a hotter issue, there were ongoing discussions. The township did ask the colleges for their proof that they did these inspections, and actually, I think all of the colleges, in fact, gave somewhat voluminous reports to the township. Our understanding was that the township was going to come back to us and say what they found in their review of what we gave to the township, but we haven't heard anything back. So our request on behalf of the colleges is to table this resolution for a month, perhaps to give the township a chance to maybe relook at the documents that were submitted regarding fire inspection, room inspection, sprinkler inspection, et cetera, to see what they see in those documents. Is there some extra thing that this fee would add, or is it simply duplicative? I mean, the colleges have federal and state laws that they're complying with, which are fairly high standards. So there was an exchange of documents, there was an exchange of proof, if you want to call it that, and we're waiting for the township to come back to us to tell us what was, what were the gaps, if any, in any of those reports.
Nothing in this resolution would do anything to discontinue any discussions or communications or information you want to give us as to your inspection regimen, your compliance with state and federal laws. So this is just a fee schedule. It's
They already have that information.
Can you speak for the audience, please?
Nicholas Cornelia for Villanova University. Villanova, like all the institutions in the township, does numerous inspections. In fact, Villanova does 22 separate inspections, different types of inspections, many of them done multiple times a year. Those records are at Villanova. They're available to the township. As a matter of fact, the agreement was rather than send them to the township and take up all this cabinet space, that the individual institutions would hold on to them and the township would have the ability to inspect them when they desired to have them inspected. But all the institutions does multiple inspections. Obviously, it's very important to all the institutions for the safety of their students. And as has been stated, they have certain regulations they have to meet anyway on this. We can go through the inspections if you want to be bored, but as I said, there's 22 different types of inspections that are done, most of them done several times a year by Villanova and the other institutions as well. And those records are available. I mean, it's not like
that's all well and good, but this this action we're taking tonight would not impede your ability as counsel for Villanova to convince us and to communicate to us of how you're on top of the problem. This is just an amendment to our fee schedule.
Well, we can go through that, actually, if you want to hear how we're on top of the problem.
Well, Nick, the township manager has stated that he's willing to sit down and come up with an agreement, and he's been trying to do that, and it's not happening. Why isn't it happening?
My understanding is where we left it is that we had the records, they were available to the township. I wasn't aware that we were going further than that.
Okay.
I mean, that's where we had left it the last time we met.
Well,
So
Bob, can you schedule a meeting with the universities and see where you all stand and see where we can go from?
We can do that, but I would still recommend we approve the fee this evening.
Approving the fee schedule doesn't mean that we are invoicing anyone for the fee. So I don't see what harm it does to approve the fee schedule. The larger issue of whether we accept inspection reports by the, you get into a sticky situation when you allow institutions, anyone, to regulate themselves. We don't do that for many, for health inspections. We have someone independent come in and inspect. So, I don't see any harm in passing this fee. It's in the books. Should we decide to enforce, that's a whole separate issue. And I do think that we need to sit down and have a discussion about whether enforcement is necessary at all, whether we can come to some agreement on self-regulation, and whether we can have some sort of mutual understanding about that self-regulation. But it sounds to me like that has not happened. So, maybe this is the impetus we need to have that happen.
If the board recalls, you amended the rental housing ordinance last May, and you added dormitory rooms as one of the types of units that could be inspected. You held the fee in abeyance. I think it was like $100 a room at that point, but it was substantially more than $24. So whether the township does one inspection in the next 6 months or 1,000 inspections, there's got to be some basis to charge. And I don't think, my understanding from talking with Bill and Bob is that fee gets paid only when there's inspections. So the township inspects 500 rooms. There ought to be some fee, even if the township is satisfied at some point with what they're doing. We did get a lot of generic information about inspections that they do. So there may be a need to have some spot checks, depending on what the township decides going forward. But you don't have anything on the books right now.
Well, where does it say that they're not going to just bill each of the universities $24 for each room each year? Because that's what the $100 was going to do. When did that change?
I don't know how that changed, Bill. I'm just...
Well, no. How do you tell me that? Where do I know that it changed? That we're only going to bill once we inspect. That we're not going to charge them a fee each year for each dorm, like we do the home. If you have a rental property, we charge you $25 whether we inspect or not.
My understanding is the intent of this fee is to just charge when the inspections are done with the dormitories.
And where does it say that?
I'm not sure it says it
Well,
in here.
it says it in the memorandum. It's the sentence I read. It's an inspection fee of $24. Inspection fee.
Yeah.
It's not a schedule or a legislative fee. We have to do the work.
Well, the last time we discussed it was $100 per room billable each year for inspection fee. But that's fine. If that's the understanding that we have, that's great. I'm still voting no. Any other public comment? Call the question.
Good evening. I'm Howard Holden from Cabrini College. I'm the Director of Facilities. We have provided a significant amount of information to the township regarding our inspection processes. Our inspection processes include many authorities more familiar with dormitory inspection issues, than the Township of Radnor. One of the issues that I have is this has not been planned. Much as Radnor is struggling with financial issues, so are we. And to simply say we may or may not charge you these dorm inspection fees is going to have an impact on our bottom line, as much as yours. And I would consider, or request that you consider a reconsideration of this. And it's not only this fee. There are other fees that we see Radnor Township is coming to higher education to support. And there is no timeline. We don't know what your plans are. We can't budget for them. We know we're a partner with you here in the township, but there's no plan. It's random. Thank you.
Howard, can I ask a question? Is your fiscal year a calendar fiscal year, or is it more on an academic fiscal year?
It's more an academic.
So you basically
Our fiscal year begins July 1, and many of the higher education institutions do. So when we got this notice that, okay, all of a sudden you're going to get charged.
So your budget for next year's already been
It's already,
right?
it is what it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-2.
Bob, are you going to give us some kind of notice of some sort that you plan to implement or execute on this?
Yes, we will.
I have Resolution 2012-68. I move to adopt 2012-68. This is amending the fee schedule to include school crossing guard fees. Any comment from staff on this one? The cost for, the cost will be $16.25 per hour. That includes $14.46 per hour, plus $1.79 for payroll liability expenses.
Did you make the motion, John?
I did.
Second?
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
I move to adopt Resolution 2012-69, establishing procedures to dispose of personal property when no bids have been received and when the fair market value is less than $1,000.
Second?
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
I move to adopt Resolution 2012-70, authorizing the bid auction of 6 Heckler & Koch universal machine gun pistols no longer needed by the Radnor Township Police Department. I moved.
Second.
Any comment from the chief on this?
Just briefly, Commissioner, if this is approved by the board, the advertisement would appear in the newspaper around June 20th. The auction would take place between June 20th until July 1st. That fulfills the 10-day requirement in accordance with the new ordinance. As for the online auction itself, the starting bid would be a minimum of $6,000, so we're guaranteed to receive at least a minimum bid required set by the resolution. It's a sealed bid, as you know. The successful bidder, and I know this is a concern with some of the commissioners.
Bill, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Maybe it's just terminology. You said sealed bid versus auction. An auction is public, and they get to bid each other. So
It's a sealed bid auction. I know it's kind of a contrast in terminology, but they'll sit in this room, they'll post their sealed bid, and then it posts on who has the highest bid. But
So-
in other words, they don't bid against one another. It's a sealed bid, and then the highest bid gets the contract.
only bid once?
I believe so, yes.
Really not an auction, it's a bid.
Okay. And then the successful bidder, again, I know this was a concern, and it still is with some of the commissioners, but the bidder must be a federally licensed law enforcement firearms dealer or a law enforcement agency. And the Board of Commissioners reserves the right to reject any and all bids for whatever they deem is the reason.
I'd like to make a motion to modify this to up the minimum bid amount to $10,000 and to limit the purchasers to only law enforcement agencies, no dealers.
I will second that.
Can the licensed law enforcement dealers sell to non-law enforcement officers?
These are considered Class II weapons because of their firepower and the fact that they're automatic. They could only be sold to law enforcement agencies based on the type of weapon they are, guided by the ATF because of the status of the type of weapon they are. So in other words, a gun dealer that collects guns can't buy a machine gun.
Bill, I know that's not correct from personal experience. If you buy a treasury stamp, you can buy a machine gun.
Commissioner, you may be correct. I'm not aware of that.
Yes.
But I believe...
Unless they've changed the law in the
From what I
last
learned,
few
because
years.
they're Class II under the ATF, they could only be sold to law enforcement agencies. But Commissioner, you may be correct on that.
Right.
I'll have to research it.
So,
Is it-
Chief,
go ahead.
you're saying that these are machine guns?
Yeah.
Yes, they're automatic weapons. They are.
Well, they're not semi-automatic.
No, they're fully automatic machine guns. They were bought by the Township in 1999, right after the Columbine incident.
After Columbine.
And they've never been used. They've been in our vault. And we're never going to use machine guns in Radnor Township. If it ever got to that point, we would call the state police, and God forbid that ever happens. But I can guarantee you my officers are not going to fire machine guns in Radnor.
Well, I would feel a lot better if you could come back to us with evidence from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms indicating that these machine guns, they're Coke and Heckler 40 caliber, German-made, universal machine pistols, cannot be sold to any other body than a federal or state law enforcement agency or local. If you can convince me or provide proof to me, I'm okay with this. But I cannot see our Board of Commissioners authorizing the sale of machine guns where a bidder could come in who is a licensed by the ATF firearms dealer and make purchases of these 6 weapons. These are killing machines. These have absolutely no sporting value, use. They're not for self-defense because they're overkill machines, and they're similar to the machine, well, I won't say that, but we have so many instances in this country where people are killed by semi-automatic weapons, and these are even more dangerous and more effective than that. So that's my request. If you can come back with evidence from the ATF, then I'm okay with this.
Are you all suggesting we table it for this month then, Jim?
Well, how much are the guns worth?
That's my request.
How much do you think?
We could probably get at least $7,000 per gun.
Well, why don't we just destroy the guns? Why don't we make
Per
it
gun?
Why don't we just get rid of them?
Did you say per gun?
Why don't we just get rid of them?
I believe so.
Well, the city of
So you're talking
Philadelphia,
$40,000.
No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At least $7,000 for the lot of guns. I apologize.
The chief has told us that this weapon can only be sold to law enforcement and only used by law enforcement. Correct, Chief? That was a specific conversation I had with you.
Oh, that's correct, but I will check on what
Very good.
Commissioner Nagel said.
I'm supportive of that requirement, but I would think it would be sufficient to have that as a condition, that he comes back with whatever authority, the ATF that says that this can only go to law enforcement. But I don't see the need to table this, and I also don't see the need to change the minimum bid threshold. But the condition, the spirit of the condition is one that I support, that if this weapon, I don't want to do anything that would put this weapon out in the hands of where it could be used by someone other than law enforcement. So I'm supportive of that limitation, but my understanding is that limitation is already included in the nature of this weapon.
Chief, how do you recommend we handle Commissioner Curley's suggestion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, suggestion is all we're doing is asking authorization to go out for bids for this. The bids still have to come back to this board for approval. At that time, if there was going to be someone who bid with the sale, you would have all the documentation and proof coming back. These cannot be sold until this board comes back and approves who it would be sold to, and you'd have the background. This is just the authorization to go out and get the pricing. If it comes back where it is another governmental agency, law enforcement agency, it should be very easy. If it's a dealer, they would have to provide all the documentation that would be necessary to give the assurance that these are not sold to where they get themselves in the hands of the bad guys.
All right, why don't we just go out? Why don't we go out to bid, and when we get the bid, we'll know exactly what we're voting on. We can vote yes or no at that time.
Well, and we could also vote at that time to destroy the weapons, right?
Yeah.
But is it possible to just open the auction to only law enforcement agencies? I mean, that would solve the issue. So why don't we just do that? No dealers, just agencies.
Commissioner, I could look into that. I don't know if that's
The
possible.
reason is that we would lose money by selling it to some,
I have a compromise. Can we make it part of the bid requirement that the dealer sell these weapons only to a law enforcement agency? I can't see any
Let's
reason
get
why
the bid and decide
contractually.
at that point in time. This is
Let's
absurd.
just.
No, it's it would be like if you're selling anything, you can have contractual terms. The question is, can
John,
we do
it's
that?
illegal for anyone other than someone authorized by ATF to have one of these, but there's a lot of them out there on the street killing people.
Let's go out and
So
get the-
that contractual obligation would not
Let's
change
Let's go with the
anything.
original motion, go out, get the bids, when they come back, we'll debate it.
All
whether you
right,
want to do it
just,
or not.
that's okay with me, but to save your time, Bob and Chief Colarulos, we ought to really pin down whether, before you go out for bids, whether the ATF would allow the sale of these weapons to a non-law enforcement purchaser. If the answer to that is yes, then the deal is dead as far as I'm concerned.
Well, let's see who we bid. We might get a law enforcement to bid, and then we don't have to worry about anything, okay?
We have-
And
we
if
have
we don't
my-
like it, we can turn it down.
We have my original motion on the table plus
Right.
an amendment. Do you want to retract your
I'm
amendment?
going to retract my amendment. Do you agree with that, Jim?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
But I have another question. I had asked, and haven't gotten an answer yet, about the source of the funds that we use to purchase these weapons and whether there are any strings attached. For example, in the news recently, I don't know if you noticed, the federal government has stopped selling or giving weapons to police forces because they can't account for them. So they've stopped that program. So were there any restrictions placed upon these purchases originally? And I haven't heard the answer to that, and we'll need that answer before we accept any bids.
Fine. All right,
Just one other, can I make one other comment? The resolution should be tweaked so that it comes back to the board. Doesn't say that now.
all right. So what
Resolution.
language would you suggest?
Well, this particular resolution, 2012-70, says, authorizes the public auction, designated minimum bid amounts, and further authorizes the immediate sale of such property by the township administration upon the receipt of valid bids. We should
After the
add,
approval of commissioners.
and after approval, after public approval by the Board of Commissioners.
Fine.
I'll
That
move
needs to
that
be added in
inclusion.
here.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Okay, any public comment?
I heard two things. Tom Lally, 417 North Wayne Avenue. I heard two things. 7,000 for the lot, or
No.
7,000 for each gun?
With the Commissioner's permission, I misspoke. It's for the lot.
Yeah.
For a
7,000
total of
lot.
$7,000
Oh.
from 1999. And we have the ability to take them and destroy them and keep them from killing somebody else. And if we sell them to another agency, they may not be as scrupulous about who they sell them to. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think that's correct, though. I mean, my understanding is that they can only be sold to law enforcement under any circumstance. Chief, is that accurate? So it's not a question of we sell them to someone and then they sell them to someone.
No, he's saying we could sell
10
them.
years down the road,
We could sell them
another law
to,
enforcement agency decides that their scruples aren't as good as we are,
yeah.
and they need the money, so they sell them to someone else that we have no control over.
All right.
As long as those guns exist
They
and
can
can
only be
work,
used, they can only be sold to
thank-
law enforcement.
that's my comment.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a motion, we just destroy the guns. If it's 7,000 if it's not 7,000 apiece, let's just get rid of them.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner comment?
Yeah, I support. I'll retract my.
Public
original
comment?
I still think we ought to go with the original motion.
Okay.
I mean, we're denying law enforcement this opportunity
Okay.
also. I mean,
All right.
there are bad
There are
guys
so
out there
many
that have this
weapons,
weapon.
nobody's being deprived. Trust me.
I'll call the motion to destroy the weapons. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-2.
And we'll have to make up the money for the police department some other way, but that's okay. Next up, we have Resolution 2012-71 authorizing the bid auction of 4 township vehicles no longer needed by various departments within Radnor Township. There's a schedule of vehicles on the list: a 1994 International dump truck, a 1999 Chevy Tahoe, 2002 Jeep Liberty, a 2002 Ford Expedition, and 1 asphalt hot box. I move to authorize the bid auction of those items.
Second.
Under Resolution 2012-71.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
I just had a procedural question. The agenda doesn't reference the asphalt hot box. Does it sit on top of one of the vehicles?
That's actually a separate item that a vehicle tows the hot box.
John Rice, do we have to do anything about that, or does it not matter since it's reflected on the resolution?
Yeah, I think you're fine with that being in the resolution.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 6-0.
I move to adopt Resolution 2012-51 authorizing the DCNR grant application for Valley Forge to Hines Refuge feasibility corridor study. And I'm going to invite John Fisher to come up.
Can I have a second while he's walking up here? Second. Okay, John Fisher. All right, all those in favor? I'll knock it out, John. You don't have to say anything.
Just if you can keep
that's
it,
fine with me.
if you can keep it down to about 12 seconds, we're in good shape.
Well, seriously, if you want me just to answer
No,
any
go ahead.
questions.
I'm
real
teasing.
Okay.
You're educational.
Can Jim put that on the screen?
Yep, he'll take care of it.
I'm John Fisher, president of the Radnor Conservancy. The Radnor Conservancy is a member of the Forge to Refuge Trail Coalition, which is a group of about 8 to 10 trail advocacy organizations, which in this case are promoting the development of a trail which would connect Valley Forge Park to the John Heinz Refuge. The beauty of this trail is, if it is constructed, it will provide a 40-plus mile loop trail through Philadelphia, Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery counties. The portion that we're discussing tonight is right here, connecting the Radnor Trail with Caracon Park. The first step in evaluating this trail is to do a feasibility study. Last fall, the Delaware County Planning Commission applied for a $60,000 grant from DVRPC using William Penn money. This grant would fund about half of the cost of the feasibility study. In April, we applied for a $70,000 grant from DCNR to cover the balance of the cost. Delaware County Planning applied for the original grant, but at the last minute, they determined they didn't have enough time to apply for the DCNR grant, so Radnor stepped in and saved the project, and I'm much appreciative of what Bob and Melissa Kahn did in enabling us to file the application before the deadline expired. The resolution you are being asked to adopt tonight merely ratifies the township's action in filing the DCNR application back in April. We then hit a bump in the trail, so to speak. The original layout for the trail used the unused portion of the Route 100 trolley corridor line for the trail. At the meeting where DVRPC was meeting to decide who the ultimate grant recipients would be, SEPTA announced that we could no longer consider using the Route 100 trolley line. Fortunately, Bob Thomas of our coalition was able to come up with a new configuration which takes the trail through Haverford College, Villanova, and possibly Bryn Mawr. This is not an ideal configuration, and we are still negotiating with DVRPC over this new trail alignment. That's why DVRPC at this point has not taken any official action. If DVRPC does not grant the initial $60,000 application, then we will withdraw the DCNR application, and the township will no longer be the applicant on that grant. It is possible that in the negotiations, the DVRPC may require us to scale back what we're asking for, in which case we will proportionally scale back the DCNR application, and I will come back to you and discuss a modification of the application at that point. I don't know where that process is going to take us.
John, I may be jumping ahead here, but you've read the text of the proposed resolution.
Yes.
I submitted some changes to our staff today. I don't know if they had time to look at them, but there are some conflicts in the wording in this resolution. If you look at paragraph 5. Paragraph 5 says the township will accept the terms of the proposed DCNR grant only in the event that the DVRPC Regional Trails Program Phase 2 grant application for the Valley Forge to Hines Refuge Corridor Trail study is awarded. But then paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 say that unequivocally you're going to accept the award if it's made.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you can reword it any way you want. This resolution is contingent upon receipt of the DVRPC.
Well,
the two of them go hand in glove.
Doesn't say that.
Well,
it needs to be reworked.
Paragraph 3. There was an issue with, and Jim, I didn't see your proposed revisions today, but paragraph 3 says if Radnor Township is awarded and the township accepts. So this was something that I know I looked at maybe a month ago, and I was concerned, and I think the staff was concerned, there should be language in here of acceptance on the part of Radnor Township. So I know I added that part in paragraph 3. Paragraph 4, I think, says the same thing, more or less. Only in the event that the Phase 2 grant application for the Valley Forge to Hines Refuge Corridor Trail is awarded. So I had a concern when I first saw this about it being a unilateral action. The township still has to accept this. And so, I mean, I'm not sure I see any conflict in this. I mean, John, the township still would have to accept this grant if it's awarded, correct?
We're going to withdraw. If DVRBC does not issue the grant, we're going to withdraw the DCNR application.
What if the DCNR application is approved and awarded before DVRPC has a chance to act?
DCNR won't make the awards. This past year, I think it was November when they made the awards. So trust me, they will not make their awards before DVRPC does. DVRPC has already made most of their awards. So we are, at this point, on borrowed time.
Well, I don't want to hold things up, but if the events will bail us out of the problem, fine. But the way it's worded, I think it could put us into a bind.
Well, I'm perfectly happy to change the language. The understanding is if you don't get the DVRPC grant, then we're going to withdraw the DCNR grant application. It's that simple. They really go hand in glove.
Commissioner Higgins, your concern is that we have an out in this, that...
My concern is that paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 give us no choice. If we're awarded the grant by the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Well, the first line of 3 says if Radnor Township is awarded, and we could add another if, and if the township accepts, we could add another if in there, but that, I think, was the intent.
What it does say now, and the township accepts.
Yeah. I mean, I always looked at that as we still have to accept. There's probably going to be a contract that's going to have to be signed.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So you're going to have that in front of you to sign and vote on, approve publicly.
Maybe you're right. I was reading it as we were making the offer, and the award was the acceptance. But you're saying...
Yeah, that paragraph, I know I added I know I added, the first time I looked at this, that line that we had to have some acceptance. They have to award it, we have to accept it. And really, it's going to come in front of you with a contract, which they will ask. I assume the township's going to have to sign off on it. John, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
That process takes several months after the grants are
So there is an out.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's an out in this.
I know of at least one township which has turned down a DCNR grant because they couldn't meet the match.
John, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other public comment? All those in favor?
Well, I have a question. When is the timeline for this? Like when?
Not
is
in
it
my
granted?
lifetime.
How long? Not the project itself, just the feasibility study.
Our DVRBC, I think we're having ongoing discussions with them now. I think they will decide possibly at their July meeting whether they're going to issue the grant. DCNR is probably next fall before they announce the grants.
Okay.
Then you go through several months of the paperwork. And my guess is if we get both grants, we'd be looking at a contract next spring.
And then that contract, the work itself is a year, 2 years? What?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with Bill.
And
this trail will not be built in our lifetime.
The math is the DVRCP is 60 and the DCNR is 70, so it's
Right.
130. The whole
Now, as I said,
study is about
if there's a
130.
possibility DVRPC may scale this project back.
Okay.
But it's going to be roughly 50-50, whatever the final amount is.
Right.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
I'll move to authorize the expenditure of funds between $5,000 and $10,000 for the special audits of the Five Points intersection project, Lower Merion Township, and the Villanova Law School pedestrian bridge project in Lower Merion Township and Villanova University.
Do I have a second? Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment?
I have a Bob or Bill, help me understand. Is it 5 to 10 for both? Because it says here that if I'm understanding it correctly, the pedestrian bridge only cost us $7,500. So why would we spend?
This is for both. This is both projects.
Okay. So, but how much do you think is going to be towards the $7,500? I mean, why would we?
The majority of the money will be spent with the Lower Merion with the 5 Points project.
And Bob, or Bill, I mean, this isn't budgeted. How do these show up in budgets? Is it?
Now, this particular item will require an amendment to our current operating budget. 'Cause
Don't look, just talking
now
to the
what's-
mic. You don't have to look.
Yeah. What's included in our operating budget right now in terms of audits is for the township. So this would be over and above that.
Okay. So if we approve this tonight, then you would go through the budget amendment process to?
Yes, sir. I think there's a couple items on tonight's agenda that'll require those kind of
Quick
conversations.
question. I assume we don't have the internal resources to do this project. Or is it good to have outside credibility?
Yeah,
Independent audit firm doing this?
Yeah, the independence that a third-party accounting firm brings to it, I think adds a lot of validity to whatever result comes out.
Don't you have a legal agreement between these things?
Yeah, there was.
I mean,
yes.
it's probably stipulates what the provisions in the audit in that agreement.
I'm not sure if it talks about the audit, but it talks about what the responsibilities of each of the parties are.
I'd be surprised if your agreement doesn't have an audit provision.
It probably doesn't.
I haven't gone back and read it. to be
Just so the audit doesn't say we owe more money. That's all I'm concerned about. All right, any other commissioner comment? Public comment?
Ken Taylor from Willow Avenue. I think the township manager just answered part of this. Are the other stakeholders that funded
Will
the
you want to
five-
address the commissioners?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are the other stakeholders that funded or were benefited by the 5 Points project sharing in the relative cost of this audit?
Yeah. We're auditing our funds to make sure our funds
Merion-
were expended proper, and we didn't do it.
It was one project. Lower Merion was involved. Bryn Mawr Hospital, Mainline Health was involved.
Yeah.
We ended up, in my opinion, funding more than our share of this. Are they picking up their
No,
share of this audit?
we're not concerned about their expenditure of funds. We're concerned about what we spent, and it was spent properly, and we weren't overbilled, and that's what we're doing.
how
Thank
can
you.
we do that without the cooperation of the other the stakeholders that contributed to the whole project? How can we just
Because we
audit
can have
our
access to the books. We're going to audit the books.
Ken, the entire project was run through Lower Merion. So if we audit Lower Merion, we will answer those questions, and if Mainline Health is paying attention, they will certainly note that.
But neither of those, are any of those entities helping pay for this?
We're hoping to recover our cost.
So the answer is no.
Yes.
Well, Ken, why would
Why would
they
you?
pay us
Because
for our efforts to
Okay, let's-
protect
yeah.
our resources?
It was one big project involving two
Yeah, I think
municipalities.
he's asking a different question. He's asking whether or not the
Whether
actual
we're-
aggregate cost
whether
was
they're
fair.
gonna help
You're
us with
thinking
the
it from the
audit.
point of view of the allocation to us.
If we uncover something untoward, it's going to benefit all stakeholders who invested either land like Mainline Health or capital like the two townships involved. Are those two entities going to help us with this cost, or are we out there alone? Simple question.
Then I'm confused. I thought this was audit.
Actually, Ken, it may not be to their benefit.
We're auditing the money that we spent to make sure that our money was spent properly. We're not worried about what Lower Merion and Bryn Mawr Health.
Who spent our money?
We gave it to them to spend. We agreed to spend a certain amount towards this project, and we're just going to check to make sure that the project cost, our expenditure was properly expended. And that's all we're doing. Thank you.
I understand.
I'm asking these questions.
They appear to be a potential adverse party. I understand that.
Thank you.
I'm asking the questions because I wasn't party
no, I understand
to
that.
this project when it was last
okay.
year.
And I'm just trying to move the meeting along. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
I'll move to authorize Grimm, Bean, and Thatcher as Radnor Township's tax solicitor.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Commissioner comment?
Yeah, I have a comment. I'm a little perplexed about this. I feel pretty strongly that when our Act 511 audit program should be separate, run separately, and decisions made separately than our regulatory and permitting process. And I'd like to have some time to think through whether we want the same firm doing both those, advising us on both of those facets. We need someone. Our current council has stepped down, so we need someone. So I'm happy to approve of this on a temporary basis, but I would like to have some discussion and thought about moving forward of really thoughtfully keeping those tasks separate so that there's never an appearance of any kind of impropriety or between our regulatory and permitting functions and our decision-making on audits and Act 511 follow-up. So I would like to amend, I don't know that we have a resolution, but I would like to amend it, or this suggestion, as a temporary appointment, and while we continue the discussion, or perhaps even put an RFP out.
All appointments are at the pleasure of the board.
I will amend my
Wait a minute. All appointments are at the pleasure of the board. We don't have to, we can change anytime we want.
All right,
So
well, then let's
just pass
put out
this
an
and.
RFP.
Well, no,
so that
let's
we
just,
have-
let's just pass this and we'll have a discussion about it. How's that?
Oh, I support Commissioner, because that may never happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's a
I think
good
I
idea.
support Commissioner Schaefer's point of view on this. I'm always the first one to say, it's best not to put all the eggs in one basket. So I'll amend my motion to authorize Grimm, Bean, and Thatcher as the interim Radnor Township solicitor, and also to put out the bid professional services request for quotation on Radnor tax solicitor for, Elaine, do you have a sense of when we want to do this?
I mean, perhaps we could
At the end of the year?
We'll just
For
go
next
now.
year?
We'll just go now.
out to bid now.
Right. No problem.
Okay.
For now. There's my
No, but
motion.
we have a tax solicitor now while the process is happening. That will be Grimm. Okay.
Bob, no issue with that from your end, from administrative end?
It's not a trust issue or anything like that.
Right,
It's
it's
in
absolutely
fact,
not.
if anything, the
Sorry.
trust puts me in that way.
Well, this is just something that came up quickly because of the
It did.
resignation, so you need somebody on an interim basis.
We
So,
appreciate it.
We do this with other clients, that do the same, have the same issues, have BPT, have LST. So we're happy to fill in if it's on an interim basis or permanent basis or otherwise.
And it may be that we're convinced that there's complete separation, and so that may end up being the case. But I'd like us to go through that process.
All right, are we going to appoint on an interim basis? I mean, we need someone to do the work now. Okay. All
So,
right.
Bob, John indicated bid. Is that what you want, or some kind of public process, or do you want to? You can just reach out to firms. How is it that you want to do it?
We'll actually go through the RFQ process,
RFQ,
request
very
for
good.
qualifications, and then move to the formal process.
Any other commissioner comment? Public comment? Do we understand what the motion is? Has it been seconded, the new motion?
No, it hasn't been issued.
All right. All right, so we have
So
motion
just to
and second.
summarize it, it's to appoint Grim, Breen, and Thatcher interim Radnor Township tax solicitor and issue requests for qualifications for tax solicitors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
I move to authorize the expenditure of not to exceed $10,000 for Act 511 solicitor services evaluating the tax-exempt status of various college, university activities within Radnor Township. This includes Villanova University, Eastern University, Cabrini University, and Valley Forge Military Academy.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Now, Bob, we're doing this because we feel we can recover at least this amount of money?
I think we're just looking at the areas which we get the questions from businesses a lot of time of they're paying and universities and colleges are not. So this allows us the opportunity to look at it. Whether or not we use the full amount of money, it's yet to be seen of how we will go about this.
And this, do you envision Grim, Breen, John's firm doing this, or is this?
We will talk with him. If he's interested to take that on right away, we'll do that. If not, we will search out another firm to do that and bring it back to the board.
Thank you.
All right,
Well-
other commissioner comment?
Yeah, I hope the public understands what we're doing here. We're not examining the tax exempt status of our higher education institutions in the township. I don't have the words right in front of me, but what we're hoping to do is simply examine whether there are activities that are not part of the academic mission whereby these institutions are obtaining revenue, sales revenue, that should be taxed. That, for example, in the bookstore, if they're selling books, that's part of the academic mission. If they're selling jerseys and helmets and things, that's something else. So that's the idea behind it. Have I said it correctly?
Thanks, Jim. That was very good. Thank you.
All right, public comment?
Yeah, again, Howard Holden, Director of Facilities for Cabrini College. I'm asking a simple question as to why only higher education institutions are being examined and other nonprofits are not.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Sure.
This will be the first wave that we're looking at is the institutions, and we will continue on after this phase and looking at all the other ones based on the suggestion, so we will do that.
And I think it's important to add that my opinion is there's a considerable scale element, that there's things happening at the university level that warrant this kind of analysis that aren't happening at many of the other nonprofits in our township.
Ken Taylor again.
Talk to the board.
Will this include, I guess, almost like the kind of co-venture operations when a college has excess pianos being sold on its premises, or the IAC has a carpet sale?
We'll look at everything that's
Won't
proper.
include the
Thank you.
IAC at all.
Okay, thank
Any
you.
activities that are taxable.
Any other public comment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
And my last
Passes
item.
6-1.
My last item is I'll move to authorize the administration to solicit RFQs for independent financial auditing services.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
No further report.
Community development?
Yes, so are we going to, this first item is the request from Villanova for a zoning amendment. Are we going to have a presentation from staff or from Villanova or John Rice? Are you going to lead us through this?
Well, Villanova has made a presentation to the board, and they presented a zoning amendment to the township And what we normally do, our normal procedure is to pass it on to the Planning Commission to have a full public debate on their proposal, what the public thinks about it, and the Planning Commission, after many, many meetings of debate, will vote and make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
If I may, before we start any discussion, I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion and any vote taken, as I have a conflict. My husband's company sells a small amount of equipment to Villanova, and the Ethics Commission has ruled that that is a conflict. However, I would like to make just one comment that is completely procedural, has nothing to do with the substance of this, and that is that I was surprised and a little troubled to see this in front of us because the timing is just so troublesome in that at this precise moment, we are very publicly having this community discussion about this precise issue, about zoning for our institutions. We've hired a consultant, we have community meetings, and since that very important public discussion is going on right now, it just seems to me it would be far more wise for an institution who's very interested in the outcome of our institutional zoning to participate in that process and to weigh in and give their opinion and participate in it with our community. So, I just wanted to point that out. That's my surprise when I saw this. I really feel strongly about the merits of working out in our community with our consultant what we want to see in institutional growth and how we want to see that happen. And I hope that our institutions participate in that process so that we get the best product in our new ordinance.
And
John?
yeah, just again, procedurally and what's been done is the Township zoning ordinance and the planning code permit a landowner to file a zoning amendment petition at any time for any reason for any use. So that's what Villanova's done. What they've done is they're proposing a new use or type of use called a comprehensive integrated college development, which would then permit the variety of uses which they've outlined, I think, in some of the public meetings that have been held on this, primarily dormitories, classrooms, there's some retail uses, et cetera, included within the overall master use. So under your zoning ordinance, once something comes in, the procedure and the normal procedure is it goes to your local planning commission and the details of this and how it would apply to their land, because they haven't filed a land development plan. The details as this zoning amendment would apply to the land that's involved gets hashed out in some detail with the Planning Commission. This is not something that I would consider written in stone. This is a legislative process. It's not judicial. If this never gets approved, there's no appeal by Villanova from this. This is something that ought to be done simultaneously with a land development plan. And I think, Mr. Keneally is here, I've communicated that to him, because when you do a zoning amendment that's this comprehensive, you should have some idea before you vote on it as a board, and the Planning Commission will need that, how it's actually going to look, how it's going to be applied to this particular property. So the procedure is, this is a request to amend the zoning ordinance. It's a text amendment. It's not a rezoning or a map change. It's a text amendment to insert a new use into the zoning ordinance in that district.
John, under the municipal planning code, are we required or compelled to act on submissions of zoning code amendments? Or do we have the right as a board, as the elected body, to just not act? Unlike a SALO application where we have the clock starts.
There's a time period, but you have an application and your ordinance requires certain things to be done when someone files a zoning petition like this. If you would never act on this, I'm not real sure what the remedy would be for the landowner other than to file a mandamus action and force you to act. But this is the first formal step under the planning code and under your ordinance. There's no penalty like there is with a a zoning hearing board application or a subdivision or land development application.
But, John, this is a simple process. We could just vote no at any time and end this process, the
Correct.
commissioners. Right.
Correct.
So it's not like the applicant's
legislative.
in control, we're in control at all times.
Correct.
But John, just to clarify, we have the latitude tonight to reject this application based on our own opinion of the application, rather than sending to the Planning Commission, have them spend time on it. If for instance, if there aren't 4 commissioners up here that think this has merit and should go on to the Planning Commission, we have the right to not send it to the Planning Commission. We have the right to send it back to the applicant and say, you know, this is so far away from where we think it should be, we don't want to waste the Planning Commission's time.
I would not do that. I think that you can certainly do that, and I'm not, again, sure what the remedy would be. A lot of times when these types of applications get filed, they come in as an informal sketch plan or some set of regulations. Villanova has chosen to file a formal application, a formal petition. You should take formal action on it. And the first formal action would be, after your Planning Commission looks at it and gives you a recommendation, is to decide whether or not to advertise for a public hearing. Because if you were going to act formally, you would need something in front of you publicly advertised with the normal advertising you would do twice under the MPC, and then have a hearing, have the public involved, have the landowner involved, and then take some formal action. I think if Villanova gets the sense at some point beyond tonight that this board, the majority of the board, has no interest in what's been proposed, and all you have in front of you is what's in the 4 corners of the petition. There's no plan. It's a general plan, but there's no details. If the details aren't forthcoming, then Planning Commission would kick it back to you, and then you can decide not to move any further on it. But I think they have a right, landowners have a right to file these. They have a right to have some hearing or review of it, but there's really no appeal from whatever decision you make.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sorry to ask all these questions. I just want to make sure I understand the process. Under the Municipal Planning Code, do we have to, are we compelled to employ the resources of the Planning Commission at this stage, or can we delay that and deliberate at this level?
You can decide tonight if you want, if you don't want the Planning Commission to review this, you can decide tonight to vote not to send it on to the Planning Commission until something more acceptable comes back to you.
Thank you.
2 questions. So, John, I understood that engineering plans would come through simultaneously, so before we made a decision on this, we would have had access to the engineering plans associated with land development.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, very good.
I mean, that's not a requirement that you have engineered plans, but with something that will have this much of an impact in that part of the township, you need some details as to what's on paper. You need the details and some level of engineering, not a completely engineered final land development plan, but at least the uses, the dimensions, the traffic, and any improvements. There ought to be some understanding before you would officially vote on
Very
it.
good. So do we need separate action to include those things, or if we were in support of this, those requirements, are they embedded in this process, or do we need to specify that?
No, you don't need to specify that. Your Planning Commission, has been relatively busy with some large projects, and they certainly know that something of this scale, that there's going to be questions about parking, traffic, sewer, circulation, how do you get across Lancaster Avenue? All that are issues that the Planning Commission can hash out with the landowner, and depending on how they get hashed out with the landowner, the zoning amendment may look different. There may be additional requirements for this particular use that would be part of the zoning amendment.
Very good.
But they're details. I mean, you don't have them, and Planning Commission doesn't have them yet, but I would hope that they would if this gets referred on to them.
All right, and my next question, I interpreted your response to be that Villanova has no vested right in this, that we can deny this up until the very end and it's purely discretionary.
Correct.
Very good. So by voting yes to continue today, we're not obligating ourselves in any way to a future vote.
Because of the way your ordinance reads, you're just referring it to your planning commission. I wouldn't even send it on to the county planning commission at this point, but your planning commission to start that discussion as to what this zoning amendment should look like, and then ultimately what the plan should look like in terms of what's being proposed.
Very good. All right, well, I intend to support it this evening.
Can I ask a clarifying question, John? Maybe your answer to Don's latest set of questions sounded like you gave slightly different advice. I thought you were advising that we not send it on until they got us some more information.
I said that was one of the options.
Okay.
I mean, that is an option. You can choose to vote not to send it on unless whatever information you think is important before it goes on comes back to you. But I would specify that. I don't think it's fair to just say we're not going to send it on to the planning commission without some direction or some instructions to the.
But I thought you made a suggestion specifically about engineered plans of some sort.
But engineered plans could be. It's pretty hard to put a description on what they would look like. This would be a large project. How much engineering is sufficient for this board to make a decision to send it on to the planning commission? I think you need a lot of engineering to make the ultimate decision as to whether to approve it or not. But we're so early on in this process. This has just been filed. The normal procedure goes to your planning commission, and in their role as a planning commission, they need to get at the details of this project.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll respectfully disagree with the solicitor here, and I think just based on the conversation we've heard this evening, this is a project of great magnitude that the township probably has not seen in such a long period of time. Through the presentations, through the conversations with the public, the administration, there are a lot of concerns. Pushing this through the process now has sent this into different directions where no one is going to be able to track where this is and where it's going without answers to a lot of the concerns and issues that the township has. To push it on without engineered plans, to where the conversations now to where we have zero setbacks to unlimited heights of buildings is a different kind of take of where this is going to go. To me, there's a lot of issues that have to be answered still before this is even moved on. My recommendation is to hold this into abeyance. I don't see the rush to move this on when there's a lot of questions and issues to where we have not even seen where this is going, to where engineered plans are designed. What is this going to look like? When we go back and look at issues of what has been complied with in the past, a lot of concerns have come up with residents, and I admit I haven't been here that long, but when you go back and you look through minutes of meetings where there are pedestrian bridges that were promised as part of development that don't exist, there's an issue of how is this all going to be handled and how are you going to track this? How are you going to follow the process along? Where is the community public input at? I think you're putting a lot of burden upon the Planning Commission when we don't even have those answers yet. I think these questions and issues will come from Villanova. I am quite confident they will respond. Similar to what PICO has done, where they've responded to the questions, even though you may not like the answers, they at least respond. I think there's a lot of information yet to go. I think the best move, what I highly and strongly recommend, that this be held in abeyance. We send this back to Villanova for further details, for them to come back with answers to a lot of the concerns the administration has presented, the police have presented, from our public works, from community development, as well as the residents that have submitted, that we have those types of answers in front of us than just pushing this through, because I believe that's one of the biggest concerns the community has, as well as the administration, is this thing's going to be pushed through, and there's going to be a lot of issues that have to be addressed, and a lot of answers.
Well, number one, it's not
Bill,
the...
before you, can I comment before you
Sure.
go? I agree with a lot of what Mr. Zinkowski said. The discussions I had with folks before this meeting, terms were used like, this just gets the process started, this puts it on the table. Well, I don't think this is baked sufficiently to be on the table. Now, the part I don't necessarily agree with what the manager is recommending is, while I agree they need to ultimately address all the questions and concerns that the neighbors have raised, I don't think that's vital for this piece. It's vital for the final approval, but not for the zoning changes. I've already recommended to Villanova's representative that they withdraw this and save themselves and the township a lot of pain. If we send this to planning now, it'll be meeting after meeting, and planning will have no idea of what we believe and what the community believes, and so those meetings will get drug out forever. I just don't think this is there in terms of height, setbacks, plantings along borders. I just see a lot of problems that I have with it. And I think if you looked at your own plans and heard the community, you could better delineate the changes you're really going to need. I mean, Nick, if you sit down tonight with the current regulations and ordinances, you know where you would need variances if you had to comply with those. And there are the areas where this overlay, proposed overlay, should be addressed. I also am very concerned that if we approve this for Villanova, who says Eastern won't turn around and want to do this? Cabrini, who says some of the smaller institutions won't want the same things? I remember several years ago when my daughter was a student at Notre Dame, they wanted to expand one of their athletic fields and into the setback along the new houses that were being built at Ardrossan too. And that was never possible for them. Well, this sets a precedent about setbacks. So anyway, I can't support sending this on to planning at this point.
I'll just put my thoughts out there. I agree with Commissioner Nagel. You know, if I was involved with the Garrett Hill zoning district process, and I remember this board pushing that process back to that committee for almost 3 years until that code was in a condition that we felt was viable enough to go through the Planning Commission. And the public spent every week for 4 hours a week for 2 to 3 years to get that code right. So when it came to the Board of Commissioners, we saw that code and we understood it and we knew the public was fully aware of it, and then we sent it to the Planning Commission. I felt that was a really good, clean process. It didn't waste the Planning Commission's time. Unfortunately, this proposal didn't have that vetting process. It didn't go in front of the public committee, the community multiple times in like town hall settings. And some of the relief that's being sought here, to me, is not, in my own opinion, is not good zoning. I'm just going to go through a couple items that I don't agree with, just so Villanova's aware of where I'm at. Right now, in this proposal, Villanova is proposing 65-foot height limit, and currently the zoning only allows 38 feet. But in addition to that, they don't want to have any limit on the height of rooftop structures, and that includes things like antennas, elevator housings, and other equipment. The first thing that comes to mind is that we're going to end up with a 200-foot cell phone tower on the top of a 65-foot building. I'm not accusing or saying that's going to happen, but if we create that code, it probably will happen somewhere. They also are requesting 0 front yard setbacks, and currently there are 120-foot requirement for setbacks. There is no other zoning that I can think of in this township that basically eliminates front yard setback to make it 0. There's also elimination of side and rear yard setbacks if it's part of the same institution. Currently, the code requires 75 feet. Now they're asking for 0 feet. This basically would allow buildings to be put up close to one another and right against property lines. They were also asking for unlimited building length. This means that if they put 2-foot bump out, what I call a 2-foot architectural bump out, they can basically have a building as long as they can fit on their parcel. That is not generally accepted anywhere in the township. They're also asking for 350-foot lengths without any architectural bump outs, and currently the code allows 160 feet. So they're asking for almost more than double the length. They're also asking for the impervious coverage limits based on the existing conditions to be allowed to be used for the new construction. We don't really allow that anywhere. So for instance, the parking lots at that facility currently take up at least 80 to 85% of the land. This would allow them to have 80 to 85% impervious coverage limits, and currently the code only allows for 30%. So this is just, again, a very liberal ask. And then there's elimination of buffers. Currently, we require 20-foot planting buffers to be put between structures and between properties, and they're asking that that be eliminated. These are just a small sample of reasons why I won't support the current zoning amendment, and I think it's a waste of the Planning Commission's time to be given something like this that hasn't been vetted enough in the public. What I'd ask Villanova to do, if we don't push this to planning tonight, and I hope we don't, is that Villanova hold meetings with these items on their agenda and have the public come out and comment on these items, and then come back to the Board of Commissioners with a better defined, better understood, and better vetted zoning code amendment, and give this process the same respect that we gave to the Garrett Hill community, and giving them the opportunity to comment really for years on the ideas. So I'm not going to support pushing this to the Planning Commission. I think that Planning Commission is already overly worked and overburdened, and something like this could literally occupy them for months at a time, and I hope that we can find a better process.
No, I'm going to talk, okay? We have a process. Anyone in Radnor Township that owns land can come in and ask for whatever they want. We don't have to give it to them. But they have the right, under our ordinances, to ask. And they have a right to us to refer to the Planning Commission and to have a public debate. And the Planning Commission has a right, after listening to the public and shaping it the way they think it should be, of voting yes, or they have the right to vote no. And then the applicant then has the right to come back to the commissioners with a recommendation of the Planning Commission, which could be a yes or could be a no. And the commissioners then have a public debate, listening to everyone, and then we have a right to say yes or no. And that's the process. So, you know, people don't like this plan, then go to the Planning Commission and tell them you don't like it. That's the process. That's what Villanova's entitled to, and that's what we should do. We should pass it to the Planning Commission and spend whatever time it takes with the public to debate this. And maybe very early on, the Planning Commission will pass it off and say, no, we're not going to do it, and make a recommendation early on. Maybe they'll work with Villanova and the community, and maybe they can come up with someone that's acceptable to most of the community or to the Planning Commission. And then it'll come back to the commissioners. That's the way our system works. We're just being fair here. So they've made an application, and the solicitor says, under our ordinance, we have an obligation to send it to the Planning Commission. And that's what I'm going to vote to do. Is there any other? Under our ordinance?
John, that there's an obligation?
I said under the ordinance, it contemplates that zoning amendments go from here to the two planning commissions. I also said the board has an option to vote not to send it to the Planning Commission. That's an option. I don't know how that advances this. There's got to be some forum for these issues to be hashed out. Villanova could certainly come back to this board with some details on the actual plan other than what's been filed at this point. So, but the board has that option. There's no penalty if you don't send it on to the Planning Commission. It's a legislative process. It's not judicial. It's not like a zoning hearing board proceeding.
Can I just
Sure.
address? Thank you. Nicholas Keneally, representing Villanova University. We presented this amendment with the very purpose that it's not going to be a sprint, it's a marathon. We know it's going to take many public meetings, it's going to have a lot of public discussion. The way we intended to proceed with the process was to go to Planning Commission, present all the answers to all the questions that were asked by both the township staff and the neighbors as well and the community, and address it before the Planning Commission with our various comments. Actually, we're willing to do that this evening if you wanted us to do it this evening, or if you want us to come back before the board and present our comments. We're willing to do that also, informally, like we did initially when we made the initial presentation. We just want to proceed. We're not certain how to proceed with this. The code and the normal process is that you make an application, the Board of Commissioners refers to the Planning Commission. We know we're going to have many meetings before the Planning Commission regarding this, regarding the amendment. We know at some point we're going to submit a preliminary land development plan before this amendment is approved, showing what we think the amendment's going to be after discussions with the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission and everyone else, and then have a preliminary plan that shows all the detailed engineering as well, so that this board would approve, not if they saw it fit, not only the amendment, but the preliminary land development plan at the same time. That's the process that we anticipated here, and I think that's the best process for Villanova, for the community, and for the township. As I said, basically, we were looking for direction. The normal direction is to go to the Planning Commission and have them discuss all of this. There's a number of items made by Mr. Fisher. I disagree with some of them, but that's why we want to proceed to the governing bodies to discuss what the resolution is and how to proceed. I mean, right now, we're kind of in a quandary on how do you want us to proceed. Do you want us to go to the Planning Commission, which we're willing to do? Do you want us to make a presentation this evening, which we're willing to do? Do you want us to come back before the board again with another presentation on an informal basis, which we're willing to do? So we're looking for direction on how really to proceed with this plan right now.
Do you have a recommendation, Bob?
Sure, be more than happy to sit down with Villanova and work through a lot of the concerns and questions that we've posed, and then come back possibly in July with a better understanding and some answers to a lot of the questions and concerns that were raised by the community and staff and from coming out of the Board of Commissioners presentation. Be more than happy to do that.
Do you have an objection to that, Nick?
I would prefer going to planning, but I don't have a serious objection to it. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Public comment?
It's not really public comment. Susan Kelly, Aldwin Lane. I just had a quick question, clarification. Didn't you just say that Garrett Hill wanted to do development? It came before the board, and the board said no. They didn't pass it on to the planning commission.
It was pushed back to the committee, and Garrett Hill, I believe,
so
three
it wasn't,
times.
It didn't go right to.
It did not go to the planning commission.
It wasn't a development plan.
Radically different ideas.
No, it was zoning and,
Was zoning
different.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm.
It was
I'm
completely
just-
different than this.
Okay, so, but there was a reason, some totally different reason why that came here, and then you sent it back to them and said, no, just do it again so that it, because it's not even
No, they didn't
ready.
have a plan. They didn't make an application. They came with a concept, and they
Bill?
kept working on the concept.
It was still a zoning
If I may,
amendment.
I'd like to make a motion that this be tabled until the 16th to give Villanova an opportunity to work with township staff, and then it'll come back to us hopefully with a better product.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The motion to table is not debatable.
Not on a table.
Yes, you can.
All right, go ahead.
You
Go
can
ahead.
comment on anything.
I just had one question. John Heckscher, Aldwin Lane. Commissioner Schaefer had mentioned how we've now hired a consultant to sort of help us through these kind of things. Is that consultant for the board, or is that for the Planning Commission that it's going to be used? And if it's for the board, or regardless, actually, maybe there should be some sort of a moratorium until we get a recommendation from the money that we're putting forward for an educational consultant, until they can help us and say, here's what we think should happen, and then Villanova can come and say, yes, we'd like to push through and we'd like this overlay because it fits your new plan. But if they're not going to run at least one for the other, I see that we're wasting our money hiring a new consultant.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if I could add, the Planning Commission has started the process of looking at the institutional zoning district regulations. That first meeting was just last month, and we plan on holding monthly or semi-monthly meetings to start this process to look at the general planned institutional zoning district issues. it may be a little bit premature modifying another institutional amendment while we're going through that process before we even know what the issues are. Once we get through that process a little bit further, depending on what the recommendations coming from the consultant, it may then be prudent to then look at specifics for an individual project to see where those don't fit into what the consultant that the township is retained from that standpoint. Running simultaneous courses could be very burdensome on the Planning Commission, looking at similar issues from two different perspectives.
Point of order. Robert's rule says you don't debate.
I know, but we've
tables.
never followed those Roberts rules, so the chair's going to
Plus,
rule
I
that we're
don't
not
think
going
it
to follow them
says
tonight.
that.
Yes, you're next.
Well, John, we're not
done.
really debating,
We're done.
we're
We're
just
done.
hearing for the vote.
Kevin Geary from Blackfriar Road. While 1 month delay might serve some purpose, I would respectfully ask the board to ask Villanova to follow through on the promise that they made in this room, at this podium, 4 months ago, to hold public community hearings in April and May before they submitted to the board. They are now, once again, if you allow them to come back in July, not going to do that. You can use my lawn.
Excuse me, you got to address the Board of Commissioners. not
Well,
Villanova.
I will
Thank you.
allow them to come to my house to use my lawn for a community public meeting in Radnor. They should do it in every ward. They should do what they promised. They should not hide behind high-priced, secretive focus groups that they conducted in Ballackinwood. It should be open, it should be honest, and it should start tonight with you telling them to come back in September or October once they've done those community meetings.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 6-0, one extension. All right.
I'm ready.
Next item.
Next item is a motion to authorize John Rice to attend the zoning hearing board meeting for appeal number 2881. This is for the application for Goshen Holding Company LP, and also for appeal 2883. This is for CF Holloway and Company, Inc.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Commissioner comment?
Just note that it does not include appeal 2877.
Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 6-0. Jennifer with one abstention. All right, next.
I motion the approval of HARB 2012-10 for 421 Meadowbrook Avenue.
What happened to the fire company?
The fire company agreed to have a delay, and so it's I'm sorry about that. That one is currently inapplicable because the fire company will delay its appeal, and then if we need to send John Rice to that particular zoning hearing board meeting, we'll make that decision in July.
They agreed not to go to the June meeting. They're going to the July meeting, and we're going to be working with them over the next month on other locations. And at our next meeting, if we need him to go on behalf of the township, we will make that decision in our July 16th meeting. Okay? All right, next item.
The next item is I motion the approval of HARB 2012-10 for 421 Meadowbrook Avenue.
Second.
Wait a minute. Raise the hand of the second.
Second.
John seconded. John seconded. Jennifer, did you get that? John seconded? Okay. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
I motion the approval of HARB 2012-11 for 417 Woodland Avenue.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 6-0. John Nagel is not here for some reason.
I motion the approval of HARB 2012-12 for 219 Orchard Way.
Do I have a second? Raise your hand.
Second.
Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 6-0. John Nagel is not here to vote.
And then this next item is a caucus item. So as I understand it, we'll have a presentation with no vote. Is that correct?
Correct.
So is there someone here from
Boathouse Realty.
Boathouse Realty?
Good evening, I'm Tom Bentley, and I represent Boathouse Realty. We've been before you several times before, And we received final approval from the Planning Commission with some conditional items that we had to finish. We've, at this time, have submitted all those items, but we're pretty much the same plan you saw before.
Okay.
So
So all
John
the
Rice,
items, oh, go ahead.
the process for us would be to simply commissioner questions, public comment, and then at some future meeting that this will come up for a vote.
There'd
for
be a final plan resolution approval, right?
Very good.
There'd be a resolution approving the final.
And just to reiterate, the burden is on the preliminary plan. What the applicant has to show is conformity to the preliminary plan. in order
Right,
to-
and any other odds and
Administrative
ends
matters.
or, other conditions that the applicant would accept can be added to the final.
So largely, our process at the next meeting will be mostly administrative, as I see it.
Correct.
Identifying conformity to the preliminary plan.
Right, you have I think the most recent review is May 29th, 2012. So you probably won't have another review between now and then. Is that correct, Dave?
No.
That's correct, John, yes.
So it'll be back to you for a final plan approval at your July meeting. You'll still have whatever's left in the May 29th review letter. I think there's a question regarding the county planning commission that Kevin?
Correct. I do not believe that the applicant has submitted plans to the County Planning Commission for review, so those comments are outstanding, and we'd like to see what comments the county would have prior to bringing it back in front of you for final vote. My understanding, though, is that you meet prior to the July meeting for the county, and we're not going to make the August meeting, so we need, as administrative, an extension from the applicant. But that's kind of the outstanding administration issue that we have at this point, was that there was never any submission for a final plan to the county.
We gave that to Susan Jones, and she submitted it.
No.
I brought it down.
Okay.
I
Well,
gave it to her.
we do not have a submission to the county for final plan. One was submitted for preliminary, one was not submitted for final. Unless you've done that within the last week.
I did, yeah, we
Okay.
did.
It's not going to be held until the July 19th County Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, but it has been, I'm just saying it's been submitted.
Okay. Well, again, it won't be held until after the July meeting for the board, and the next meeting, your 90-day clock expires August 5th. The board meets on the 20th of August.
So you would like us to get an extension from the applicant?
As an
a voluntary-
administrative, in order to get the county comments and for you to review the
Very
county
good. And
comments.
you need no action from us on that part. That's something you'll work out with the applicant.
Yeah, we're going to, what Kevin's saying is your current time runs out August 5th. We're not going to have the county review back by this board's July meeting, so you've got to grant a further extension through the end of August, or at least to the board's August meeting.
Well, what we already received from the Planning Commission was a final approval, just conditioned to a few housekeeping items.
That was a recommendation from the Planning Commission, not an approval.
Right.
Right. So we don't have the county planning commission review letter on the final plan.
Correct.
Okay.
So, just a quick,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, just from staff, have all the other conditions been met? The sanitary sewer planning modules, has that been,
They provide the appropriate information. We'll process that now.
okay?
But
and
Bentley has done what they needed to do for that.
have we received the homeowner association documents for review?
Mr. Bentley has submitted them to John Rice's office, and I assume they're under his review.
The infiltration, soil testing, was that completed?
That has been completed. We have reviewed it, and we have some minor comments, but substantially, they're fine.
Okay. I guess there were some other minor items. I guess that's the only questions I have at this moment.
Any other commissioner?
Well, I mean, do you foresee that you'll have no problem with compliance with all the comments on the May 29th letter?
No, we've actually already done them. I believe we submitted everything that
Okay.
is on the letter. I think it's just in for review. I mean, we've done what we thought we were supposed to do and submitted to you.
Any other? Any public have any comment?
Yeah, with regard, Mr. Bentley, with regard to the fifth paragraph, the condition about the sidewalk, I don't think we asked you this in the past. Would you have any problem in keeping the historic wall that runs along Lancaster Avenue, which was part of the original estate?
No, I think we already agreed that we would try to keep that wall. I mean, I don't think it's written down anyplace, but I think in words, we agreed to keep it.
Thank you.
Any public comment?
Do we have, actually, I have a question. In the past, we would have a list of conditions that the applicant has, or the township has imposed on the applicant. And is that, I don't see it in my packet. I know it's probably in a packet at home, but.
What I had prepared and what's going to be normal course of action for all land development plans coming in front of you and quite frankly in front of the Planning Commission is kind of a project summary sheet it's in the packets going through what the application is, where the deadlines are at, any relief that was needed, where they're at for plan approval. And at the end of that, we provided a list of staff recommendations, which includes compliance with any conditions granted as part of preliminary plan and any other things that staff felt at a minimum should be included. The board would be at your leisure whether you wanted to accept all of those, add some, delete some, but what have you. But we're going to get into that routine is providing you with that summary fact sheet. Just a quick overview of where the different county comments or different agency comments are at, Planning Commission actions, things along that nature.
Commissioner Fisher, I mean, and Kevin, I mean, Kevin prepared the caucus meeting outline. On the second page is a reference to the resolution. That resolution really has the conditions that were imposed. So if you have 2012-34 and the May 29th Gilmore letter, that's sort of where we're at with all the conditions, some of which have been probably met. But you'll have another resolution for the final, which will incorporate the preliminary and then whatever's left in engineering. And there'll be conditions. There's always going to be outside permit conditions, even at a final.
Okay. And I don't have those documents in front of me, but I assume that the sidewalk was in that, that was the May 29th meeting, I believe?
Yes.
And did we ever come to resolution on the improvements at the park?
Yes.
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 Okay, great. And the applicant's in agreement in general with these conditions that we've imposed?
Yeah, you've already signed it, actually.
Okay,
I mean, it's already been signed.
Any public comment?
I had a question for Kevin. In the materials we got, excuse me, it had the May 29th letter. I see the reference to Resolution 2012-34, but 2012-34 was not included in these materials.
It should actually be the last set of pages with this agenda item.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and you'll work out the extension with the staff solicitor. All right, next item.
Kevin, will you tell us a little bit about item Q and what is it you went there?
Sure. As you're aware, as part of the development of the Radnor Memorial Park with Agnes Irwin School, that there was in the lease contemplation for athletic field lighting. Unfortunately, any kind of athletic field lighting at that location would be in violation of the zoning ordinance for modern standard field lighting. So in lieu of just adopting and amending an ordinance that would address that sole issue, which we can do and we can prepare, the thought is we're going to run into these types of things in the future, undoubtedly. We're just not quite sure what those are. So the request from staff was to prepare a general municipal services, municipal use type of ordinance that would apply to municipally owned land or land managed by the municipality that would permit and spell out with some specificity the types of uses and what would be allowed on there in lieu of just addressing these in a piecemeal fashion.
Why wouldn't we just go through the variance process like a regular landowner? I mean, and I remember specifically.
Well, you could. It's just a very time-consuming process, whereas if we go through an ordinance amendment, we do it once. Every project that would just come in front of you for approval versus going through the 30-plus day approval process going through the zoning hearing board. So doing it through an ordinance would allow you to approve it in a more time-efficient manner. You do have the option of going to the zoning hearing board and proving a hardship, and why you couldn't do lighting in conformance with the zoning ordinance.
Right. I mean, this has come up before. When we did the Skunk Hollow Community Farm, we put up a fence that was violated zoning, and we did go through the zoning. We went to the zoning hearing board and got a variance, just like any regular landowner would. So it's just a question of efficiency.
It's efficiency, and it allows you to process these things in a little bit more an efficient manner. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You also wouldn't be able to meet the standard for a variance.
For the lighting issue.
There's a height issue, and I don't know what other issues Kevin has in mind, but if you want to implement what was contemplated out there.
So you feel we could draft something broadly enough to encompass future things like this, but not be too broad to let us basically do anything?
Correct.
Well, the commission would have to vote on it.
Okay.
Right.
So, John Rice, you see the need for this also, item Q?
Yes. At a minimum, to address the field lighting issue, because otherwise it won't happen.
Yeah.
All right, well, I motion that we authorize staff to prepare a zoning ordinance amendment to establish regulations for municipal services and accessory uses on municipally owned land.
Do I have a second? Raise your hand.
Second.
Wait a minute. Okay.
I have a question for John.
John Nagel, seconded.
The terms of the lease will still govern if they are more restrictive than this ordinance, correct?
But we don't have an ordinance yet.
I'm saying if this ordinance gets
Right. The terms of the lease contemplated.
talked about lights, but there were restrictions on the lights.
Yes.
And their height and how they threw light off.
There was a standard in that lease that a model sports lighting standard that we had put in that lease. So we had, at the time of the lease, we had some limitations in terms of type and whether they, were downward or upward. So, no matter what the ordinance says, and I think we'd probably want to incorporate that standard in the ordinance anyway, because you don't have a standard now with lighting in your zoning ordinance.
Just to be clear, the terms of the lease would not in any way be superseded or adversely affected.
No.
Any public comment?
Hello, Jim Schneller, St. David's, the Brinfield. I ask that you not even have a motion or table the motion. I believe that this is another opportunity where the burden's on the landowner, the tenant, the party who's making requests ought to file for an amendment to the zoning, just like Villanova's done.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
I motion the adoption of Ordinance 2012-07, amending Chapter 156 of the Radnor Township Code, Electrical Standards.
Have a second? Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Bill, will you mark me as abstaining on the Agnes Irwin lighting motion because I was out of the room?
Oh, were you?
It's not Agnes Irwin.
It's Radnor Township.
All appeal you.
Okay, sorry. I saw Agnes Irwin.
Why don't you just vote yes?
No.
Okay.
I
I put him
wasn't here
down as
for it.
abstaining. He left the room. Can't keep control of this board. All right, let's go. What's next? Public Works and Engineering.
The first item is, can we move, Steve, can we move tree maintenance further down? We have many people here waiting on stormwater.
Well, why don't we just, it'll only take a few minutes.
No, please, Bill. I
agree.
defer to
agree.
you, but we have half an audience here that would like to have us address stormwater. But you're still on for that, Steve.
Commissioner, where would you like to begin then?
It's letter T, as in Tango.
Okay, this is the emergency stormwater management update.
Yes.
In the early morning hours of May 16th, Radnor Township received between 3 and 5 inches of rain in approximately a 1-hour period. This was discussed thoroughly at a meeting we had at the Public Works Building. And at the subsequent regularly scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting held on the 21st, the Board of Commissioners approved the allocation of $150,000 to be used towards stormwater management in light of the 16th storm. So the following is basically what we have done to date based on a plan of action that was implemented immediately. So the next day, a purchase order for $50,000 was requested for mobile dredging and pumping to start clearing under the culverts in the North Wayne area. And to date, approximately 180 tons of debris has been removed.
Can I ask you,
Yes, sir.
being naive to this, that seemed like an extraordinarily large number or amount. Can you sort of context?
Right, mobile dredging and pumping, depending on the crew, the amount of hose we use, and how long they work, can be anywhere from $2,300 to $2,500 per day. And we know they had many days of work and are still working
I'm sorry,
in that area.
let me clarify my question. I'm referring to the 180 tons, not the money.
Just under the Poplar Culvert alone, which I think is 26 feet long, they removed about 3 feet of soil all the way across, and they've been working steadily ever since in that area under different culverts and straightaways.
Let me ask my question differently, because you use the term soil, and again, you're dealing with somebody who's somewhat naive to what you do. To me, debris is stuff that kind of winds up in there that shouldn't be there, and you use the term soil as if it should be there.
No, it could be erosion and sedimentation. So over the many years that the stream has been flowing, in certain areas there's been very big deposits of sediment, rock, debris, trash. Truly, we found, old springs, pieces of metal, large rocks. So whatever is blocking that stream flow is what they've been removing. And to date, it's been about 180 tons.
You surprised at the amount?
No.
Or is that what you expected?
No, the culvert under Poplar was severely impaired, even though we did do work on it last year. The culvert under Walnut, same thing. It was amazing how much dirt had blocked that up. And in other portions up along the run as we were getting over there. That doesn't surprise me. And again, we had a plan of action that was implemented rather quickly. We had contacted Chagrin Valley Engineers, who authored the 2011 Comprehensive Stormwater Management Study of Radnor Township. The reason we brought them back was we looked at the system on the North Wayne field. We know that there is one pipe that's in need of repair, and we know that the system has a lot of mud, dirt, debris in it. So before we moved and decided to spend a lot of money on repairing that system, we wanted to analyze what we had and see if it would be best used, that money may be best used after being brought back to the board for some other mechanism in that field to manage stormwater. So Chagrin Valley was out that week. They met with staff and residents of the area. A couple of the residents are here that we met with. And I took Chagrin Valley around personally and showed them a lot of the areas of the flooding. Information regarding details of the North Wayne Field Stormwater Management System, as well as plans of a couple other projects in the area provided. A purchase order was obtained for Gilmore & Associates to provide survey and boring services to be used by Chagrin Valley to further evaluate the use of the North Wayne Field. What we also found, there's some very interesting information. In a report titled Preliminary Drainage Study, North Wayne Park, dated December 19, 1997, this was authored by Pannoni, who did the design on the stormwater management system. There was some very interesting information regarding the capacity of what was then a proposed system. The system would begin discharge through the overflow weir at a 10-year frequency storm. So right off the bat, we know we have an idea of size. Based on the design performance summary, during a 100-year frequency storm, the system would reduce flows by about 2%. So what they give us is the flow in cubic feet per second at a 100-year storm, and they show the reduction. And at that point, really it's beyond the design level of that system. The aforementioned points further define the need for an evaluation of the existing stormwater management system in the field. Public Works staff has cleaned and jetted many of the pipes and inlets in this area, specifically those exiting the North Wayne field. Meeting with approximately 25 residents of the North Wayne area was held at the Township's Public Works Garage on May 22nd. And the Township manager, staff, and Mike Cummins of Chagrin Valley Engineers met with different residents outside of that meeting also. So that's where what we're doing in that immediate area. I'm hoping by the middle of this week to have some preliminary designs for discussion from Chagrin Valley Engineers for the North Wayne field to see what we should do there. Now that was not, the North Wayne area was hardly the only area hit by that
Steve,
storm. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. So what we have with regard to the North Wayne field is a major issue that's just hanging, don't we? We have a retention system that's woefully under-designed. Secondly, it's a system that has a broken pipe.
And it's full of mud.
And it's full of mud. And thirdly, any money that we would dedicate to or apply to those problems is not going to be money wisely spent.
Well, I think we need to watch and determine that the system was under-designed. Anecdotally, I think the system was designed with a certain size area to be used. So for the size area that they decided was what was going to be used for impoundment, I don't know that it was under-designed. It was designed maybe with the intent of a 10-year storm. I don't think there was ever any intention of detaining a 100-year frequency storm with that system.
Steve, I was chairing Parks Board at the time, and literally it was, what can we fit into that area to try to help with the
That's
problem?
what I think it was. I think that's very evident that they just tried to use what they could in that specific location. But your point is correct. Before we ask this board for funds to do any work to that, we want to see what else we can use, what else may be done in North Wayne Field to assist the residents downstream of that. Because at this point, it may not be worth spending large quantity of money repairing that system.
Well, if we have another serious storm, not one that we had May 15th, 16th, what's going to happen with that cistern, that holding basin?
The system functions partially. I can't quantify the exact amount of how much it would detain. We know that water does enter the system, and we know that it does come up through the inlets because there's an above-ground basin there, and you can see the dunnage line. So we could see that in that storm. The system charged, the system filled the basin, and it exited the park. To what level storm that would be able to take at this point, I can't tell you. I can tell you that it's no worse than it was a few months ago. It's in the same condition, more or less.
I have a couple of similar questions, if it's all right. The 2% improvement, that's only the water flowing through the basin. It doesn't tell us how much water isn't flowing through the basin.
That's
which
correct.
Could be staggering relative to the 2%.
The routing was through the basin.
The 2% is very low, and I would say provides almost no relief, or very little relief. And it's even lower when you consider that might be only 2% of the rest of the flow that's going around it. So there's a third condition that makes it less
You're exactly
effective
right.
than you
You're exactly right.
considered. And then my next question is, can we get this information in elevation heights? Because I think that's what the residents, my sense is that that's one that they can feel. You know, if you give them a number that says thousands of cubic feet per minute, nobody knows what that is. But if you say 4 feet above the street, everybody knows where 4 feet above the street would affect them. So can we get information? Is that already available, or do we have to pay somebody to do it for us?
We'd have to pay. I mean, what your previous point was right on the money, because what they were talking about was what was routed through the system. You were dead on with that. But to get those numbers, yeah, that would be, Chagrin Valley is performing engineering studies on that. That would be another step that we would have to require them to do.
Okay, thank you.
You could ask us how much water we had. Can't speak for
So we are moving on the Gulf Creek watershed We have been working on those culverts and on that basin design. You want to let this gentleman? Okay. So by the middle of this week, we hope to have some preliminary design for North Wayne Field. I'd like to talk next about the Ithan Creek watershed, which is Midland, Meadowbrook Circle, Pembroke, St. David, South Wayne. These folks were also severely hit by that storm. And the township manager, myself, met with many of the affected residents of this watershed, as did public works staff and the engineering inspector. Meeting was attended by the township manager and myself on June 5th with residents of Meadowbrook Circle. The township will, within the next 2 weeks, attempt to ascertain the condition of the 100-year-old plus or minus 100-year-old stone arch culvert that runs through this area to determine if flow is restricted due to root intrusion, deteriorating structures, and or debris. I think everybody's pretty familiar with where this culvert, we're talking specifically from Luella Avenue through to Pembroke. So as you come down Midland from Luella, it's in the front yards, and then at St. Catherine's it cuts under, goes through the grotto, goes underneath Aberdeen, and then runs through the backyards of those folks on Midlands and St. David's. This pipe hasn't been looked at in years, if at all, so we're going to do what we can from a staff standpoint that's safe for our people to look at, but in another agenda item, we're going to request funds to do some additional work in there, and I'll talk about that later. And I'll be contacting the school. There's been a lot of question as to the condition and effectiveness of the stormwater management system that was installed at the Radnor Middle School. And we also know that the last segment of the pipe from West Wayne and South Wayne was never connected. Gilmore Associates has done some preliminary work on that, spoken to some utility companies, and they're going to provide a proposal for that final step in engineering. An existing fence which impedes flow through the culvert on Ivan Avenue from the stream at Meadowbrook Circle has been removed, and we'd like to use mobile dredging in that area of Meadowbrook Circle to remove buildup from the stream. And I'd like to just add to that, in speaking to the residents of the North Wayne area, we've talked about contacting some of our corporate residents and the utilities. So earlier this week, I met with Ralph Brown of PECO. They have a substation and plant which is almost totally impervious, except for a few spots of grass. And what I wanted to do with them is have them try to institute some stormwater management in the area. And through our conversations, it became clear that working on the site may be very tough due to the nature of the site. There's utilities, there's large cables underground. So my thought was, if that is an issue, I'd like to get PECO to work off-site. And one of the things we talked about was a continuation of the stream cleanup. They did partner with one, I believe it was in Eddystone. They have a grant out there for $10,000 that a different group administers, but they award. But really what I was trying to get them to do is perform stormwater management equivalent to what we would like them to do on their property, but maybe in our street. And that could be a subsurface stormwater system. It could be structural BMPs throughout. It doesn't have to be one specific item. It can be a combination of things. But basically, it's stormwater in lieu of what they would do on their site in the surrounding area.
So the street you refer to would be Woodland Avenue, would it not?
It could be Woodland. It could be Poplar. It could, what we'd have to do is look at where the utilities would allow such a system to be installed. And that system, I'm not saying, again, would take a huge storm, but we have to try to take advantage of the low-hanging fruit. Yeah. So even the smaller things we do, the rain gardens, underground systems, different items that we do throughout the watershed all help. Now, in those huge storms, that's a different story.
When you use the term structural BMPs,
right?
What is that?
Well, what I would request is a combination of, they could do rain gardens in some places, but I would like to see an underground system installed by PECO at their expense.
Okay.
And basically that was my conversation with SEPTA. I spoke with SEPTA the other day regarding the Wayne train station, and a lot of the residents had concern with what was built there. And what they had showed me was there was an existing, they did install a basin on the north side of the tracks. And what I was informed verbally was that on the south side of the tracks in their parking lot, at the surrounding residents' request, they did install an underground system additional to what they were required to do. And what I had asked SEPTA to do was provide me with some calculations so I could get an idea of what that capacity of that underground system was.
Steve, that south system.
Yes, sir.
Is at the eastern end of their parking lot, near the houses?
Yes.
Okay.
And what the whole conversation was mainly about was the tracks, and I provided them with an aerial photograph where the band of the railroad tracks is very evident. You can see that from quite a distance. And I was informed by SEPTA that they lease the station from Amtrak, and they are required to maintain and operate it. And they also lease the tracks, but they have nothing to do with the maintenance or operation of those tracks. That's solely Amtrak. So I gave them several of my cards, asked them to distribute them to Amtrak and get me a contact that I could call. I'll be honest with you, I've dealt with Amtrak. That's a long situation, but that doesn't mean we're not going to do it. I will be doggedly staying after Amtrak. And again, there's inherent issues with trying to do stormwater management under a railroad track. Their job is to move the trains along, just like the turnpike's job is to move motorists along. So they're not going to endanger what their primary function is, railroad tracks and the moving of railroad cars, for stormwater management. That's my opinion, but I think it's a valid opinion. Again, what I would like to get Amtrak to do is something off-site, off of where their tracks are, some type of stormwater management that could help mitigate the situation, whether it be at the toe of slope of the tracks or, again, in one of our streets or one of our parks, but something in that immediate watershed near where they are. And I will keep this board and the manager posted on any information I get from PICO, Amtrak, and or SEPTA.
I have a couple questions. So with those conversations with PICO, Amtrak, and SEPTA, you learned of the facilities that they built and put in, and you're getting calculations of what they're supposed to handle. Did you was any light shed on their maintenance? Have they gone in and cleaned those out? Is anybody going in and checking and see if those worked or if they're stopped up as well? Is there maintenance?
That is a great question. That is one I will follow up with. And that is, to be honest, Commissioner, the million-dollar question on all the underground stormwater facilities that have been installed all around here. Right. We saw what happened with the North Wayne Field. And like Commissioner Nagel said, that wasn't under-designed. It was just located in what spot they had. The maintenance is a different story, and that's a huge issue with those things, depending on its location. I will follow up with SEPTA on that, just like we're going to follow up with the middle school. I don't know the condition of that system that was installed at the middle school. I don't know the functionality.
Right, and so along those lines, do we have a system or any way of tracking when we do maintenance? So when we do spend the money and go in and clean out the pipes and make sure that everything's working, what type of improvement and what type of efficacy we get out of that spending? So, do we have any way of measuring the runoff that's coming out of these sites and then going in, spending the money, cleaning it out, dredging it up, and then quantifying, yes, that worked, it's worth the money?
Everything that we have is based on design criteria,
right,
and certain assumptions that are included in that design. You bring up a really good point, and the true way to truly determine what is exiting the system is the use of flow meters. We use them all the time in sanitary sewer. We have flow meters in the Midland area and in Wayne right now for use in our sanitary sewer to measure not just the base flow, but the inflow and infiltration. And the use of a meter can be had. We can put a meter at the exit, the invert out of a system to see how it worked. But it's really, you have to look at more than that. We have to look at the rainfall event, determine what the storm was, and therefore you can't just, it's like when people say to me, that storm was really terrible. We had so much rain, or whenever we get 2 inches of rain, there's a problem. The reality of it is if we get 2 inches of rain in a rather steady way over 3 days, streams rise, but we don't have flooding, usually. I'll never say never. If we get the 2 to 3 inches of rain in a very short period of time, so it's the frequency, it's the duration, it's the intensity, but we can quantify what comes out of a system with the use of flow meters.
So to that end, my sense is that if we have capital projects, we should have a before and after hydrograph, and I suspect that we would need some kind of river analysis, some kind of HECRAS analysis, because I think it's flood elevation that is going to protect the people, not flow. I think that flow is a staggering number, but it's the elevation of the flood that's going to be most protective. My sense is that if something is already designed, we're not going to be able to do an analysis to remove the solids. We would just remove the solids. But for a capital project, I think we need those 2 items. And then one question about your work with PICO, Amtrak, and SEPTA. Is there any reason to suspect that they would be agreeable to our request? And I'm not aware that there is. So my thought then is that this immediately shifts to the legislative end, that this won't come from Amtrak's capital budget. This will come from us talking to our state senators and our state representatives.
I haven't been able to talk to Amtrak yet. PICO has not supplied, SEPTA has not supplied me with a contact for maintenance of the tracks. So I don't have an answer on that. I just know, personal feeling is I think it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah.
Because neither of these entities are required to do anything at this point. Another personal thought is I think they're afraid of setting a precedent of doing stormwater management here and then being open to that. I see Commissioner Fisher's nodding his head because when we dealt with one of these entities in the past, one of their biggest concerns was we've never done that for a municipality before. If we do it here, other people will want it. And that sentiment stuck with me through these meetings, and I wonder if that's not a concern of theirs. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to pursue it, and I will let this board know where we stand.
And I didn't mean to imply that you wouldn't. I just meant to that if the burden is on us then to pursue the legislative end of this, because I suspect that's where the funding would come from.
That concludes the update.
Any commissioner comment? Well, commissioner comment first. Okay. Public comment? Sorry, sir. This gentleman's been waiting back there. You're next, okay? He's been standing at attention for a half hour.
Brian Wade, Plant Avenue. I was woken on the morning of the 16th to someone pounding on my door saying, move your car. We're getting flooded. And the question that I wanted to address was, you were wondering how does that 2% flow reduction affect the actual flow and how high it was. When I went outside to move my car, it was 6 inches in the street. By the time I moved it across the street, by the time I walked back, there was a foot in the street. And when I walked around back of the house, there was 2 feet in the street. I have a wall in front of my house at the height of the storm, and it stayed there for about an hour and a half. It was about 2 inches below the wall. I did not measure that. Around back of the house, in the basement, according to the FEMA adjuster, it was 29 inches in the basement. I have pictures of it outside about that far below where the PICO service comes into the house. I think that you can estimate by measuring how far across that is in the front and in the back to figure out how much flow came down Plant Avenue. I mean, if you want a good estimate of how high it was, there are the numbers. But if you want how much flow actually comes through. And the other thing to remember is it's a watershed problem, and the watershed starts up in Radnor Township. It's not just Radnor's problem. And so I think that you guys should be dealing with them also. Thank you.
My name's Jack Graham, and I'm representing St. Catharines. And the part of our problem there is not just the stream that goes through the grotto, but it's the water coming off Lancaster Avenue down between St. Catharines and the buildings next to it. We have spent a lot of money over the past few years putting industrial pumps in the basement, replacing the pumps that were there. We've closed up the back doors into our gym. to eliminate the water going in there. We replaced part of that floor twice. And I realize Lancaster Avenue is probably a PennDOT problem, but I would hope that Radnor Township could work with PennDOT and try to solve that problem. If you take a look at the sewers there in front, the outlets, with the repaving of Lancaster Avenue over the years, there's very little space left for water to go into those drains. And I think that's part of our problem, because it just comes gushing down between those buildings. So I would hope that we can work with PennDOT to see what they can do about their problem on Lancaster Avenue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Terry Parkinson, and I live on St. David's Road, on the 300 block of St. David's Road. And this is the second occasion, this May 16th flood, on which I have incurred over $30,000 worth of damages to my home. This time, according to the FEMA adjuster, I had about 4 feet of water in the yard. I have photos on my cell phone. I had 6 feet of water, or it was maybe it was 5'6". I won't exaggerate, 5'6". It would have been over my head if I had walked down into my basement. It came in through the windows, moved my water heater, broke my door on my basement, and then the pipe on the water heater broke. So all of my appliances in my basement were damaged. It's the fourth furnace that I have replaced in 3 years. I didn't lose a car this time because I've learned not to park my car any further down than a wisteria bush that's within maybe not even 20 feet of my sidewalk. I know that other people on my block did lose automobiles, and that in some cases it was the second time this year that they've lost automobiles. So I'm very concerned about the fact that if the system at the middle school is not hooked up, I think that this situation has been worse in the last few years. We've always had flooding. I've lived in my home now for, I guess, about 27 years, and I've had flooding. And I have pictures that go back over all of those years of the flooding. It's never been this bad, never been this bad. Not even with Hurricane Floyd was it ever this bad. That's of concern. The culvert, I have to respond to what Mr. Norsini said. Those of you who knew my late husband, Peter, he was very active with the South Wayne Protective Association. He was a physicist and engineer by trade, and he worked with people from the association on Stormwater Committee. I have the documents in hand. I'm sure the association probably has those in hand. I also have photos of the interior of that culvert that runs behind my yard, and it was perfectly clear when those photos were taken. The two, Peter and I can't remember who the other individual was, walked that culvert. Now, it's been years, admittedly, and I don't know what's built up there, but I would agree with the gentleman who spoke before me that one of the issues has always been the runoff coming from elsewhere. It's not that the culvert's really been the issue, it's that there's so much water coming down the pike. And I don't need to tell you what a public hazard it is to human beings. I think we've learned that already. I think that this township and all of you sitting before me have a commitment to the public safety. We pay taxes in this community, and I expect that the safety of my home, okay, which is my investment for my retirement, which is the home. I love living in this community, and in spite of all the flooding, you know, I've remained there, I've stayed there. But I can no longer afford to pay this amount of money every 6 months to maintain that my domicile. I'm also concerned about the property values in this neighborhood and what it does to both the property values in North Wayne and South Wayne. And it's not just the people living in those homes. It's anyone who lives within probably a 1 mile radius of those homes. And I think those are all things that you need to consider. I think that the amount of loss, if you, I just saw what you were authorizing, I don't think it can touch it. I don't think it can touch it. Anyhow, I did not know about this meeting this evening. Someone emailed me for some reason. I'm not on the list anymore, but I want to be back on it. Obviously, I've got a big reason to be there.
There's a lady in the back that has the largest email list in the world.
I know.
Talk
and
to her.
I wasn't
She's
on
standing
it,
there.
And I wasn't on it, but I got it through someone else, and one of my colleagues at work who knows what's gone on in the last month is on that list, and she let me know what was occurring. And Mr. Ziankowski knows. I've been at other meetings, and I've spoken to him about this in the past. In fact, my garage is a prominent photograph in the recent report because it sits on top of this culvert. Okay, it no longer has a floor. The floor has just been raised up. It looks like something out of Ghostbusters, but...
Steve, could I, Mr. Graham and Mrs. Parkinson have raised the question of PennDOT. Are they a player in a solution to any of these problems?
Absolutely, they would be. Part of the reason for the portion of the system that was not built that went into the middle school system by the firehouse involved South Wayne Avenue and some of the water that came off of Lancaster Avenue. So just right there, they're a portion of the problem. I mean, some of the stormwater from the state roads does affect our roads, and to be honest, vice versa. They would be, they could be part of the solution. It could be a very costly solution. Be honest, I spoke of Ryan Cummins with this. I would love to see us at one point get on the tip and be able to come down Lancaster Avenue, do some beautification, but in the meantime, renew the utilities, redo the utilities, upgrade the stormwater system that's there, because a lot of it doesn't function real well. And as the gentleman said, that inlet, which we've had Paul Basics here in the audience for the tree portion, as is the other Paul, we've contacted PennDOT a couple of times on that. The reality of it is, even if that inlet's opened, we don't know how well the pipes, what kind of condition those pipes are in. So even if we open the inlet, the pipes might not be in good shape.
Is PennDOT a source of funds to help us with our problem?
Commissioner, if I may, I think it would be wrong for us to even think PennDOT's going to help us out. I mean, I don't want to give any false ideas. It's a township issue. It's a township problem. To us to look at PennDOT to do much of anything, I think we would be kidding ourselves, except in the issues where if we need gain easements or access through there. But really, a lot of the stormwater is generated throughout the township and moves. And just given the elevations in different areas, I mean, there's some of the areas which is down in Midland, water's heading that direction just based on the topography.
Bob, our streets, not PennDOT streets, ours, dump stormwater into our creeks or streams, which then floods our people's property. PennDOT's highways and our main arterials dump water onto our streets or directly into the streams. Either way, it gets into the streams. So they sit in the same situation or position that we do. They're the source of stormwater, and why aren't they approachable for help with a solution?
Well, I think we will approach them, but I think for us to hang our hat on them providing anything would be a reach at best,
PennDOT's
except for their
stormwater,
technical end.
I mean, it's just staggering. Their stormwater, I mean, they're probably the largest discharger of stormwater in Pennsylvania. So I think that you're right, and in fairness to everyone, it's wise for us to sort of circumvent certain things before we either imply that there's a likelihood of success or we expend resources. So
I think
I think you're accurate on that, Bob.
The tip is something that takes years if you can get on it, if it gets funded. I mean, that's far away. It's a lot of grants. In the immediate short term, 0 to 10 years, I agree with the manager. We need to control our own destiny in this regard.
I have just one more question for the commissioners. Obviously, with all of that water in my basement, I had to have my power turned off and my gas turned off. There was water in the gas line. I had to have my electrical all redone, and I had to get an underwriter's certificate and all of that. Because of that, I couldn't pump the water out of my basement. I had no sump pump that could run. And ServPro, when they came out, could not, they had a generator and a pump. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the fire department cannot pump our basements under those circumstances. Maybe that's not a question for you, but I'm just really curious about that because I asked twice, once the night that it was occurring, and then the second time was when the power went off and I couldn't get the stuff out of the basement. So I just didn't know what what kind of services are available from the township to help those of us who are caught in these circumstances. With that,
I don't believe the fire department's pump basements any longer. That's something they did decades ago. I don't know why they stopped doing that. I don't think they had equipment to do it. They don't have the equipment these days to do that. So
they've got better equipment than ServPro did.
Yeah, I would imagine, but yeah. I think the fire department should answer that question now.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Bill Bruno, 205 North Wayne Avenue, Wayne, PA. I've been coming here for a number of years in reference to the stormwater situation. The situation has gotten a lot worse in the past, I would say, 2 years. I think we forgot to mention the very large parking lot up at AT&T, which is dumping a tremendous amount of water in our system. There was 18 inches of water in my garage. I never had that, even in the hurricanes or any of those kinds of storms. The last storm we had, which was quite a few inches of water. On the basin that is across the street from where I live, a major problem with that is not only that it was under-designed, but that it was also not maintained over the years. Steve Norsini has done a tremendous job. He's inherited quite a mess, and he's trying to square it away. That's how I see it. The situation with the basin across the street, a lot of the times, is bypassed. It gets clogged up right where the water goes into the basin, bypasses it, and comes down, shoots the rocks out onto North Wayne Avenue, which creates a tremendously dangerous situation for automobiles. I'm surprised nobody's gotten killed there, or at least in a major accident, because of all the stone, the cars that could possibly even float into each other. I've seen cars stalled out in front of my house. The thing that got me the most, I was walking around during the hurricane, and I walked around during the last storm, and man, I'll tell you, I'd never seen anything like this. And I was, as all of you know, I've been a policeman here for 25 years. And I retired in 2004. And even when I was on the police force, I never saw this amount of water. Poplar Avenue looked like the Delaware River. I could not believe how much water was on that. The power was out. People were out of their homes. People had to be rescued from their homes. The police department did a great job. And the fire department did a great job in getting these people out of their homes, and nobody was hurt. It's just a situation where it's time that some kind of action be taken, whether we get our state people involved, get Mr. Adolph involved in this. This is a state highway. The pipe in front of my house that runs from one grade to another has deteriorated to the point where the road is caving in. I've called the state representative. I've talked to the secretaries on the phone. We'll be out. They came out, they put coal patch on it, but the pipes deteriorated. The water is washing the road away, and it's not going to be long before one of my cars or a trash truck or another heavy vehicle goes down into the road. So these are things I think that should be addressed. I think we should make AT&T a partner also in this if we can get a hold of them. Amtrak has provided funds, federal funds, which are taxpayer funds. I don't see why they can't be involved in this to help the situation out. Okay, thank you very much.
Hi. John Velutini, 106 Walnut Avenue. I bought my property August of 2011, not only, 9 months ago. I was up in South Wayne. Had I known that this area was having these problems, I probably wouldn't have bought the property. I've been impacted by 2 significant events, Irene and the May 16th one. It's been it's been crazy. Lost 2 cars, some property. I've got a garage and a basement that I thought I could use for storage, you know, but it's rendered not use. It's kind of useless. I can't keep anything in there. So if anybody knows what I can do with my 300-pound snowblower in the garage, let me know. I don't know what to do with it. And it's going to get wet one day, and I'll have to throw it away. I have to rethink about landscaping. I mean, if it's not a tree, it's going to get washed away. I mean, these are not natural events. This is just bizarre. I just really feel that the township has, to a certain degree, has obligated themselves to really fix this problem when they freely took my transfer tax money in August last year without notifying me of the problems. So that's all. Thank you.
I am Gail Morrison from 111 Poplar Avenue. I had emailed a presentation. Can we get that up? Is James here? So it's. And then is it also? It's on here. Oh, as soon as I open this, it starts. Okay. And then I need to go to full screen.
Hit F5.
F5. Okay. First of all, I want to make sure, I want to have everybody here raise their hand or stand up if they're here about this issue in particular and they've suffered damage. I want you to know, and this is a fraction of the people. This is the people that are willing to come out for 3.5 hours. Where's Paige down here? So some of this, it seems quite obvious to me. I can't believe we kind of have to go through it again, but I think we do because each time I go to discuss it, we're getting so much pushback about what will be done. So let's just walk through this a little bit. That's my house last August, one of the 3 storms where we had flooding like this. What we're really getting to here is that this happens because everybody else's water is dumped at our yards. Okay, well, if you're standing where this picture was taken, about 10 feet below you is the discharge from AT&T's basin. The water from AT&T's property goes to the catch basin and comes directly out about where the picture taker's standing. It creates huge, huge problems. And then, so I think here is...
Do you mind if I interrupt?
Go ahead.
To talk about that last image. I mean, one of my concerns, I know you don't want to hear this. I know this is frustrating. But I'm not sure, the scale of things, I'm not sure that AT&T contributes to that in any way. Because the scale of what is upstream of that point? My understanding is it's enormous, and AT&T
Well, I guess
is very
their
small.
estimate has been AT&T's contributing about 20%.
Well,
I think what Ryan Cummins had said when we met a couple times.
Yeah.
And one of those conversations was not AT&T, but I think the term he used, if we were to literally plug all the water that came off the North Wayne field, which is not just AT&T's water, there's other storm water
Who
there too.
else's water's in it?
Everything that's running down the Towa slope of the tracks, there's water that comes down, to be perfectly honest, Station, West, North Wayne Avenue, all comes under the bridge. It's not just AT&T.
It's all piped under the bridge, and it comes
But
out there.
that was maybe 20% of the problem. The 80% is Gulf Creek itself.
That the upstream watershed of that point is enormous, correct? And the AT&T lot is an acre.
Well, I
or
guess
two.
what I mean, the entire catchment that goes through the basin.
Okay, so I don't want to.
That's multiple acres.
I don't want. We don't have to solve it, but my point is that I'm saying this because I know you might not accept this right now, but I'm saying this because I think you need this information to understand your problem. That there's an issue of scale that we're typically not addressing here, and that some of these fixes, some of these things we talk about, are very, very small in scale, and I'm troubled that. And you should be troubled by this too.
I don't know, that's not small in scale.
But
they have 10 acre, how many acres is
Well, no,
that?
I think what,
20 acres?
not speaking for Commissioner Curley, but from our conversation with Ryan is, if we were to stop all the water magically coming off North Wayne Field, okay, that was maybe 20 to 25% of your problem. 75% of the problem is Gulf Creek as it is,
All right,
and
well,
with
when
its
Clara
flood
and
zone.
Edna have 4 feet of water in their basement, 3 feet would be better, you know?
All right.
Don, if
Why
I
don't
can
we let her
clarify
make her
something here
presentation?
for you,
Very
so
good.
that you maybe understand this. What happens here is the lot on AT&T, the culvert on West Avenue, which is the townships, which is basically in front of 60 West Avenue, which is AT&T, comes down under the tracks, if I'm right, Steve, comes down under the tracks, and is supposed to go into the culvert. Well, you add AT&T parking lot, where the building is, plus the large parking lot that's on the north side of that, that's a tremendous amount of impervious surface that's dumping into that system. That alone would overload what's in the ground. Then plus you have West Avenue going into there. You also have SEPTA going into there, which is half of that station on the north side is uncontrolled. Okay, you have a small retention basin on the north side, but the other half of that, which would be west part of the train station, there is no water control there from SEPTA. Plus, you also have a township inlet up at Railroad and North Wayne Avenue, which also feeds into there, which aggravates the situation.
All right, let me just put it this way then. I think it is in your best interest to get a sense of the scale of this. And my sense is that some of these properties are very small relative to the amount of contributing area that are going through that. So we're not going to solve that tonight.
Okay,
But my
I
opinion
don't
is
know
that's
if
in
you're also
everyone's
seeing
best
that that's
interest.
not just my property. This is the high point, the road's impassable past it, okay? When, on May 16th, when they came to get people out of their, when the fire truck came, this is as far as it can get, because for another 300 or 400 yards, it's underwater and not passable.
Gail, he's not
safe.
disputing that.
Okay, well,
You're arguing the results, and we all agree.
Yeah,
that
I know,
You win
it's
the
no-
argument on the results. What he's saying is the sources are not so imminent as you think they are. The sources are widespread.
I don't think for some reason, we don't seem to have an understanding that it's the current stormwater controls that cause these problems. That's why you have to think about where the discharges are and what is dry when we are wet.
I think, too, if I could say one more thing, maybe you'll understand this a little bit better, is that when the flow starts coming down my driveway and into the creek, it pushes that water towards those homes. It comes down like a river down my driveway. The drains out on North Wayne Avenue, they stop working.
The water runs perpendicular to the creek.
And it pushes that flow into these homes. That's what's happening here. That's what I see when I'm out.
So, we actually, you guys probably don't, as I understand it, there's been 30 or 40 years of these meetings where everybody gets up and yells and screams and says, oh my God, why does this keep going on? But
Well,
so
we were-
this is just a little recap.
15 years ago, we were going to buy both of those homes when they were for sale,
You can have it.
you know? Because
So-
we're not ever going to solve the problem with those two homes. They're just in the floodplain, they're too close.
No, but that's not
Yeah.
true.
That's not true? Well,
I think with different stormwater controls, everybody on this block can tolerate wet yards, and your tires get wet. But the current situation where all of these houses are asked to take everybody else's water cannot continue. So I'm going to show you just a few more pictures so we make sure we're all talking about the same thing. This is the water from the August 20th storm. You can barely see the red and white stripes, which are showing you South Wayne Ave impassable in front of the fire station. This was just a nice high bill from the end of Chamonix Road, very expensive property bought in the last 3 years. So this is what he's paid $35,000 just to fix flood damage. That's not counting all the others. This is Meadowbrook Circle, $75,000 of business inventory lost. So I think we're starting, and I like tonight that we talked a lot about how extensive the problem is, all the different roads it reaches. But we're here tonight because we need an encompassing solution. We need permanent funding. And these situations all over the township for people over and over and over again, it has to stop. This is Oak Lane. And the pictures are a little bit harder to see here, but I'm just pointing out that it's Forest Road, Eagle Road, Oak Lane, Walnut at Oak, Poplar, Plant, Woodland, Willow, and then I think Steve enumerated where all of the roads this happens to in South Wayne. So this is John's house, and this is a totaled expensive car. My mother happened to be visiting me on May 16th. Her car was also totaled. So we're going to get to the part, because I feel in the last month I keep having conversations and then I get a lot of pushback. And like you just said, the water's naturally going to go there. Those properties just sit in a bad place. And that's not what we believe to be going on. It's currently, you're keeping all of North Wayne, almost all of North Wayne is dry because these blocks are 3 feet underwater. And you can see that. I think we won't switch over to the storm sewer map that the township was nice enough to provide to me, but that's a very important point, and I did feel that the commissioners understood that.
Bill, do you understand this is a man-made situation? This is not something that's natural? I think it's a little unfair when you say that was a flood zone.
I represent South Wayne that gets flooded, and I've seen it flooded over the last 30 years, and there's 170 acres that come down at St. Catherine's, okay? And I got 170 acres draining there. It's almost an impossible situation.
Yeah, but this situation here, there was an attempt made with the basin to help cure the situation in the 90s, which did not work.
That was a 10-year storm. If you get 2 or 3 inches in an hour,
I understand that.
Nothing's going to work.
But the thing is, Bill, when they did SEPTA, when they did AT&T, when they did all these impervious situations throughout the years, this was bound to happen. So this is a man-made situation. So if man made it, they have to control it. That's my feeling.
But you're also in the floodplain. You're not in a dry area, you know. So
But Bill, I wasn't in a floodplain when I bought it.
Yeah.
No, I bought in June of 2010, and I was advised I was not in a floodplain.
And when they did
I've been here. I've been here 60 years, and we used to get these problems once every 10 or 12 years.
I know.
And the last 5 or 6 years, we've had them about every year or every other
Sometimes
year.
more.
Really dangerous storms.
But at the same time, you've had completely unmaintained and decaying stormwater pipes.
I agree with that.
Can I also suggest, in essence of time, it's now 10 minutes to 11. No. Just hold on. I'm very supportive. I like the presentation. I'm learning. I'm not having this flooding issue in my neighborhood, so it's very helpful. You want it? No. No. But I do want to be part of the solution.
John, you do. I'm counting.
Well, we've had some serious issues, but they've
On
been
which one? Cal?
Cal and Ann, yeah. And the board is going to discuss a stormwater quality utility program tonight. I think to Commissioner Curley's comments, the scope of the issue in your neighborhood transcends your neighborhood.
Right.
It really is a township-wide issue that we have to address and look at. And I think, at least from my point of view, I'm not going to speak for the board. From my point of view, the only way to address this issue is to make it everyone's problem in the township. And the only way we do that is by making a stormwater utility where everyone has to pay a little bit to fix these problems. And we can go around and try to spend $10,000 here or there, but you know what, honestly, this is a $2 or $3 million problem.
That's
at
right.
least. It could be 5 to 10. But, you know, if we treat it globally in the township, and as part of that, we're going to go to Tredyffrin, Upper Merion, any other township that's draining into us, we're going to have to address them as well. And I see this as a big problem. I'm glad everyone's here tonight because this is a big problem. It's a very costly problem, and the undue hardship to individuals, it's unbelievable. I can't imagine what it's like to lose 2 cars, let alone have a flooded basement every time you get an inch or 2 of rain.
4 times in 2 years.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So just in essence of time, if there's any more presentation, get it out. Let's stop debating. Let's listen. We'll learn more from listening than debating. And then the board can then try to move forward with this idea of a stormwater authority. Well,
What's that?
I'm finding the debate very useful, so I'm just sort of, it is 10 of 11 and we got to stop and we're not going to decide tonight, but I'm finding
You're not going to vote on the utility tonight?
the debate, well, we're not taking action on this item tonight.
Okay.
We're certainly not going to solve the problem tonight.
No,
doubt about that.
we're not. Okay. I think we can, I was advised, because everybody here has thought, there's a certain amount of more time that could be allowed, and to me, it's the end of the year. But we thought, if the township doesn't act, what happens next? Does everybody have to get together and sue? And somebody said, you can't sue the township. And that's, from what I understand and have been advised, not true. Because these are stormwater controls that are causing harm to our private property. So if you would like to debate that?
We're not going to
Gail,
discuss
Gail,
All right.
that's a dead end. We're not.
That's fine, okay, and we've put it in the record. And it's important to all of us. Okay. So we probably don't have to go through this part. It's dangerous, it's destructive, it's waste, it mixes with sewage. I think we all know that. I'm not going to go through that part either. But I thought it was important to enter in the financial question. Some of our costs and what are the township's costs of not doing anything. So the residents are being asked to carry flood insurance. Our costs, from an anecdotal survey, $2,000 to $4,000 per year per household. Houses that for 100 years were dry are being asked to carry this flood insurance. Insurance rates, flood insurance, homeowners insurance, vehicle insurance rates are going to rise. And a woman here pointed out our insurance carriers will start to drop us. If you're a homeowner and you have flood insurance and you file 4 times in 2 years, you're probably going to start to get some pushback from the insurance company. I had asked, and I wonder if the township has calculated what it spends. I wonder if, Steve, do you know what you have to spend when Public Works has to come out in the middle of the night and come pick up all this garbage and make repairs to municipal parks and buildings?
We can come up with that amount, but I don't have that with me.
All right. I'm sure it's hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So you're not saving any money there. The woman who spoke earlier made the point about our property values. I think we can't emphasize enough how hard we work to live in Radnor, how expensive the real estate is, and what it would cost everybody if we can't sell our homes because of these flooding situations. So I think it's that's obvious to everybody. So in the end, we want the stormwater utility enacted, and we hope the commissioners will act as quickly as possible. And that's it. Okay.
I had just one quick addition. Heather Witzy, I live at Radnor Street Road, right next to Cowan Park. The stream, Gulf Creek runs in my backyard. I'm also here in support of the stormwater utility. I'm new to the township, 2 years, and I've never lived in a municipality that didn't have a stormwater management fee. I never thought twice about it. I was shocked that we don't have one. I do dispute Commissioner Curley's comments that this is not man-made. Chagrin Valley's report specifically states that 3 out of the 4 watersheds that Radnor sits on has major infrastructure issues. Culverts that are undersized, pipes that are undersized, poor and inconsistent maintenance. And that contributes to the rainfall, that contributes to the large storms. If we have a stormwater utility to address the man-made issues, that can ease up the natural issues. And I hope you guys vote to approve the utility. Thank you.
Ken Taylor, Willow Avenue. I've come before you many times on this issue, and I'll try to buzz through it as quickly as possible. Obviously, I support the utility. It's a sizable investment to get this up and running and apply this utility in an equitable manner between the properties. Whether that utility generates funds to reinstate a portion or all of that seed money to one of the measures is before you tonight to get the utility up and running is returned to the general fund from the proceeds from that utility or partially or perhaps over several years while also doing some projects. I'd like to see the utility up and running to do many things, including address some issues that Commissioner Curley brings up. Of course, this is universal. This is intermunicipal. We have a portion of this watershed, the Gulf Creek that is, that's not in our township. To try to give the Public Works Department some access to perhaps put some pressure on and bring Amtrak to the show. I think the funds that are generated by this utility could be used on a universal approach, not just for shovels in the ground for projects that deal with 2 or 10% of the problem or a 2 or 10-year storm, but rather that this utility provide funds that can be used for influencing legislation if perhaps the state legislature is the place we've got to go to obtain funding to get some kind of relief. To perhaps look into legal action or other measures to require townships upstream of ours that are impacting our people to join us in this fight, perhaps institute the same kind of utility in their township so that they can deal with their share of the problem. Again, love to see the utility put into place as soon as possible so that this board can have a dedicated source of funding to approach this monumental problem on a universal scale and through measures other than just engineering studies, just shovels in the ground. To quote Commissioner Curley in a prior meeting, he asked me, do you think this is a moral obligation of this board, much in the way of police protection? And I stated in response to his question, yes. I still state yes. We pay our taxes. We would expect the board to take action to help us in this regard, just as it would to provide safe streets through good police protection and to take care of us when we have a permit situation when we come to this township building. This is part of what we're asking you to do. We know other boards have studied it, have talked about buying properties or dealing with it and haven't followed through. This board is doing a lot of things over the last several years that are new and a brand new approach to taking on problems. This is yet another one. We hate to saddle you with this, but we think you're up to it. We'd like you to get started tonight.
Hi, my name's Christine Lucas, and I'm a resident of Wayne as well. And I've just a couple comments. One, appreciate the calm everybody has. That's very helpful. Thank you for what everybody's doing to try and solve the problem. I have very close friends that wanted me to make the point that they said the neighborhood didn't have problems for a long, long time before Floyd. So we know something has changed. We know some things are broken that could be fixed. So I have a couple quick questions, most of which may require follow-up. I understand that when we come back. One is, do we have insurance? Each of us is responsible now, and again, I happen to live in a place that does require flood insurance for a mortgage now. It did not when I moved in 7 years ago, so that also represents a change. But, so the question is, are we already paying with our tax money for insurance policies that we may have as a township that could help here? Didn't know if that question had been raised before. Does anyone have any idea, or can anyone take the action?
Just ask your questions. We don't have the answers. We'll make a note and
Okay,
respond.
thanks. Okay, then the next one is, so the next one is, do we have an assurance from all the studies that we're doing, and we know, and again, I also appreciate what Steve is doing to try and solve this problem. Do we have a study, or are we commissioning a study that will help us solve the 100-year storm problem? We all know it's a challenge, a heck of a challenge. We know New Orleans had their problem with the Category 4 versus Category 3, much larger scale, fortunately, than we've ever had to deal with. Same principle, though. So the question is, are we commissioning that study?
Currently, right now, Chagrin Valley is doing preliminary designs for the North Wayne field. And I use what I'd, when we met with Gail Morrison. If we were to stop all the water coming off that field, the larger impact is still Gulf Creek. So right now, Chagrin Valley is looking at North Wayne field right now solely, and I don't know the design frequency storm that they're going to be looking at. They're working through, hopefully, to provide us with several iterations for that facility currently. So it's just a portion of the water that impacts that watershed.
All right, so I guess, thank you. And the point would be that we aren't yet commissioning then the kind of study that we believe could get somebody to come to the table that could propose a solution that would solve our problem.
No, I think the Chagrin Valley study did what you're asking. What we haven't necessarily done is the specific engineering for the projects and solutions that they recommended.
Well, I heard two different answers.
No, I don't think he really did. Steve's talking about North Wayne Field. That was in their study. Now they're doing the specific engineering.
Well, all right.
I have to say, I hear what you said, that particularly since the North Wayne field is just a small part of the problem, that at this point we do not have any technical analysis that tells us whether we could and how much it would cost. I mean, I don't think it is, part of what I think you have to control is what solvable means, but
Chagrin Valley did the high-level look, as Commissioner Nagel said. So there were specific recommendations, and that's where that $40-some million figure came from. But again, it's from 20,000 feet. It's not the detailed engineering, which is what we're looking at on North Wayne Field right now.
But maybe just to add to that, the studies are done. I mean, we know what has to be done. And the reality of it is, it's going to be big, it's going to be costly, it's invasive on properties. There are going to have to be homes that are going to be removed. If we're going to look at a total solution, there's a lot of answers that I know a lot of people aren't going to like, because there are some homes that are going to have to be removed. You're going to have to open up culverts, make them wider, bigger, to move water through. There may be the removal of some bridges, is a possibility to move water, detain water in certain areas, store water. We talked about parks being used. The studies are done. I mean, in reality, we're done. The issue is now is to start moving forward, start resolving these issues, but you need that funding mechanism, which is tonight we have the ability to start that process, to work on this, put it in place, that because there has to be a formula, there has to be a theory behind this, how we implement it, who gets charged, because there will be no one except what my recommendation would be, the Radnor Township School District, everyone else will be responsible for contributing to that, everyone. There's no one that would be exempt, except for my recommendation would be them as a global solution. Studies, we've got more than enough of those. I think we're ready to go now. It's just the funding mechanism.
Okay, so
Mr. President, maybe, Bill, maybe it would be wise to move ahead to the consideration of the stormwater fee at this point. Let's get that debate started, and this lady can continue in that context, and anybody else in the audience can also jump in. But just to continue to talk about the terrible situation we've got without putting it into the context of a solution, I think we're not going to make much progress.
So just to make sure I understand your point, Commissioner Higgins, you're saying, can we please hear the amount, is what you're saying, right? You're asking someone here that has the amount of the solution to state the amount? Is that what you're asking?
No, I think we're asking to move on to the issue of the stormwater utility, because it's so wrapped up in what we've, and in order to take the general ideas that you've expressed and make them particular, we have to make a decision about the utility. So I think it's a wise way to proceed.
All right, so I just have one last comment then. It's uncomfortable for a lot of us to give a blank check, to say, please tax us, although we don't know the amount you're going to tax us for. We are very comfortable if we know the amount that we're going to be dealing with. We want to solve the problem. We all want to solve the problem. The other point is, if we have direct and immediate actions that we can take that have already been funded, we'd sure appreciate getting approval for those in the North Wayne Basin if we do believe it's going to help, because we have a direct and immediate problem. So if you're, respectfully, I would just ask, if you're going to tax us, can we talk about the amount before you tax us, before we agree to be taxed more? And secondly, can you please consider immediate actions that would help, that we believe would help? Even 2% may help if we believe that's the right thing to do. So thank you. Thank you.
Contradicted yourself.
Hi, Jim Schneller. As long as it's 11 o'clock. No, seriously, I have a quick comment I'd like to make, and I think that something we have to concretely consider and constantly emphasize is the fact that township policy matters immensely as far as preventing additional runoff. And my point is about the zoning hearing board. I've got to every zoning hearing board meeting for many months, and there is a constant issuance of variances that involve impervious or involve floor area of homes and improvements. There's constant use in the relevant portions of Tredyffrin and in Radnor, though I'm not familiar with their zoning hearing board. There's constant allocations of sheds. Every time that impervious is affected, it's building up, and that's having a big effect. Second of all, there's been 4 or 5 serious developments with either zoning or, with all respect to Commission's ultimate approval under Chapter 255. We're looking at the Rite Aid, which has been given 4 or 5 different approvals to go around the subdivision ordinance. There is the Luella Mansion garage. I believe we've bypassed a serious issue with the fact that this is being called a pervious surface, even though it's an underground garage. Likewise, the Manella's was given quite a bit of leeway with their new parking lot 5 years ago. And ultimately, the CVS on Lancaster Pike has literally no groundwater treatment, despite the entire lot's been paved, and that's completely outside of the township code. So there's 4 examples of why there's a lot of water running downstream. So I think I've asked, or I plan to ask the Charter Review Commissioner when it reaches this body, that there be shorter tenures in the zoning hearing board or other measures to keep the zoning board from acting like a rubber stamp for people. That would be a township policy that would prevent this accumulation of impervious structures that's causing a lot of the runoff. Thank you.
you.
Go ahead.
I would like the chair to move us ahead to issue number, or agenda item number W under Public Works and Engineering. So I would like to,
What about V?
V we've already had.
How about you? You want to do you first?
X, Y, or Z. Let's just do W.
I'd like to come back to you, but I'd like to move ahead to W, and therefore I would like to move the introduction of Resolution 2012-72 authorizing AMEC Incorporated to prepare a plan for a stormwater quality utility program for Radnor Township.
Second.
So, Bob, what options do we have? What has me concerned on item W is it's $250,000 for a study, as opposed to $250,000 into something concrete that yields tangible results. It may be part of the process, which help me understand what options we have. Can we just, I guess one option is to raise taxes and put money aside, but it may just be on property values. So help me understand what other options we have available other than spending $250,000 on a study.
The board could go out and borrow money to be able to do this, but then there'd have to be a repayment mechanism, in which we don't have that funding mechanism in place to repay bonds. That would be one that I would
Other
recommend.
than general tax revenues.
True. You could go about and raise taxes to every property owner, but those who are tax exempt would not pay for that as well. So you're going to basically the taxpayers again to look to generate that
So essentially they're
revenue.
not paying their fair share.
Correct. As part of this is the formula, and I know John and I were just discussing this, the legal ramifications of the challenges that may come if you don't go through this process and find out and determine the formula of how this will be charged, how it's equitable and fair. I think it goes back to the issues is what Sarah talked about. Those who, have made improvements to help manage stormwater in those credits, how that works, how does that formula goes to. I think it even goes back to Jim's comments about development. If someone puts, underground storage, on-site detention, are there credits issued for that? So there's a whole theory and philosophy behind that, which is why AMEC would put this all together. One is it's fair, equitable. Everyone knows there's an engagement process that would how the community knows. So I think wondering what is that fee going to look like? How did you determine that? Did you just pull a number out of the air? There's a theory and science behind how that's created. So I think this is it's an expensive piece. It's an uncomfortable piece. I think given the situation for the township, it's one we need to do a much, much, much better job on of how we manage stormwater. It's only going to get worse, especially I think when you look at over the last 30 years of where you move water and manage water through 3-foot areas, 2-foot areas. It just doesn't work. So I think this begins the process. Again, at the end of the day, it still has to come back before the Board of Commissioners if you want to proceed with adopting a utility, but this is something that I believe is necessary, has to be done. It gives the opportunity for the solicitor to look at the legal options of how this has been implemented in other townships in Pennsylvania to make sure we are in compliance, that we aren't going to have issues or challenges. So I think this gives everyone a perspective, but also puts it on a short timeline so that hopefully within a 9-month period of time, we're actually in front of the board and actually starting to put bills out where we can actually start generating a revenue for to be able to look at how we're going to address this. And I think this goes back to even some of the comments the board has taken. It's a universal look at how we're going to manage stormwater everywhere in the township, how we all contribute to this, even areas where you don't have problems, where you don't have that flooding issue, your water's moving somewhere is part of this drainage issue, and we need to really catch ourselves up very quickly to where we have to go.
And if I understood it correctly, the proposal, it's a soup to nuts proposal, basically.
That'd be correct.
They deliver a completely finished product to us. We're not going to be hit with, another $100,000 for a phase 4, 5, 6, second phase. It's start to finish.
And they are actually here in the audience this evening. We appreciate them being here for 4 hours like everyone else that has sat through and their patience of that. They are here to answer any questions if you may have to the board.
So
Okay, I have one last question. If in the middle of the process, we decide it's not worthwhile, are we able to cut off our spend?
I believe we would be able to do that.
Yes.
Don't see why we wouldn't be able to. But again, you're going to have half the process done where
Right,
you're
I understand. I just want to understand.
Sure.
Okay, so my thoughts, I'm not supportive of this tonight. And I have not ruled out creating a utility. And my belief is that to proceed tonight is a mistake, and we're going to spend the money that we have limited capacity to help the people who are in this room and want help. And my opinion is that if we spend this money tonight on this project, we're making a mistake because we're using a huge amount of that capacity to help you in a way that, in my opinion, we should proceed in a different way. So first, I think we're overestimating the difficulty of deciding what we want. The scope of the project is very clear to us, and so I don't think we need $250,000 to go through this process. I also think we're underestimating the effect that some of these projects are going to have. I think we may need $250,000 to pay experts, but I think we're going to want to pay those experts to do the analysis on the individual projects, because the example we used tonight of the North Wayne Field, where we had a 2% solution on something that might be 1/10,000th of the problem, that might not contribute to the flood level. So these are the kind of things that, in my opinion, we have to know before we invest what ultimately has to be millions of dollars to have any impact on you. We don't impact you at all unless we spend millions. And I think we're paying consultants for the soft consulting, and we need consultants for the hard consultant. So my alternative to this would be, very generally, I think what we need to do is identify scope of problems throughout the township. What are the particular problems that we think can help? That's in part from input from your groups and other groups, and then Steve and Bob and the rest of us have been involved. So that's the first step. Then we need to do some kind of analysis on those projects, identify the ones that we think are most cost effective, and then we come up with a number. And then we have a discussion about how do we finance that number. And that's the point where we bring in a group like this group tonight. My sense is that number is going to be considerably smaller than $248,000. So yes, and then it's implement those projects. So I'm not going to vote for this tonight. I think it would be a mistake to proceed this way. I have not closed the door on a utility, but I don't think this is the way to start that process. And then while I'm at it, I just have, I was keeping notes during the presentation, some of my four items to make. One is I think we have to do a better job of understanding the scale. I mean, I know that I'm saying things that many of you don't want to hear. And, nobody likes that. But I've been invested in the process, too. I've attended the meetings, and I've read every document that has been put before me, and I've had private consultations with the staff to learn this. So I think we're underestimating the scale and the impact that some of these projects can have. I think some of the things that you've identified as myths, I do not believe are myths. I think that's a reality. I mean, one of them is that I don't think we need a utility. We can do this with a fee. And we might choose that a fee is not the best option. At the end, we might say utility is better than fee. But we're closing the door on options that we haven't evaluated. So there are other myths that I don't think are myths. I think they're reality. I also don't think we have any real authority to go beyond Radnor. So all these discussions of affecting Tredyffrin and AT&T and Amtrak, I think there's very little likelihood that we're going to see a realistic positive impact from them. So my sense is that what we need to do is we need to think within Radnor, identify a very large scope of projects that we think can have a meaningful impact on your problem, then pay experts to identify the benefits of those, and then figure out the form of paying for it. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against this tonight, but I haven't closed the book on trying to help solve this problem. And then additionally, I support or I'm appreciative of the civil nature. I've had discussions with many of you, and everyone has been civil to me despite me being sort of the harbinger of information that you don't want to hear. So I appreciate the civility that each of you has shown to me during this process.
I have some comments. I see it quite differently than Commissioner Curley. I don't really think yeah, right. You might not like what I have to say either. For me, this problem is so global. We are never going to solve this problem, even with big infrastructure projects alone. That's just never going to happen. To me, the statement was made earlier that the stormwater controls are causing flooding. No, what is causing the flooding is too much impervious coverage, period. That is it. And if we don't find a way to change some of that impervious coverage into pervious coverage, we can build all the cisterns and culverts that we can afford, and we're still going to have flooding. So taking this $250,000 towards this and spending it on projects is going to get us nowhere. I mean, a little bit better, but it's never going to start to address the magnitude of this problem. For me, the benefit of having a utility fee system a benefit is the infrastructure, but the biggest benefit is creating incentive for landowners who have the impervious coverage, the AT&Ts, the SEPTAs, who aren't going to do anything if they don't have to. It's expensive. Creating the incentive for them to change their surfaces. That is what is going to solve this problem. And this is not just theory. It's not esoteric philosophy. This works. It works in other cities. That when you give them their choice between this recurring awful fee they get nothing out of, or fixing their surfaces, they're going to invest and fix their surfaces. And that is why I feel that this is the direction we need to go in. We need a solid, legally defensible program where we can start to move forward with a program that creates this funding mechanism and, most importantly, creates an incentive for these large landowners to switch over their surfaces. With that in mind, I'm fully supportive of this resolution that we move forward. However, in reading through the description, which is very detailed, and I appreciate that, I felt there wasn't really enough of an emphasis on the goal of this program. It is not just to build infrastructure and to deal with our problems. One of the primary goals, if not the primary goal, should be to decrease impervious coverage and increase infiltration on every property. And that isn't stated in here, really. So before we pass the resolution, I want to add language into our resolution, a whereas clause, that this is our primary goal. I want to see that our program development aspect incorporates that. And I want us to spend, to me, the breakdown, we had one meeting about the credit system. We need more than that. The credit system should drive this because we need to give incentive. That's what this is about, to me. And I also noticed that residential homeowners, were precluded from the credit system, which I understand. It's very complicated. In other cities, they don't deal with the residential homeowners either because it makes it a very complicated system. But that doesn't mean this program shouldn't include incentives for homeowners. That should be incorporated. Maybe it's not related to the fee, but every single homeowner should have an incentive. I don't know what that's going to be, should have an incentive to do their own remediation. Because this is a residential community. We have a lot of big landowners, but we have mostly homeowners, residential homeowners. So I'm supporting this. I think the program development aspect needs to be tweaked to really portray that emphasis, which it didn't have. I think we need more than one meeting on the credits. And I think with that tweaking and with that change of emphasis, I support it. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Any other commissioner comment?
I have a question for John Rice. John, if you take this forward and you develop this utility, and fees are collected at, the far left end of the township, can they be applied to projects at the far right end?
You could do that if you have a system where it's set up uniformly. I mean,
I'm sorry, where it's set up?
it's got to be set up uniformly. I don't know what the basis that AMIC is proposing to do this. I know that there's a couple municipalities that have done it. I don't know whether they've done targeted overlay zones or whether they've done it throughout a municipality. I know there's some debate about whether certain municipalities can even do it. I know there's a state Senate bill that was passed in March that specifically authorized certain municipalities to do it. As a home rule municipality, you have a lot more leeway than, say, a second-class township and some of the other municipalities. So I'm hoping to learn. I think this AMIC has worked with some other organizations, and I noticed that somehow I've worked into their proposal. There's going to be some consultation with the township solicitor regarding this. So I'm going to do that early. If the board approves this, I'm going to do that real early and find out what their legal opinion is, because I think that's important before you get too far into spending a lot of money on this. But Kevin, I think if you have a uniform way to do this, I mean, I've heard all kinds of theories of doing this. Pervious surface ratio, size of lots. You got one fund, and then you're going to have to deal with, as long as everybody's being assessed or the fee has some relation to their lot, their building, then I think you can move that money around throughout the township.
Let me ask you the question slightly differently. If you're at the left end and you've been paying into this thing for 100 years and no project is ever done over there, what are the implications of that?
I think you'd probably be coming to a meeting if you had a problem over there and complaining that some of that money needs to be, I mean, this is a program, this is a funding stream that's going to set up almost like a capital, and you're going to have to prioritize projects. I mean, stormwater tends not to be confined to one area. It's going to cross municipal boundaries. It's, as we all know, it runs downhill and along the streams. So
Even I could figure that one out, John.
This board would be able to do the prioritization.
Right.
I mean, the final prioritization of the projects would come through the board.
So I mean, I would argue that that's a detail that remains to be seen. They're going to make a recommendation to us, apparently, about a utility, and it would have my sense is it would have those details in it, and then we would have the authority to change it any way we wanted.
Right.
That's the way I would answer the question.
I've been reading through the proposal over the last hour or so, and there is a lot of detail proposed in here. And if you're going to assess any kind of a fee, you need the backup to support it. So as I understand that, this is what they're going to propose. And there's various steps in here. But, I mean, you collect sewer fees from all over, and you don't confine the capital improvements to just certain parts. I mean, you prioritize. By analogy, I think this is the same type of a situation because you have stormwater facilities all over the township.
Well, Don, I would, your knowledge of water courses and hydrology is very, very valuable. I would hope you would rethink your opposition before we vote on this.
Okay, I mean, I can't change my opinion is what it is, but I won't disengage from the process, and I'll stay
good.
positive.
And I don't know how
put it positively.
I don't know how Kevin is going to vote, but I sense that we have at least 5 votes for this, and I'd like to see it to be a 6-to-1 vote.
If we get 4, that's all we need. We're not going to spend all night trying to get 6 votes.
But
It's all right, John. I think I'm on board. Let me ask one last question. And I'll turn to something that Tammy was involved in years ago. We got this great study about how to do a township facility for a recreation facility. The study was a waste of money. It was a complete and utter waste of money. It was poorly done. It was picked off the computer, and it was a waste of money. what assurances do I have that I'm going to get a quality product here that's something that's useful? Do I have refund provisions? Do I have credit provisions? I know it's a professional firm and everything, but the other guys were professional. And I've just seen garbage come out of things. Not to say that everybody does garbage, but my concern is it's a lot of money, and I want it to be right.
I think a lot of that is, Commissioner, is the way the proposal's written. I don't mean to step on the counselor. The way the proposal's written, there's a lot of buy-in from the stakeholder groups and this board, and you really have the ability to steer how this goes. I don't know, in any professional contract, if the auditors didn't do a job that you felt was good, there was recourse. There's not a buyback provision in here, but we always have recourse in any design project if we felt they didn't hold up to their end. The way this AMEC is here to answer your questions directly, they were going to speak for a couple of minutes, but the way it's set up is through all those many meetings and stakeholder projects, in 9 months, what they would deliver to this board is a resolution outlining how the utility would work, and then in the subsequent 3 months, they'd actually provide billing for finance to move forward. So, I mean,
Are you going to bring them in for progress reports so we can recalibrate if needed?
one of the things we did do was discuss some additional meetings. I wasn't real thrilled with the quantity of meetings they had, so I had asked for a group of unrestricted hours that, because I truly felt that this board or another commission may want to see this engineering firm. So we could bring them in at milestones throughout the project to report to this board based on those milestones.
I'd like you to do that, please.
Well, Steve, do you feel that Elaine's comments can be incorporated as we go along, or we have to do something this evening?
I concur with Commissioner Schaefer and I think we could verbally have AMEC incorporate that, but I think we should memorialize it and maybe add a line to the...
Put in the second whereas.
I already wrote it out here, and I'll read it.
So I think that would be a good way to do that.
I will accept Commissioner Schaefer's amendment to my motion, and by inserting the following clause after the third whereas clause, and it will read as follows. Whereas a major objective of the program shall be to reduce impervious surfaces throughout the township and to provide incentives to all property owners in the township to reduce impervious surfaces. And to increase infiltration. Thank you.
All right.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Well,
if you want to speak
I
in
have a
opposition,
question
you
that
can, but if you're
Bill,
for it...
Bill, one thing we have not discussed is where's the money coming from? How are you paying for this?
Well, first, thanks for asking.
Yeah.
I was being real quiet. No, in all seriousness, what we'd look to do is, if the board approves this resolution tonight, is at the next meeting we'd come with legislation transferring fund. We'd create a stormwater management fund to ensure that any dollars spent on this program are designated specifically for the purpose, and then we move money from the general fund into that fund for purposes of paying for the study. At some future point, theoretically, when the billing occurs and revenues start coming in, we would then repay the general fund for those dollars. That way, the fund's established that will house the accounting for the program moving forward, and it doesn't get lost in the general fund over time. I guess that's the good side of doing it that way. The risk goes back to some of the questions that Commissioner Kevin Higgins was raising on some of the risk if we hit hurdles along the way or speed bumps, that maybe that money doesn't get repaid. But I think that's the best way. It'll ensure that the money's segregated and used specifically for that purpose. It'll be transparent enough because it'll be sitting all by itself in its own fund. We'll have to report on it separately.
Bill,
that's
all
the best
great.
way to go.
You still didn't answer my question. Where's the money coming from?
Well, we have the excess, we have the 15% fund balance target that we have in the general fund that can be used. We've got the excess revenues that came in May from the business privilege taxes that were
Unanticipated.
over and above what we thought we were going to get this year. So, and I guess from my perspective, looking at it globally, is that over time, where the money comes from is the utility or the fee itself.
Assuming, of course, we
The short-term,
impose it. Yeah.
the short-term issue is, the short-term answer is the general fund.
Okay.
The long-term answer is that this pays for itself.
Just
When we budget for 2013, we're going to have that expense of $250,000. Are we going to be able to estimate a revenue at that point, or are we just going to have this?
Is it this year or next year's money? It's this year's money, right?
Well, we'd have to budget for the expense this year. In repaying the general fund in some future year, hopefully it's 2013.
Repaying the general fund is a concept. We understand that.
Yeah,
So we're going to take the money out of this year's funds. We understand that. Repaying it is a concept depending on how we move forward.
And we fully expect that what comes out of this study are very specific revenue estimates.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of what we're paying for, so.
Yeah.
And also being that we believe this is a health, safety, and welfare issue, and that's why we would look to go into these funds.
John, you have something to say?
One other thing to add. What's in front of you is a June 14th, 2012 proposal for a lump sum amount. I assume that's a number not to exceed amount. And I think it should say that somewhere, if that's the board's intent. It also talks about the scope of work. There's some standard terms and conditions that's attached to this. There ought to be some kind of written contract, something that you approve this subject to an acceptable written contract so that we cover some of the things that are not in here that have been discussed tonight. There is, Kevin, in the scope and conditions, there's a right to end this contract upon 10 days' notice from either party. So, for what, and I think I know what that means, but I want to make sure
if we're dissatisfied at any point in time, we give them 10 days' notice. Done.
But I think we need to make sure that that's what this says. So
I think your written contract makes a lot of sense, John.
You could have a professional services agreement written by a standard professional services agreement,
right,
with some caveats, because it's a lump sum, it's a fixed fee. I guess there's only a couple possible variables.
When you say it's a lump sum, is it paid up front or is it paid?
No, because a schedule of values. A schedule of values would be determined at the beginning of what they would bill off of. We would have to approve that, and that would also be part of that milestone report to the board. But their services would be fixed fee, not to exceed. The only variables, I guess, are if there's an issue with our GIS, our map info, and I guess that's pretty much the only one. But they had a reasonable expectation they could get what they needed off of that. If this board decided to terminate the contract within 10 days, we pay them for the hours they've put in, and we would walk away.
Why don't we know the answer to that question now?
Well, actually, if I could, they've been here, and for any technical questions, but if you could answer the question on the map info, that'd be great, because we did go over this quite a bit. That was a concern of mine.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. I'm Jean Haggerty from AMEC, and this is Brian Merritt. Brian will be our project manager, and I'll be your technical lead. We do stormwater utilities full-time. This is what I do for a living. We've done this all over the country, mostly in the mid-Atlantic states. So I listened to all you said, and I certainly heard what your community was saying. You're not alone in this where you are now. I mean, this is not unusual. Our stormwater systems are aging. We're kind of where water and wastewater was 30 years ago, and we need to find a solution that's more long-term and sustainable. So that said, I think that you're doing the right thing. It's not inexpensive to do this, to get this done and set up a user fee, okay? The issues around the data, we have not been in and had access to all the data yet. What we need to do is analyze parcel data, land use data, impervious data, and build a database that we can use and then decide how to distribute the costs, all right? So since we don't have all that piece yet, we haven't started the work. You have some preliminary information on your parcel data from the county, and your parcels don't match real well with your aerial photography. So we have a couple of questions, but we've done this everywhere. We can make it work. We're pretty sure we can make it work.
Based on the information you have available right now, you're pretty sure you can make it work for
Yeah, that's
$248,000.
yeah. What's in there is everything we could think of. We have talked to Steve quite a bit on the number of meetings, the issue around really making sure you have I'd say an intense advisory committee. This is our process is to work with the city staff, the township staff, to work through all these policy issues, but then take them to the public. Have a group of people behind you that are 15 or 20 people that are impacted by these things day in and day out. Have them give us feedback on where we're going with this. Then we go to you, to the commissioners, and say, here's what we're hearing. What do you think? And it's a loop
What's your
that we go
definition
through.
of impacted?
Definition of impact. How much is it going to cost them?
No, the people impacted.
The people impacted could be anybody. It could be nonprofits because they haven't had to pay a fee before. It
So
could
you're
be flooded
talking, your
homeowners.
definition of people impacted isn't just the people who are affected by the water,
Yeah.
but people who are actually paying into it as well.
People
No,
paying the bills.
it's the whole community. They
It's the whole
have,
community.
they enumerate them in here.
Yeah, I think having the most diverse group at the table, those that think this is a good idea and those that don't think this is a good idea. Let's put them in the room, let's work through this, let's educate each other about these solutions, and let's see what makes sense for Radnor. I can't tell you what that's going to look like in the end. Hopefully we don't have any preconceived notions, but credit policies and incentives are key parts of having a stormwater user fee, and why a lot of communities go there instead of having raising taxes. It does also spread the costs across, especially a community that has lots of tax-exempt properties. If they have a lot of impervious, they will start to pay into the fund. And so this is, as I say, the kind of the economic policy that's driving stormwater across the nation. And I think it's great that you guys are thinking about doing this. So I'd gladly take any questions that you have and give you my best shot at it.
I think we're ready to vote. What do you think?
Ready? Great, even better.
Bill, I have one amendment that was seconded. I think our solicitor has recommended that we have wording in the operative clause to make it clear that any contract that is entered into will have mutually acceptable terms and conditions, including a 10-day termination for convenience by either party. And secondly, that the amount of $248,000 is described as a not-to-exceed number.
All right, and that's your motion. Who seconded it?
Second.
Okay, any public comment? We're going to vote for it. We got the votes. If you're against it, come up. If you're for it, just let us vote.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to say something. Randy Millett, Oldham Lane. We went through this a decade ago with Tom Cahill Associates, who did a bunch of stormwater work. Bill, you were around at the time and probably remember more of the details than I do, but would mention to you the possibility that much of the work that these guys are looking to do may already have been done. Now, I don't know I don't know the facts. I don't know what they've proposed.
No, this
I'm
is
hearing a story-
this is completely different than what Cahill did. Cahill was looking at stormwater problems. They're coming up with a mechanism for us to fund
Again,
the
I
solution.
don't know what their scope of work is.
No, it's completely different.
Um,
It has nothing to do with what Cahill did.
From the standpoint of the project management piece, the comments that I heard Mr. Norsini make in terms of milestones, lump sum, discussions about fees, suggest that the project management aspects of this work really need to be worked through in great detail.
Yes.
And I would have difficulty recommending to the board that you accept the $250,000 plus or minus lump sum fee unless you feel very good about the scope of work, what the milestones are, what the deliverables are, and how you're going to determine whether what you get is quality or not.
We're going to put that in the contract. Thank you. Any other comment?
Just quickly to follow up on that, on previous.
Your mic's off.
We did have, not so long ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago, a stormwater management subcommittee appointed. I can't remember who was on it. I know Mike Wolf was on it. And they did a significant amount of thinking and discussing about a utility and about how the fee structure would look or might look. And I would submit that some of those people would be very useful to have this time around on our advisory board.
Call the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 6-1. All All right, Jim, don't take a breath. Just let's keep going and get this done.
I will move to authorize emergency flood mitigation services not to exceed $30,000 for the Ithan Creek watershed.
I have a
Commissioner comment?
I have a question for Bob or Steve. You're using the word emergency. Aren't we just authorizing $30,000, or are we bypassing processes?
Kevin, is your mic on?
Did you hear my question, Bob?
Kevin has a question, Bob.
I think what we're doing is just authorizing this work that was previously approved by the board as the emergency. I think Steve wanted to bring this back in front of the board for the expense.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
It's not a new $30,000.
No, this is out of that original,
Okay.
at the May 21st, I'm sorry if I read from, at the May 21st meeting, the board appropriated $150,000 for North Wayne area stormwater mitigation out of the capital fund, and an additional $200,000 for emergency stormwater issues out of the general fund. So that's what we're asking to use for this Ithan Creek watershed.
So you're asking for $30,000 to come out of the 200.
That's correct, sir.
Because I don't agree with your definition of emergency. That's what I was trying to understand.
I
All right,
understand.
any other commissioner comment? Any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. What do we have next?
We have skipped over the
Trees?
Township Tree Maintenance Replacement Program. Do we want to do that this evening?
We'll
Or
move that to the July meeting.
July meeting, good idea. And I think we did do T, U, V, and W, so we're finished with Public Works and Engineering.
Public safety.
Go for it, girl.
Have our staff traffic committee meeting minutes from May 15th. This particular meeting minutes, I'm going to ask that we pull out item number 3 separately before we take a vote. We have some residents here. This is the Wild Haven, request for speed bumps on Wild Haven. We have some residents here who have gone through the process of requesting a speed hump on Wild Haven. They have gone in front of staff traffic. They have collected their petitions. They've participated in the process. Staff traffic has denied or recommended that we do not install speed humps, and they would like the opportunity to address this board and state their case and ask that we reapproach that. So at this point, I'd like to invite those residents up from Wild Haven Road. You've got 15 more minutes left in the day.
I'll be quick. I have a sitter at home I have to get to. Okay, Jen Chermoli, I live at 472 Wild Haven. Amy Wilt.
478 Wild.
We are requesting a speed bump. As you know, it was denied through the police. And I just had a question real quick. On here it says that we didn't pass the 85th percentile speed.
Yeah.
I thought that we did. We were told that we did, and I have the report here because we have 34 miles per hour. I don't know if anyone knows that.
Well, you didn't have enough cars. That was the
Right, we didn't have enough cars. Okay, just because it said we didn't pass the speed either. Okay, so we didn't have enough cars. I did get a copy of the report, and just a couple things to bring to your attention. I averaged out the speed, or the number of cars, between 2 and 7 p.m., which is when the kids are outside. It's after school, before dinner, after dinner. Our kids are outside playing, kids are riding their bikes. And it came out to 39 cars per hour between 2 and 7 p.m., which is a car every minute and a half that's coming by our house. I mean, 82% of the cars are going above the speed limit. It's just dangerous. We also, if you're familiar with the area, it's a hill and a curve. So when cars come down, they're just not aware. I mean, I've actually been pulling out of my driveway, backing out, and cars have come down and passed me on the left because they're just totally out of control sometimes coming down there. So if I'm a kid that runs out, one of my children that's running out into the street, or a child on a bike, they're going to get hit. It's just dangerous. It's dangerous where we live. And
I know this has been such a long night. We've been here for 5 hours, so we're really not going to keep you guys. I know last time we were here, Commissioner Springer commented that if we would have a speed bump on every street in Radnor Township, and I respectfully disagree with you that if on every street in Radnor Township it was a residential street and 85% of the cars were speeding, I would have a speed bump on every street in Radnor Township. I think that that's really the only way to control the speed. We have a lot of small kids in our neighborhood. It's not just the small kids. Our elderly neighbor who's 83 years old is afraid to back out of her driveway. And I just really quickly, I ran into someone who I know from my old neighborhood here today and asked why we were here. And in his words exactly, I said, we want a speed bump. He goes, oh yeah, everybody speeds down that hill. Like, it's common knowledge throughout the neighborhood that everyone speeds down the hill in Wild Haven. I'm sorry, I'm freezing. It's freezing cold. It's freezing cold in here.
Shaking. But that's it.
That's all I have to
So
say.
that's, I know we didn't pass for the number of cars. However, like I said, we're getting an average of 39 cars per hour between 2 and 7, which...
And how close are the stop signs on your block?
They're far. I don't know the distance, but it's far. Our
We
segment...
one at the top, yeah.
Where-
There's always, unfortunately, there's a stop sign at the top of the hill and a stop sign at
Okay.
the top of the hill. There's
And
nothing in between.
you have polled your neighbors, I'm sure.
We have the
And what
petition
type of
signed.
support do you have?
We have exceptional support. As I said, my 85-year-old neighbor said she would love it
Yeah.
because she's afraid to pull out of her driveway. We got all of
We
the
have all-
signatures.
we
I
have
think
all
we
the
got a
signatures
signature from everyone but one person.
Everyone but one person in our segment, who actually is the first house at the top of the hill.
And how-
So she's impacted probably the least.
How many would
The
that
only
be?
reason that they don't want it is because they have a sports car that they don't want to go over speed bumps, which
Yeah.
I personally feel that my child's life is worth more than
Yeah.
my sports car.
How many
but-
signatures would
11,
that
so
be?
we have 11 or 12 houses in our segment.
And we got 11
and
signatures.
we got,
Okay.
we just don't, we did not get one signature from everyone. Everyone there.
Can I
everyone
ask you
signed.
somewhat of a cynical question?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you know this problem existed before you bought your house?
Do you know what? Truthfully, no, because
Why?
when you usually look at houses, we unfortunately looked on weekends, and the weekends aren't when there's a lot of traffic. And truthfully, when I moved in, I had one 3-year-old, and I wasn't outside as much. Now that I have 4 kids,
4, I have 3.
and they're a little bit older, and they're playing in the front yard,
And also,
we really didn't.
It's a residential neighborhood. It's not, we didn't buy a house on, Conestoga Road.
But it's, not to be
It's
against
residential,
cynical, but
and the speed
it's been that way for years.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Yeah, but we didn't now. We're
no.
young. I
Okay.
mean, we're young.
Yeah.
We're not from. And the speed limit's 25. So when I'm there on a Saturday afternoon and there's
Well-
no cars and the speed limit's 25, we think we're moving into a really nice,
Yeah.
residential neighborhood. I really have
The
no
problem we have as commissioners is that we set up these guidelines, and people, if they don't meet the guidelines, then we can't, if we're going to keep waiving the guidelines, we should not have guidelines. We should just say yes or no and not set up the guidelines. But I've spent the last 20 years against speed humps, but I also spent the last 20 years in favor of chicanes, okay? And I would love to see the township, if we could afford it in the near future, to pick a street and put chicanes which have the same effect as speed humps. You build the road out here, you build it out here, you plan it, and people have to slow down because there's just enough room for them to get through. So if you work with your commissioner and she comes back with that idea, I will support it, but I can't support the speed hump, sorry.
Listen, I want to say how much I appreciate how professional you have been and how really gracious you have been about this whole process and really trying to advocate for your neighborhood. I agree with you totally that speeding is a problem on your street. The issue is speeding is a problem on all of my ward streets. As you know, it is the #1 complaint I get, and I've had almost every street ask me for speed humps. And I would love nothing more to say, yes, let's put speed humps on your street, but then every single street that we have said no to will be lining up right behind, and we will have speed humps on every street, which sounds great when you're worried about your kids. Doesn't sound so great if your house goes on fire or your grandmother has a heart attack and the EMT can't get to them because they have to go 20 on every street. And so, I mean, I will work with you to continue to try and help control speed on that street. We've already put the watch children signs in. We've put some reflective stripping. If we can, maybe we can look down the avenue of some chicanes or try some more creative solutions. But I'm afraid I can't support the speed humps just for my own street wanted speed humps, and we couldn't get them on my own street. It is a pervasive and horrible problem that we have in our township. And I wish I could wave the magic wand and solve it. Speed humps is not, it's not the magic wand. And we have these parameters in our ordinance, and we have to follow them unless the circumstances are completely extraordinary. And I don't find that in this situation, unfortunately. So I am not going to support it. I appreciate that you've come. I appreciate that you've made your case through letters and through coming up here. Your tenacity is admirable, and I hope that we can help you slow the cars down. But for me, speed humps cannot be the answer. So if anybody else has a comment.
Steve, I just wanted to ask Steve or Chief a question. Have you looked at the possible installation of an additional stop sign just up from where these homes are?
Not necessarily. Commissioner, stop signs are really not for speed control to begin with. So
they may not be, but they do have that effect.
Yeah, they could, but we did not look at that option, no.
Okay.
Commissioner, it's not legal also, too. You can't put stop signs in to do that, so it's not legal either.
Well,
Is it a
we
state
have
road?
a lot of stop signs throughout the township, Bob, that are not in accordance with the warrants of PennDOT.
Yeah.
Anyway, is there a cross street anywhere in this block that we're talking about here where there's no stop sign, where you might put a stop sign?
That's what I was asking.
There's no, between the two stop signs there across street and that?
No, there's like
No.
a T, but it's too close to the other stop sign. It
Yeah,
wouldn't
there's
really
no.
Yeah.
The problem is on our
problem
street is that it's the hill.
We have a
And the
big
cars-
hill.
Oh, the hill and the S,
The
because
hill-
the S
the hill is-
restricts the view.
It restricts the view, and that's our
The hills,
concern.
and
is that not only are
we're
the
right
cars
at the
coming
bottom of the
downtown.
hill, so it's just, it's.
And we quite honestly, and this is a whole other issue for another day, I know it's midnight, we completely disagree with this information, by the way. It's saying, now, I stand outside of the school bus every day with my daughter. This report is saying that on Wednesday of the report that there were 4 cars that drove by our house between the hours of 6 and 10. 6 and 10. I see 4 cars in the 5 minutes I'm at the school bus with my daughter. I think the numbers are not correct. It's impossible. It's impossible.
Well-
There's impossible if there was only 6 cars that drove by in a 4-hour period.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move.
Sorry for the bad news.
Move for the acceptance of the entire staff committee minutes for Tuesday, May 15th.
Second.
Commissioner comment,
And that
public
should just
comment?
include accepting the minutes and the recommendations.
Right.
Usually, we just accept the,
Well, and the recommendation
Yes.
for number 3.
All right.
well, for all
Public
of them.
comment?
For all of them.
All the commissioners in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. You got to keep on going. Let's go. We got to get out of here.
All right, next we have Resolution 2012-73, a memorandum of understanding between Radnor Township and Francisville Home for Smaller Animals.
Can you move that? Yeah, just move it.
Just move it.
I
the
move for
question.
the approval of that resolution.
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
I have
Aye.
a question. Under item 5 on this, it says Radnor Township will place FHSA on its annual leaf removal program, and then it follows, it says additionally, the township will provide 2 new streetlights along frontage of FHSA if feasible. So what do we mean by we're putting them on our annual leaf removal program?
I believe what that is the township's been picking up their leaves for, I'm not sure how long. So as part of this, there's, the costs are greatly reduced. The issue of street light to be placed out there, which is something that from safety is important. And the other part is just to continue the process of us collecting the leaves.
So this,
Just picking up the leaves in front of their property like they do with every other resident's house in the
That
township?
would be correct.
Just with the thing that goes down the street?
Correct.
All those in favor?
Hold on, I had 2 questions, sorry. There's no renewal provision, if there's one need to, Do we need to have one?
It's on a yearly basis, Commissioner, is that what you mean? Every year we're going to renew it?
Yes, I'm assuming, but I didn't read that that it has a renewal provision.
No, we would just negotiate with them at the end of every year.
So this time next year, in December, we'll have another contract in December. This won't renew automatically?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and then, I hate to ask it at midnight, but do we have tax implications, or is it problematic for us to give them a donation when really they're doing a service for us? Will that cause problems for us? I know that it's routinely done by the people who support this organization, but is that problematic for us?
I don't believe it's problematic.
Okay.
I'm sure the taxing authorities will inform us if it is, but I think we're fine with this.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
All right, next we have, I will move for the approval of Resolution 2012-74, which is a memorandum of understanding between Radnor Township and Radnor Veterinary Hospital for Smaller Animals.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Next, we have, I will move for the approval of Resolution 2012-64, Garrett Hill Rosemont 4th of July Parade for a temporary road closing permit for Conestoga Road and Lancaster Avenue between Lowry's Lane and Garrett Avenue.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, next we have the resolution, I will move for the approval of Resolution 2012-75, authorizing a contribution of $4,000 for the Garrett Hill Rosemont 4th of July Parade.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, the next item is a little bit more involved. We'll do CC and DD together, the discussion of the deer management plan and the resolution adopting our program. I'm just going to give a very quick synopsis of where we are and how we've gotten here. 6 months ago, when the final numbers for the deer problem in Radnor Township came in, and we learned that there were 144 incidents in 2011, 103 of which involved auto incidents. There was a bit of a groundswell of concern that was expressed to the board, to our staff, and to commissioners. The manager, the superintendent of police, and our staff began meeting about this. In the ensuing 6 months, there have been many, many meetings, lots and lots of research done. Our staff has worked incredibly hard on putting together some solutions for this problem, including Sergeant, now Lieutenant Flanagan, Sergeant Joseph Pinto, William Gallagher, our ordinance enforcement officer, and others. We've had this series of meetings. We had many brainstorming meetings. We hired the USDA to do a deer density survey, which they did in February. They found that we have a total of about 1,400 deer in the township, which is about 101 per acre, when the desired level for a healthy herd in a suburban area is about 30 per acre. Then we had our first public meeting on February 28th. We discussed those findings, and we talked through some of the options that we have and some of the things that our neighboring townships are doing. We followed that with another study by the USDA that suggested a deer management plan. That was presented to us in April, and on late April, and on June 7th, we had another public meeting to discuss the recommendations that were in the deer management plan. And we also took input from other groups, including the Friends of the Animal and residents and lots of different stakeholders. And at the public meeting of the subcommittee, Public Safety Subcommittee of the Board of Commissioners, on June 7th, we took all of this input, had some discussion, and made a recommendation to this board on a program to adopt, which is contained in the resolution that is in the packet for tonight. I'm not going to go through this resolution. Basically, it has 3 components. First and foremost is an education component for our residents on dealing with this issue on their own properties. Second is the continuance of private hunting on our private lands, and hoping and using that to combat the overpopulation of deer. And then thirdly, hiring the USDA to do a professional culling at, for the first year, a low level, for 10 nights, which would be a not-to-exceed number of $50,000. So that is a very Evelyn Woods short version of what we have done over the last 6 months.
So you want to make a motion?
One very minor correction. Per square mile.
I say that every time. Square mile. Right, we wouldn't be able to get out our doors.
I have a quick question for Bob. Bob, before you get up and leave, a quick question. Because I don't object to this, but are we going to be, as a township, are you going to use that red alert or whatever to notify people the night they're going to be out there shooting?
Preferably not, because I don't think you would probably want to tell everybody that that's going to
Okay, well, how do you, so if I'm sitting at home and I hear pop, 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 or is it
I don't think
silencers or?
I don't think you're going to hear it.
Excuse me?
Based on how it's done.
You want to hear a thing?
No, you shouldn't, and that's why I'm not sure if.
The USDA described the measures they take.
Correct.
The USDA described the measures they take, which including notifying immediate neighbors so they don't get upset when they see somebody going through their, getting permission for them to go on their property, and possibly some barricading or police controls. So yeah, I mean, that's all been discussed in the meetings. Yeah. And they also use silenced weapons, so.
Some kind of silencing.
Yeah.
Can I just check in with staff that has worked on this? Did I get this all right? And do you have any comments or additions that you would like to make?
No, just that we strongly recommend the culling because of the situation and the fact that we had 144 incidents last year, and we're going to outpace that easily this year.
All right.
And the deer herd is going to increase by the end of this year by probably 25%. We've heard from the police on this. I'm on the committee with Commissioner Schaefer. We heard from your good officers on this. We've heard from many residents. We've heard from horticulturists who describe the prevalence of these ticks that carry this bacterium that infects human beings. And the only people we didn't hear from were physicians. And I consulted one today, and he said he treats people with Lyme disease. And he said this is a great idea, and it should be done.
And they all want to hear the vote, so we're ready to.
Hold on. Can I just, some comments from the Board of Health? Dr. Donato, the veterinarian on the Board of Health, supports this measure, but he also stressed the importance of a long-term plan because generally when you cull animals, naturally they kind of fill the void. So you kill some animals, doesn't take very long for them to replenish. He was also concerned about the safety of hunting on private lands, that if at any point that is going on, that we do everything we can to make that safe. And also to consider speed limits on the roads, the channeling effects of our roadsides and how that funnel deer into the path of vehicles, and also additional lighting on the roadways. I just want to thank members of the Board of Health because they had worked on this issue for many years now. They've been taking information that the police department collects and kind of graphically displaying that and highlighting that information that really kind of brought us kind of here over the last couple of years. So I want to thank them for their efforts in the background there. But I support this.
A couple things for me. First is, what's the expectation on deer? Something on the order of 150? Is that right? In 10 days? For the 10 nights. And is it wise to set a number? And if it's bad hunting, they got to do it for 12 nights, or is this just the way to do it?
I'm going to defer to Sergeant Pinto about this. I'll let him answer that for you.
Commissioner, even if they're successful and they get that number, that's not going to bring the deer herd down to where we would like it to be. You hit upon it, or Dr. Donato hit upon it. It's a start. This has to be a process that is ongoing. Management has to be done year to year. So if they don't get that number or if they exceed that number, this is just a start.
So you don't see the need to just give them a number and tell them to get the number as opposed to give them 10 days of hunting?
Quite frankly, Commissioner, the number of days they hunt comes as a price. So to extend that number, the number would be bigger. They'd be more than willing to do all the days you want. I think the proposal included up to 20 days a hunt, 30 days a hunt. It's
So
all
they
a
want to
different
hunt by
price.
the day, not by the deer? essentially.
Correct. They get paid
All right,
by
very
the
good.
block of days.
All right. The next item is that, well, my sense is, in part of the reason is because of some of the things we heard here tonight, that that last item where we request an exemption from the requirement that private hunting be permitted on publicly held lands, my sense is that we should at least consider some kind of pilot. And part of the reason is that, using Tredyffrin as an example, I recognize that the circumstances are very different, but they're able to remove something on the order of 80 deer per year. And as part of this idea that we can't just take away 150 deer and then we're done, we have to sustain that. So one of the ways that we sustain that is with private hunting. My sense is, from talking to the people who would want to do this private hunting, is that that can be done safely on selected parks at no cost to the township. So if anyone else agrees, I think it would be wise for us, I'd make the motion if there's support for it, but my sense is that that should be replaced with some kind of pilot to do selective hunting, selective bow hunting.
Don, I thought about that today as well, and I agree with you that we should start a pilot and look into what that might mean in our township to allow private hunting on public lands. It has a whole host of complications, and I don't see that happening in the next 3 months. So it would be my preference to keep the exemption in, the exemption language, in, so that this year we are not forced to forego this program because we don't have a public access, a public lands program. Keep the exemption in, seek the exemption, and if we get it and don't need to use it, great. But this way we aren't forced to have public hunting on our public lands. Simultaneously, start to pursue a pilot program to go through the research and study to see if it is feasible and palatable to our community to have private hunting on public lands. I agree with you. It would serve as another great avenue. I think it's going to be a complicated process that we're not going to be able to put in place by September.
So agreeable at least to some kind of language to just,
Yes.
for staff to report back to us, for us
Yes.
to make a decision,
Mhm.
not necessarily for this year or this hunt, but for subsequent
Yes.
hunts. So, I mean, that's agreeable to me. I think it would be wise for us. I think it would be a mistake for us to close the door on bow hunting without further analysis. I'm willing to do it for this initial hunt. But,
Don, this really isn't closing any doors. It's just, like you said, specifically this hunt. Also, it's important to know Lower Merion, when they did their hunt, was successful in getting this exemption. So,
still think it would be a mistake to not.
oh, we're not closing anything out.
So I am going to amend this with the last sentence that said, after the exemption language, that says something to the effect of, simultaneously, our staff will pursue study and research of a pilot project of the feasibility of private hunting on public land, legal private hunting on public lands.
Selected
On
public land. It has to
selected
be
public lands.
clear that there's no like blanket you can hunt anywhere. It's they identify where and.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve this resolution as was just amended.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Parks and Recreation?
First item, I would move that we authorize additional scholarships for the 2012 day camps.
Do I have a second? Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 6-0 with Jim Higgins missing.
Next item is a motion authorizing Radnor Township support of the 35th Annual Radnor Run on Sunday, October 28th, 2012.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 6-0 with Commissioner Higgins absent.
Next item is a consideration of a motion authorizing the township to accept requests for proposals for operations and maintenance of the Willows Mansion and Cottage.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner comment?
Yeah, I would like to add some language to that motion, that we clarify, excuse me, that the Willows will remain open and available for rental throughout the entire process of receiving these RFPs, analyzing the RFPs, and going through the community discussion on the future of the Willows, so that we continue to take bookings.
It's just an RFP, you're right? I don't think you need to go anything near that.
Well, I would just like to have this motion include confirmation that we will keep the Willows open during this
And
process.
I'll second that.
Bob, are we going to have it open during this process?
During the process, yes.
Yes. It's been moved and seconded with that amendment. Any commissioner have any comment, any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
I'm opposed to that because I don't
Opposed.
think it's needed.
Passes 5-1 with Commissioner Jim Higgins not here, with Commissioner Kevin Higgins voting no.
Resolution 2012-66, I move that we authorize to approve Recreational Department Radnor Day Camp Program usage of the Radnor Township School District facilities for the summer 2012 in accordance with the letter of notification and invoice.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 6-0
And
with Jim
lastly,
Higgins.
Tammy, give us an update, a brief update on athletic field fees and recommendations.
Sure. I have provided the board with a memorandum just to basically acknowledge the importance of reestablishing a fee schedule commensurate with our discussion that we had back on February 24th when the field fees were repealed for various components of the sports athletic fields within the township. And that is a process that's still ongoing between myself and the Parks and Recreation Board's Facilities Committee, and it'll continue to move along with the anticipation that in early fall we'll come back to this board with a recommendation on what those fees will look like.
Thank you.
In terms of recommendation. I would like to have something for fall of 2012 that will amend the fee schedule, the 2012 fee schedule. That's my goal in working with the Parks Board to achieve that.
Is that it?
Except for Parks and Rec?
That's it. Personnel Administration. John.
That's me.
Kevin.
First item on the agenda is that there's an announcement of boards and commission vacancies. There's 2 vacancies on the Design Review Board and 1 vacancy on the Shade Tree Commission. Bob, did I miss anything important there?
Okay.
Second item on the agenda. Is there anybody here from Chrysler Partners?
Yes, they have been, and they've...
I was hoping that wasn't you guys sitting at the back. Yeah, okay. Then I guess we have to have the discussion.
Yes.
What?
As part of that, just would like to thank Michael Antonopoulos, who's a resident, who's also a professional in this field, who's been very instrumental and very helpful as a volunteer to the community to help through this process here. This is a budgeted item that was put in for the 2012 budget for the assessment and evaluation of the real estate that the township does own, to put our inventory together, to really do a lot of the detailed data collection that is required. It was called out in the CBFAC report and recommendation to the board and to the township for us to look at this. This is something that we believe is very valuable as we continue to keep moving forward in this particular area and the evaluation of the property that we do have, of how we want to move forward with it.
All right, cut. Can you make a motion, Kevin?
I just have a question. Because I'm not sure that we need to have a comparative analysis of every single property. That's what I'm trying to understand. Is there, a reassessment we could do at the end of the first phase and decide to, cull it back a little bit to save some money, or?
Sorry about that. I'm Greg Fisher with Cressa, and
the proposal was submitted to say Phase 1 would be authorized to identify all the properties in the zoning. Phase 2 wouldn't start until the Board of Commissioners said, okay, we understand that, we want you to do Phase 2.
Or a subset of Phase 2.
Or, right.
Okay.
And the cost of Phase 2 and Phase 3 would be determined on the number of properties that you wanted us to do the assessment on.
We're not committing to doing an assessment for every individual property. You're going to do the inventory, gather the historical information, then we'll sit there and say, okay, of the 20 properties, these 5 are off the table, these 15.
Exactly.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Do I have a second?
Somebody second?
Do I have a second?
Second.
So,
Commissioner comment?
yeah, how is this, just tell me how it's different than what John Rice had prepared for us already. How will this differ? John, do you remember you prepared an assessment?
Yeah, Steve Moyer and I put together, you have a memo maybe about a year or so ago that basically looked at the restrictions on all the properties. Some of the properties were acquired by eminent domain, some of them were acquired by sale, some of them were acquired by donation, some of them have restrictions because of the money that was used. So, I mean, you have a, and some of them actually have wrong legal, one has, as I recall, had a incorrect legal description to it. But, so we did that. We didn't do anything beyond that, though. It was just whatever was on the record, and I can provide that to Cressa.
Yeah, and it was not, from what I remember, all-inclusive. There were some properties missed.
Yes, yeah. But the list that we took the list, I think, from CARFAC.
CBFAC.
Or CBFAC.
Yes.
And that's what we worked off of. But that's what we did with that.
Well,
My sense is that there should be a willingness to sell if we're going to proceed with this. So, I mean, I have that willingness, so I'm willing to proceed with this.
Your mic's not.
I think there should be a willingness to sell if we're going to proceed. I mean, I have that willingness, so I'm...
I don't have that willingness, but I'm proceeding, so we're on the same page. So,
well, in my opinion, it's important to have an accurate inventory of all your assets. So whether you're willing to sell or not, we don't have an important, inclusive, comprehensive
If I could
inventory
just
of our assets.
say something, one of the things that's important about this analysis, it's not only the accessing and assimilation of information, it's the recommendations that are going to come out of the process. Those recommendations can be reviewed, they can be accepted, they can be rejected, but at least you'll have a fundamental basis by which to begin to make the appropriate value judgment with the Cressa looking at looking more strategically in how to monetize the real estate holdings of the township.
got it. All right. Any other commissioner comment? Any public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Let me just
Sorry,
also
gentlemen.
say thank you to Mike Antonopoulos because he did an enormous amount of volunteer work on this and really shared his expertise and really helped the staff through this process of picking a good candidate for this. So thank you for all the work you put into this.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Well, at least you guys are on overtime, so that's the one benefit, you know. All right, let's go. What's next?
The next item on the agenda is Resolution 2012-78, a settlement agreement pertaining to the estate of Thomas Brogan, where Radnor Township agrees to pay $1,500. Did I have that right, Bob?
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. You want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the
Second.
resolution.
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2012-79, approving an amendment to the March 8th, 1999 settlement agreement involving the St. Catherine of Siena Parish.
You want to make that motion?
Anybody want to make a comment on what it is?
Well, it's all about air conditioners and where to place the air conditioner. The township worked this all out. Everybody agrees. My neighbors all agree. We're ready to go.
There we go. That's
Okay.
an explanation.
I make the motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Well, raise your hand. Who's seconding?
Jim got it.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa. Who? Jim Higgins is the second. Okay.
I think Jennifer did.
You got it? Okay.
Everybody seconded except
Any
the person that made the
public
motion.
comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Do you want to cover these next two tonight, Bob? Or, I mean, do you think they're not controversial?
Yeah, do
Okay.
it.
Do it, let's go. Just make the motion.
There's a
Let's
motion
go.
to
We don't
adopt the
have to
flex
spend
time
hours.
policy for exempt township staff.
All right, you want to make the motion?
I'd like a quick
We
explanation.
all understand it.
Sure. What this is,
Not
this
yet.
allows for, like, staff right now,
make sure.
tonight, that are here till 12:30, and if there's another meeting this week, that they have the ability where if they want to leave at 2 o'clock on Friday, that's fine. So there's a flex time. It's where it's documented, it's where we can track it, so it's
And
not,
it's with your approval.
that's correct.
Okay.
Bob, first of all, as I conveyed to you by email, this really isn't flex time. This is comp time. You're
Well, I don't know if
compensating.
it's, I don't necessarily agree with that if they're exempt employees.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's correct.
yeah.
Well, I've 6 or 7 employers that I'm aware of call
All right, well-
it comp time.
Well, we know what's
Flex
happening.
time is flexible working hours.
You get into comp time with exempt employees. I think.
Flexible
Well,
working
it's not-
hours means if you work here, that
It's not
flex
flex
that you
time.
can take off earlier with the manager's permission.
So I support this. This is something I think I've brought up a few times. The board has the luxury, if we choose, not to go to work tomorrow morning, but the staff have been,
Yeah.
well,
Kevin, did you make the
but
motion?
you could take time off.
Kevin, did you make the motion?
Make a motion to
Do
approve.
we have a second?
Second.
All right, commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye, passes 7-0.
No, it doesn't. I vote against.
Oh, John Nagel votes no.
And
Passes
Bob,
6-1.
Bob, quick question. Can staff tomorrow come in a little bit later as a result of
They have
this
to check with the
policy?
manager. If he hasn't approved it,
Yes,
they can't.
they can come in.
Well, I'm just bringing it up because tonight we happen to be at a 12:30 meeting.
Yes, we'll see them at 9 o'clock tomorrow
Okay,
morning.
good.
Or at least
Or
at
today,
10.
I'm sorry, a little
Yeah.
later this
All
morning.
right, last item?
You normally start?
Last item?
The last item is Resolution 2012-80, approving an amended employment agreement for the township manager, and just to be
You
clear.
make that motion?
Well, I think we need to be.
No, just make the motion. Let's do it.
Bill, on this one, I think you need to have a short explanation as to what the changes are, so that people understand that it's beneficial to the township, and the word that comes to mind may not be the best choice, but adverse to the township manager as opposed to being beneficial to Bob. So if you want to just quickly run through it, Bob, I think what it says is you're not going to get a raise for the remainder of the time you're employed, that you will pay into your pension and employment, your post-employment pension plan at a rate of 10%. You'll pay 2% of your gross salary to your OPEB. Is there anything else important that I missed?
I would make one correction. It's for the duration of the original contract we have with Bob Knott. So if we extend that,
Oh,
at
thanks,
that
John.
time, we may renegotiate salary.
Thanks, John. Did I miss
Hopefully not
anything
downward.
important, Bob?
Downward.
Well, yeah, you can go downward, that's true.
All right, make the motion. Let's go.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2012-80.
Second?
Second.
Raise your hand. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Jim Higgins, don't raise your hand, Wayne.
6 people.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Library? Public health? Old business? New business? Public participation? I move we adjourn. Second? All those in favor, aye. Passes 7-0. Thank you all.